shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice once in fire, a mind on this guard. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of coming sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fade. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow incompetence. Here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, lazy thought from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord marches with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the mortal chemist dead. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm beginning the chaos of found to
Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I forgot to turn this on. Let's see if you said that like you know I did for you. Let's party. There we go. A shout out to David Gillespie in the building, and we got our boy Melted Mind Media. How are you guys doing? So, as you can see from the title and such, there potentially is a man named Charlie Kirk who may still be alive. I don't know that that's the case, but Jesse on Fire is going to come through and let us know. Let me just update this regular banner. We got that. Nope. That. The weekly goal. Sorry, guys. This is early for me. And I had some errands to do, so I was up, and so this should be coffee. It is not, but it should be. So I specifically, especially with all the talk around Candace specifically, I kind of just stayed away from that whole thing. I kind of just assumed that okay, there's that stuff going on, and I'm not interested in the conspiracy theory. But I did see all along that he was
Are Vance and Rubio rap?
Oops, that's for tomorrow. I did see that Jesse was putting out a lot of videos that were having titles that were, like, well, is something actually going on here? And so, I hope to get him on a little bit earlier, but finally we are getting it done. And speaking of which, here he is. Shout out to Jesse on fire. Welcome.
Earlier, dude, I had like 60 seconds to spare. That's, that's what big timers always do. They show up like 5 minutes later. I show up 1 minute early, dude.
No, I meant earlier in the year, like because remember I got that. I got that strike on the channel, and that was right when it was like the day before you were supposed to be here.
What did you get that for again,
bro? So I was covering when Sean Hannity was on PBD, and you know how you can do like multiple channels are tagged for the same video. Like PBD never gives me an issue, but I didn't see that it also tagged Sean Hannity's channel. And so we covered it and whatever. And StreamYard has the thing where you can do the vertical stream and the landscape stream. So they gave me a strike and I appealed it, but they said I was abusing the process because I was trying to double appeal it, but it was two different streams. So I got one of the strikes, one of the part of the strike fallen, but the vertical stream, it's still there. So it's just hanging over our head. But
wait, what? It's because because the StreamYard thing, when they did the vertical and landscape.
Yeah. So on YouTube, that's two separate streams. And so I got a strike for both different streams.
That's sketchy, dude. So you could say something on one of those streams and they'd fucking bang you twice all at once.
Well, that's the thing, though. It wasn't two. If it was two different strikes, then I would have been able to do, strike number one on video number one and strike number two on video number two. It's one strike, but it goes across two videos. So even though I appealed it and they were like, "Oh yeah, my bad," that was only for the one video, and then I go back into appeal the vertical. It's like, what the hell?
That's very bizarre.
Shady. So how you been, brother?
Bizarre. Yeah, I don't do that one anymore. I like the first, I don't know, when they first came out with that feature, I did it twice. And I don't know, like I didn't like how in the back end it was showing as two different streams and it had two different like view count numbers. And I just it probably is irrelevant, but like I understand how the algorithm works about 100 times better than I used to 4 years ago, but there's still stuff I don't fully understand. Oh, yeah. So it's like, I don't know. Like, I'm like, okay, so I feel like I get on trends of views per stream. And so if I'm splitting them in two straight lives, then am I fucking myself? Cause it's like half the audience definitely did not click on this stream and the other half definitely did not click on this stream. And so like, do you know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah.
I just stopped doing it.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be after the strike. It is good for bringing new people in because like the types of streams I do are a little bit more niche, and so the vertical streams are just on the shorts feed. So I was getting a lot of new subscribers, but then again, that comes to okay, now you got a higher sub count and a lower view count. So I don't know. We're always playing around with it. Like I always say, there is no guidebook for this. But
I got that thing on it. Like when X put out, when they made the way their algorithm worked open source, someone sent that to me and I looked at it and I don't know. It's just another one of those things where I realized that, 2 years ago, I hit a point where it's like having not hired a fucking like channel manager that is just like, just tell me what to do, dude. Like, I shouldn't handle fucking anything except sitting in front of a camera and just talking. Like I shouldn't be doing thumbnails anymore. I shouldn't be doing titles. I shouldn't be trying to figure out fucking algorithms. And the fact that I'm so fucking cheap and have not hired someone is now for sure fucking me. And I'm just too lazy to figure it out.
That's going to be as soon as I'm making like legit money. That's the first thing. I'm getting a clips editor. And as soon as I can get somebody that's in touch with them. I
have a clips editor. My girl does clips for my channel, me and Gabrielle's channel, Play with Matches. And then she sends me topics and she's great, but like I need thinking about hiring someone local to where they literally like maybe even come to our studio and they just are like, boom, they're, we're all we're doing is filming and they just do every other thing,
Yep.
But again, that would require work. And each day I'm like, I'd rather just make videos.
It is. I see you've been doing some more streams lately.
Yeah, I've been doing them on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and I'm actually probably not going to do it today because it's the last day of school for the kids, and so we have to go do some shit. But man, did you see this story? The video that I just dropped an hour ago about Kim Kardashian and the blow shipment. Did you see that?
No, I was just running errands.
Okay, so Kim Kardashian's there's a truck like Skims, her brand where like they're like Spanx, but they're like or they're either like underwear or Spanx or whatever,
some shit like that. Yeah.
I'm not a woman and I don't wear women's underwear, so I'm not 100% sure the nature of it, but yeah. So she had a shipment of Skims, and we're talking like in fucking England, dude. It's a European shipment, and they popped this driver driving her. It was just Skims in the truck. And they popped him with 200 pounds of blow in the car or in the truck. It was, and they say, they're like street value, 8.5 million. So I don't know about any of that. 200 pounds is a lot of blow though. But so I'm like, all right, well, I mean, that's a lot. I mean, like an ounce looks like this. There's like 16 ounces in and then like 200 pounds of like,
that's
you know what I mean?
And it's a lot, and it's a very straight out of euphoria.
And he had all these like compartments in the truck that had been done like done in a specific way. Anyway, so Gabrielle sent that to me, and she's like, "This is crazy. This is crazy." And I'm like, "Oh, you have no idea how crazy this is, because this is the one thing, aside from being able to make any story interesting." The one thing that I will say that for whatever reason, I have a photographic memory when it comes to stories and how they connect to other stories. And it was like, I'm like, hey, don't you? And I was like, do you remember the story about the woman that she got pardoned by Trump in 2018? And Gabrielle's like, what? I was like, oh, you remember that from 8 fucking years ago? Well, I do. Instantly, so Kim Kardashian went to Trump and she got this woman a pardon or a commuted sentence. Because I remember she's like, it was like, oh, it's this grandma, and she got the first ever life sentence for drug offenses. And they did it all like, oh, she's a grandma, whatever. Trump commuted her sentence, which was hilarious because the reason this story was so big at the time is like Trump had run in 2016. He's like, fuck these drug dealers. We're going to bury them under the jail, dude. Bury these motherfucking drug dealers. And then Kim Kardashian came in. She's like, hey, can you let this one out? And he's like, yep, we're going to go ahead and commute this one's sentence.
I do generally remember that story.
Kim Kardashian, in which case I'll just let you out of jail. So they presented this woman like that. Then I looked into this woman. She was like one of the largest American cocaine distributors in the country. And she's like one of for the Cali cartel out of Colombia. And I was like, they said that she moved, I can't even remember, thousands of kilograms she had moved. Like it was something like, I think I looked up the math and it was like 2 tons of blow. Okay.
Damn.
What are the fucking
big or go home?
But Kim Kardashian, it was super tight with her. They're like super close. So
you're not going to tell me that Kim Kardashian isn't around a lot of cocaine.
Well, sure. But there's like around like cocaine, and then there's like around like this kind of thing. Like, so this woman did 25 years without ever saying a word about who her sources were. That woman is as minted as you could ever be. Cali cartel, that's just a big, those are the guys that kept it tight. They didn't make as much noise. They were like, they took some shit after the Escobar stuff, but they're for sure still in the game. And it's like, oh, that woman, yeah, we remember her. She did 25, never said a word about her. And she's like, so Kim, thanks for getting me out of jail. Tell me about your Spanx business. It's like, how does a fucking $1 billion in crypto a year sound for doing nothing? You know what I mean?
Sounds
and it's like, and we all know Kim did a fucking sex tape at the behest of her mom. So it's like, okay, so we're going to give you this little thing. This is cold storage for crypto. Okay.
I need to get one of those. It is
the size of this thing in here, right? You can put unlimited money on there, completely untraceable. And the only way in is if you have the 16 word like passcode to get into it. Mm-hmm. Like that is how that would work. They're like, we just need, you let us get into, your shipping and distribution is everything, dude. So it's like, it's the ultimate cover. Who's going to believe that Kim Kardashian, billionaire, would be involved in something? Because they'd never believe it. Now they got a fucking microscope up their ass. But like until this bust, would you say yes to that? I might. You know, not. I might not. I mean, I might
allegedly, maybe.
Yeah. Anyway,
But,
that's.
I mean,
that,
hey,
I
with,
just think
with
that story is
Epstein
fucking
and
amazing.
Diddy, like that's what people with money and power. That's what they're doing.
It makes her so much cooler. If she really like, you know,
That
Kim
is kind of
Kardashian, dude. Anyway,
deep ties to Scientology and the cartel. That I'm not surprised in the least.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I am very interested. I've been ever since R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. Ever since that happened, I've been seeing you covered in depth. And I'm sure that you could imagine the people that I listen to in terms of politics very quickly were like, oh, Candace has gone off the deep end and this, that. And so I kind of just stayed away from it. But I trust you. And so I, imagine eventually we'd be having this conversation. So I actually didn't watch much of the content at all because I wanted to talk to you directly. And like, obviously the official story of it was just Taylor Robinson, Tyler, whatever the fuck his name is. Tyler Robinson over on the roof. And that stuff, that is obviously bullshit in many ways. But like, what actually did happen?
Man, I mean, listen, I don't think you like there are very few people who I think that you could ask that question to who would have a more interesting story than me. Do you know about the fucking code, how I had to report up to the FBI? Like, you know that I sent a report up to the top national security guy in the FBI. Did you see that video? You know anything about that?
No, like I said, I haven't watched any of your stuff.
That's a side quest we'll look at later. Okay, so when the thing first started, right? Like Charlie gets shot. I am at the time very not paying attention to the issue of the blue and white team over there. Like Israel was not on my radar.
Blue Jays.
Like, I was just kind of like, okay, guys. Yeah. Like, cause for me it was like World Economic Forum, Bill Gates, we just finally beat these fucks. Like, I don't care about what they're doing over there. Like, there's always war in the Middle East. Like, how is this? I don't care at the time. So when Charlie was kind of going hard in the paint on Israel, I wasn't paying attention to it at all. And so when he got shot, I also was not like super quick to kind of go, oh, I bet they did it. And so I was just looking at the things that I could verify. And like, first off, you had like 24 accounts that were like, something's going to happen to Charlie on 9/10. And all of them were like these leftist fucking weirdos. And you also, you have the guy who stood up and cheered right afterwards. Who looks like a domestic terror fucking, template. And so to me, when I was first watching everybody's coverage, and it was like, I looked, I'm like, they're trying to make this way more complicated than it is. I don't think that this guy, Tyler Robinson, did it by himself. Like, that doesn't make any sense. But the conspiracy is a bunch of leftists around this guy. Cause I watched all of it. I read all of it. There's the trans furry boyfriend who's super fucking sus. And I'm just trying to back into like how they ended up deciding that it was just this guy by himself. And it's like, all of your evidence comes from this one super weird, super shady dude. And there's all this other stuff that implicates a bunch of other potential leftists. So like the first 5 to 6 months, my focus was all on them. And I wasn't even watching Candace. Like, I mean, I would watch her, I'd watch it, but I wasn't paying super close attention to like what she was saying, because I could tell that people were looking at TPUSA specifically. And they were like, oh, I think TPUSA is involved. I watched, a lot of stuff with Charlie and TPUSA previously. And I'm like, guys, the only thing, like, I'm like decent at some things, shitty at some things, great at some things, whatever. The only thing that I am telling you, there is not a person on earth that's better at this than me, is being able to look at people and watch them. And I can tell you everything about how they feel about each other, what they're capable of, whatever. The idea that these people would participate in murdering Charlie is 100% impossible. Like, not like, I'm talking scientifically, fucking impossible. Would never happen. Impossible. These guys did not conspire to murder Charlie. Impossible. Like, not 1%, not 0.1%. Impossible. And so when I saw it starting to go that way, I was just like, okay, like, I'm just going to let them do their thing, and I'm going to focus my energy over here.
Well, that was Candace's main thing, that either Erica or TPUSA was behind it.
She got
Right?
she slowly got to Erica, and
Okay.
what she was calling it. I mean, the whole thing with TPUSA, Candace, is a massive part of my evolution of where I got to. Right.
Mm.
So, of course, like the YouTube algorithm dictates what you cover. I mean, I mean, this is not like well, certainly like when you get to like if your channel's about the size as mine, it's pretty fucking straightforward. You're all, okay, I'm going to do a video on Kim Kardashian. They're all, here you go. You made $1,500. And they're like, all right, cool. That took me 30 minutes, you know? And then you do this other one and it's like, oh, I do this one. And they're like, fuck you. We're showing this to no one. And we're paying you 1/3 the you know, and you're like, all right, well, I guess I'm doing more Kim Kardashian videos. It's like, they just tell you what to do your content on. And it's a matter of like, of fitting your content into whatever they're paying you to do, while never saying something that you don't actually believe. If you have any principles and ethics, which a lot of us do, like I'll never do a video saying something I don't actually believe. And so they were paying an astronomical amount for anything related to the Charlie Kirk case. So I was doing it,
Let's
but I
go.
wasn't going to pretend I thought TPUSA fucking did it.
Yeah.
So I was investigating all this other stuff. So
Well, I mean, and there's a way to cover it because the algorithm is doing well and not like just, pander to people. Like you can talk about what is popular and give your true opinion.
I can't do it. Like I can't fake it. It would feel like acid in my mouth, you know? So when I started going down those rabbit holes, I focused on the guy who was cheering in the crowd, you know, that you remember that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
that guy. Video. I focused on Lance Twiggs. I focused on all these people that we could connect to.
Which one's Lance Twiggs? Like I said, I haven't done a deep dive on any of it.
You didn't fucking listen. You haven't.
No. That's what I've been so excited to have you here, brother.
Lance Twiggs is the trans furry boyfriend that lived with Tyler Robinson, and
that's why I consider Tyler Robinson LGBT. So they're all LGBT shooters in the last 2 years.
He's fucking a dude. That's pretty straightforward. I mean, that's not, it's not, I don't think that's very like complicated, not a very controversial opinion. So anyway, I'm looking at that guy. A report comes out about Lance Twiggs from someone who was in their friend group, and it's like this long expose, right? And it's showing all these pictures and stuff. And it turns out Tyler Robinson is like this like clean cut kid who's never been in trouble before, whatever. Lance Twiggs got kicked out of his own family. He stays up all night, like scribbling. He's like this schizophrenic fucking lunatic who used to blow up on all of his friends. And like, it's like a known thing, like, oh, Lance is going crazy again. And Tyler would go calm him down. Tyler was a virgin when he moved in there. And he basically got turned out by this, like, trans furry, like, weirdo guy. And
that's
that
a common story. That's such a common story with the
gays.
gays.
The one who is 100% putting Tyler Robinson in as the shooter, because the most damning evidence that they have against Tyler Robinson is both it's two things, and it's digital, right? So they had this rifle that they said, oh, his DNA's on it. Apparently not so much. Also, they said it was a 30-06, impossible. That wouldn't have, I mean, it would have blown through his neck. It would have fucking decapitated him, dude. Like we went out and tested the 30-06 rounds, me, Heavy Duty Country. Like we were, and so a bunch of other people did this too. Nate Valhalla, VFT did it. Trigger Smart did it. We've all gone out and we're like, all right, dude, we shot every type of 30-06 ammo from 150 yards at huge, like thick ass turkeys that are way fucking thicker than a human neck, and then put big ass like cow femurs behind it. Dude, it shredded the chicken, and it fucking detonated the bone. Like the idea that like, oh yeah, just stop this is fucking dumb. No, it did not. Okay. And to the point, like we did the first one and everyone's like, oh, well, they're supposedly frangible rounds. And so you look up frangible 30-06 rounds and it's like, oh, well, where the fuck did they get them? Because the only ones I can even find on the internet available for purchase is their 6, and they're on a World War II like collectible site. And I had to buy all 6, $12 each. And they were made in 1945. Where the fuck did they get these frangible 30-06 rounds? You're all, I'm going to commit a political assassination. They're all, ooh, what kind of rounds are you going to use? They're all, I'm going to get some like collectibles from 1945. Like the guy's a retard, but nobody's that fucking stupid. So we even got those though. And the gunpowder had degraded to the point where when we shot it, it sounded completely different. You could actually tell that you shoot guns, right?
No, that was the other thing. I was just about to say that. That was the other thing is that
I've never shot guns.
I have never shot a gun. I'm in Jersey. I'm in deep blue territory.
Yeah, dude. So imagine like you fire a gun and the sound blows your fucking eardrums out, and then you fire the same caliber round and you're like, oh, that was about half as powerful a sound. So you know, like the gunpowder's degraded and the round is going slower, right? Because like that's what happens over fucking 80 years. Those rounds blew the chicken apart and blew the cow femur apart. Like even with that much reduction,
diminished ones.
Yeah, there's frangible ones. Those destroyed, like those would have shredded him too. It's just like, so the whole thing 30-6 makes no sense. But the two pieces of evidence I was referencing are, one, there's a text message thread that Lance Twiggs, the boyfriend, turned over to the oh, you know what, dude? Why am I not streaming this to my audience? I am going to do that right now.
There you go. And a shout out to
this, yo. That's the title. Watch
and
this,
guys, every donation here does come with a treat for my co-host, the Overlord. Thank you. So very, very much.
Watch this right now. Oh wait, no, I'm talking about you. How about that?
That's a good one. No, screw Jesse. Everybody stay here.
I'm talking about you. Well, we're about to add a lot of people. So, okay. So, category. Oh yeah. Don't go to my channel. You guys who are here, keep watching it here. Okay. So, and I think we're going to go live right this second. Okay. So anyway, so you got is this text thread that was supposedly Charlie to Lance Twiggs. And it is so fucking stupid. It is so obviously written by feds or someone who's trying to frame him, because you have like, it literally references in writing all of the physical evidence that they supposedly got, right? So like, number one, they have bullets in, they have the rounds that were left inside of the rifle supposedly, okay? Because, you know, like, oh yeah, you don't know guns. So with a 30-06 bolt action round, like rifle, the way it works is you have the rounds inside of the rifle or inside of for this one, they'd be inside of the rifle. And so you know how like you probably don't know this either. A pump shotgun, you put the rounds into and then you pump them in and then you fire, and then you pump them in and then you fire. Bolt action rifle is identical, except it's a bolt on the back and you're going like this. So it's exactly the same. So you have the one round that was fired. It's still in the gun because he didn't, cycle it out. And then you have all the other rounds that are still in the rifle. So they said that when they pulled them out, which is like, they came out with this like immediately after the crime, which is funny because like you would never just pull them out. You would have to do it like you're protecting evidence, but whatever. So they pulled them out and they said that someone had written on them and they were like, catch this fascist. Mm-hmm. And then, it's just all like leftist shit, right? Another reason I was absolutely positive it was leftist, right? Because I fell for the trick. But so like in the text message thread, in this text where he's going like, it was me who shot Charlie Lance. Like, Lance, listen, it was me. It's so fucking stupid. I honestly want to pull it up and show you because you won't believe how dumb it is. But literally,
share your screen. Go for it.
Do it, dude. Look it up. Like, look up Lance Twiggs, Tyler Robinson, full text thread transcript. It's like the other thing. He's all, hey. So in the thing, he's all, hey, Lance. Remember when I was writing all that stuff on the bullets? It's like, oh
my God, YouTube or Exodus? You're
really gonna text? My daughter is FaceTiming me. She's literally never done this before. Hang on. And then she hung up. Okay, that was super weird. All right, anyway, so just take that and then just multiply it by 5. Like he admits to the crime in it. He's like, I'm the one who shot Charlie. I'm the one who wrote on the bullets. I left the rifle exactly where it was. Jeez, there's so many police officers all around. Fucking ridiculous, dude. Okay, so then the other side is he was in a Discord group and he goes into his Discord. He's all, hey guys, I just need to tell you, it was me. I'm the one that shot Charlie. Okay. So like the biggest pieces of evidence are his digital confessions. Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, Lance Twiggs, the fucking psycho that we have confirmed is a psycho, has access to his phone and his logins, has access to his computer, which he's logged into Discord, and he is the one testifying against him. He's witness number one. So like, you know what I mean? He's like, okay, so why do you guys think that it wasn't this fucking psycho? And then I found out, by the way, huge fucking breaking story at the time, that the reason that he had gotten kicked out of his family is because he attacked his own family with a fucking knife. Okay.
God damn. Like, what is wrong with these people?
I mean, dude.
Everything.
Do you know a lot of transferees? I don't, but I would assume that the fucking backstory sounds like this a lot. So anyway, so he's like, so I'm looking at him, I'm looking at all these other people, whatever, right? At a certain point, though, you are forced to start to look at TPUSA has made themselves so public, and they're doing so many public, appearances, that even if you look at Erica Kirk and your blood curdles like mine, I found her totally unwatchable. I couldn't watch anything that she was a part of. Anytime she was on screen, I was like, I turned it off, very, very quickly. But they just did so much stuff. At a certain point, you have to like look at it and you're like, okay, what the fuck's wrong with these people? Transferees are beautiful and inspiring. I agree. But, you have to, oh wait, what did Kruger say? Hang on. Krieger said, I'm thinking of an M1 carbine. Oh, I think that the M1 carbine has the clips or whatever that you click in there and then they would ding, because they would ding when it was out of, when you fire your last round. That was also a really good idea for war. It's like, ding, the enemy's all, they're out.
Typewriter.
Kill them, shoot them, kill them. They don't have any more ammunition.
Now.
So dumb, dude. Anyway, but so when I started looking at, from the beginning, I'm looking at TPUSA, but I'm looking specifically at Erica Kirk because she's the most visible. And I'm like, my impression is like, this chick is a psycho. Like there's something wrong with her. But I thought she just was like one of these people that's like super nervous on camera, or is just the most phony ass weirdo on earth. Well, that's where
my take was that, like, okay, this is definitely odd behavior, but she hasn't really been like someone who's in the public eye. She's done.
She's famous, man. Like, not as Charlie's wife, but she was Miss Arizona before. She's been in the
right. But
but
personality wise, like, you're
sure.
gonna have your what do you think? Oh, I want world peace. But being a personality, that's definitely something. And then of course everybody grieves differently, and so I was willing to just let that be what it is. But it just kept getting weirder and weirder and weirder.
Me too. And listen, dude, like Charlie was my guy, dude. Like that's one of those people where you have to kind of look and go, this is a person whose motives I trust 100%. Like if you don't have a faith in at least someone that's in this big governmental apparatus where you're like, I know this person is working for our best interest and I can verify that this way. And also all of my instincts are telling me that this is like a good dude. That's my fucking guy. And so when this all happened, I was like very, very apprehensive to do anything that was attacking his wife. You know what I mean? Like at all. I was like, and I was looking like, even when Candace finally started, like, because everyone thinks that she immediately went after Erica and she didn't. For a long time.
But that
very much didn't.
That was also something that made me feel like Candace was straight up grifting. That in the beginning, she wasn't really talking about Erica specifically, and she was just talking about it. And she was like, "I'm going to go as long as or until Erica asked me to stop." And then Erica asked her to stop, and then she didn't. So that's when I'm like, saying one thing and doing another.
And I'll tell you how. Because as much as I wasn't paying attention to the theories that were pointing at TPUSA because I had written them off as impossible, like the way that this developed, like when Erica first came out and did the like Charlie's memorial, right? And Candace and she was like, I forgive him, all that stuff. I watched Candace's episode right after that, and she was like 100% supportive of Erica. She's like, I was over the stadium like a dragon ready to swoop down on all of these people that did this or whatever. So she just wasn't there. The thing that, at foreshadowing for later, the difference between Candace and everyone else is she knows all of these people very, very well. And so she's talking to them about, well, they reported this. Now you're saying this, like what's going on? And they're lying to her. like at the, like we'll get into that later, but they're lying to her. That's why she's so suspicious of them. And like for me, I'm just looking and all I'm going off of is like, this, that, or the other. And so but I've always trusted her motives. Like I've never questioned whether Candace was grifting ever, because I was so sure that she wasn't.
I was on board up until with the Bridget McGrone stuff. Like I still think that's a man. I still think that's a man.
That's a dude.
And so the very
allegedly.
Allegedly, I think there was one other thing that she was starting to talk about before Charlie, but I loved her stuff, and once it got to the just like Charlie, Erica, and I was like, I'm not gonna lie, the fact that I wasn't necessarily willing to do a deep dive on the specifics. I was willing to just be like, okay, well, other people are doing that. If everybody's saying Candace is like completely full of shit, then, that's time that I don't need to waste on that.
Yeah. Yep. I understand. I mean, well, let me this is I'm going to ask you a question that you have 5 words to answer this, because I don't want to derail this. What are your thoughts on what just happened in Kentucky with Thomas Massey?
Bad. I think it's bad because it's pretty clear that most people like him, and there's a huge injection of money at the last minute to,
Cool. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So, like, you're not a person who is just swayed by Fox News, then, obviously. Okay. So, because, like, the reason why I asked that is because, the Candace is a grifter thing is their, like, number one, like, bombard people. Candace and Tucker Carlson are grifting fucking derbader. It's like, oh, Jesus. Sure, dude. Hey, what are you guys doing? Hey, let's say they were grifting. Like, what's the outcome? They get people watching their show. Like, oh, you're grifting, and we just might end up in a fucking thermonuclear war. I feel like yours might be a little bit more damaging. So fuck you.
Yeah, not all grifting is equal. Grifting is bad, but not all grifting is equal.
And for the record, I don't think either Candace or Tucker are grifting at all. But nonetheless, so when fast forward past the whole thing with that, like with the FBI, and I can come back to that if you want, but like fast forward to where I finally had to start thinking about other options. Like here's because everybody knows I did a series about Charlie being alive, and how that happened was one of my good friends in Puerto Rico who has what's the right way to put this, demonstrated that he's really fucking smart, like real smart. And so he has a lot of credibility with me. And so he brought the theory that Charlie had faked his death to me first. If he would have been literally like anyone else, I would have been like, okay, I'm sure that someone probably did, and I just completely dismissed it. But because it was him, I was like, dude, come on, man. Like, this is fucking ludicrous. We all saw him get shot. Like, I saw it happen. Absurd. But it was like Inception, where he just planted the seed inside of my head where it was like, I would put it at 0.1% possible, right? As a result of that being put into my head, now I'm like, the more things that happen and the more like times that TPUSA is doing events and they're doing all of this stuff. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Like, how are none of them upset? This guy, like, I know how humans behave. I know how things will impact people emotionally. That's the thing I'm best at in the world. And like, this doesn't make sense. At this point, this makes no sense. Andrew Colvett and all these guys are on TV talking about him all the time. They've never broken down crying once, not fucking once. You've got Mikey McCoy on camera a week after, and he's like, yeah, I blah, blah, blah. You have Andrew Colvett and Blake Neff on TV fucking, or on screen every day. And they're like, Charlie would have blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, I can't even imagine how many times I've been on a person's show and someone close to them dying comes up and they break down every time. And these are like the first time that they're forced to talk about them. None of them cry. None of them even have to choke it back for a millisecond.
That's interesting.
You can't fake that, dude. Like you can't just go, oh, I'm on camera. And so talking about my dead father, doesn't make me cry. I did a show with Jake Shields, and like the second that the topic of his father dying came up, he fucking he fell apart, man.
Yeah, specifically in terms of the public eye thing. Like we all have shit going on, and then we come and do, like, especially if you're live, you do shit and you put on a brave face. But the fact that you're saying that you have been on podcasts or whatever interviews and stuff with people that that it's not like that. That's just, again, maybe the TPUSA guys are just a little bit stronger, but it's just another chink in the armor.
And Gabrielle plays devil's advocate with me because she still has not even watched my series, which is hilarious. But you took a BJJ class with Jake Shields. If you take another one, have him show you his arm triangle. His arm triangle is, if you do it, you'll literally decapitate the person with it. Anyway, it's neither here nor there. So it's like, I mean, you can hold back your emotions, but you will at least, like, you can see a person kind of go. Mm-hmm. Most people, maybe some people can't see it when it's there. I can always see it. And like, I could see when someone has to like brace himself. And the fact that there are so many of them and not a single one of them, not Frank Turek, not fucking Mikey McCoy, not Blake Neff, not Erica, not any of them, none of them. I have never seen them get hit with that, like that kind of rush of emotion where you kind of have to either choke it back or you're about to cry, whatever. None of them, not a single one of them, not a single time. And so I was just putting it in the back of my head. I'm like, God, I'm like, maybe it's like 2% he's alive. Like, maybe whatever. Like, it's just one of these things. I'm like, I just can't.
So you started very skeptical.
I put it at 0% at first.
Can't get.
And as these things just kind of developed, and I started noticing more weird shit, and then thinking back to things, like I said, like about the Kim Kardashian thing, right? Where it was like, oh, so they found blow in this shipment. Most people see that and they just move right. Oh, that's funny. I wonder if whatever. I immediately, in 1 second, a millisecond, go, hey, remember when she fucking got that queen pin Cali cartel person released from prison? Like,
she's got power.
She had it, just instantaneously. I connect that. And then so like all these things that would happen, I would just be like, wait a minute. And I would go, okay, so, and it was like a web that started to build. And it's like, okay, so Kash Patel, he comes in and finds the gun, like, and then he says, the Valhalla thing. That's a super fucking weird thing to say. Why would he say that? And you've got this guy doing this, got this, and it just grew and grew and grew. And then I had this moment where Candace had, okay, actually, let me go back one. So when I really started to seriously consider it was like a month or two earlier. Candace had put that video out where she showed Mikey McCoy and Terrell Farnsworth, their behavior immediately following Charlie getting shot, right? Have you seen that?
No.
Okay. Mikey McCoy is Charlie's chief of staff. Okay. He's like his like number one guy. He's like he's young. He's like 25 years old or something. Charlie gets shot.
Is he the one with the glasses?
What's that?
Is he the one with the glasses? Or is he not on the show?
That's Blake Neff.
Okay.
Blake Neff is much older than 25. Like Mikey McCoy is literally like, he's like a kid, dude. He might even be younger than that. So he's right there, right? Charlie gets shot and the entire place goes fucking insane, obviously. Like Charlie got shot he's on the stage. Everyone's looking, he gets shot brutally. Mikey McCoy is on the phone.
Okay.
Okay. And he just literally goes like this, turns and just walks away completely calmly. And I was like, what the fuck? And I started talking to people out there. Oh, you haven't seen that? And I was like, no. I'm like, and they're like, dude, Candace put that out 6 weeks ago. I'm like, yeah, but I hadn't watched it because, again, I had written off. It's impossible that TPUSA is involved in murdering Charlie, because the conclusion you're trying to solve is who killed Charlie, and I've already written it off. It's impossible, fucking impossible that TPUSA would be involved in murdering him. So, like, when I saw that, I was like, okay, what could that mean? Because the things you can bet your life on is that if someone gets shot in front of you, you are going to fear for your life on instinct. You can't, that's not a thing that you can like make believe. Like someone gets shot right in front of you, they shot from over there, you are going to feel a fear for your life and you're going to behave accordingly like everyone else did, right? Walking away like that makes no sense. Like that,
even if you're like in shock and you're just like frozen, like, okay, that makes sense. But I mean, even the best businessman in the world, like, at some point you're going to be like, all right, this is not going to be good for TPUSA. But in the moment, that's pretty shady.
You're not going to calmly stroll away on the phone. Like, who are you talking to, dude? What's going on? You know what I mean?
Do they have that answer?
What's that?
Do they have that answer of who he was talking to?
I can't remember. I think it might have been Erica or it might have been I don't know. Who knows? But whatever
I thought
they
she was
said,
there.
What's that?
I thought she and the kids were there at the event.
I think that was reported, but it was not accurate. So Terrell Farnsworth, okay, so Terrell Farnsworth is the guy who right after Charlie got shot, like minutes after, walks up, gets on a chair and pulls the SD card out of the camera that's right behind Charlie. How is that your priority? How the fuck is that SD card your priority? Your buddy just got shot brutally, all that. But before that, okay, you want to know what he was doing in the 4 minutes before he did that? I remember this from the day of, that there were all these videos of people running, you know, with their cell phones. And there was some guy standing on this wall, just calmly like this, filming, like up on this wall, which is the walkway that they had to carry Charlie to get to the car, right? Mm-hmm. It's Terrell Farnsworth, who's the head of their media, you know, the head of their media, who Candace has confirmed, he never films. He's the head of the whole department. He's never the guy who films, right? But he's there that day, and he positions himself perfectly to capture that shot of Charlie being carried and put into the SUV. They also, the security team jumps over the wall, or I'm sorry, over the table, and they're doing something on Charlie. They're doing something. All of them are working on something. All of them are surrounding him, but none of them have any blood on their hands. None of them have any blood on their clothes. None of them have any blood anywhere. Like, it's like, and they said, oh yeah, we were packing the wound. So I started hearing,
you're gonna have blood everywhere.
These combat veterans are like, what the fuck? There should be blood on your shoes. There should be blood on your hands. Should be blood everywhere. There's no blood on any of them. So it's like, okay, what are they doing? The shot where he's getting carried to the car, my buddy Dubs, who he did 9 years in Pelican Bay. He was like a really high ranking, or I don't know about rank, whatever. He knows what he's talking about when it comes to people getting stabbed on prison yards. So he watched that same thing, and he was like, you know what I noticed? He's like, it's weird. There's no blood trail. There's always a blood trail. Always when they carry someone off on the gurney, there's no blood trail. And I'm like, okay. And I'm still, and then the end of that Terrell Farnsworth video, he takes the video and then he turns it on himself. Have you seen that?
That I've not seen.
He's like, they shot Charlie. Oh my God, they shot Charlie. God help him. He's dead. You're like,
weird.
Like, these are not professional actors, dude. And you're like, that is, first of all, what the fuck are you doing on that wall? Second of all, why would you be filming it? Third of all, did you actually think you pulled off that? But you chose to put that video out? Like, you were like, I nailed it. I nailed this take, dude. No, you did not nail that fucking take.
So,
dude.
But that's the kind of stuff that makes me think, like, all right, well, if they were going to fake this, and they would practice this and get people who could act well.
No. They would, every person you add is another person who knows. You have to limit that. You have to.
So it has to be the people that are already around him.
So, and you're right, they would practice that. That's exactly why it would make sense. Mikey McCoy's all, okay, they just did the shot. I'm just gonna stroll away, and I'm gonna go pick him up at the hospital or whatever the fuck he's doing. And Terrell Farnsworth is like, I get the shot, I turn it on myself, and then I'll go grab the SD card out of the thing, protect that with my life. Then they get the fucking the scene of the crime paved over in one day, and it's like, and I still was like, what the fuck am I looking at? I couldn't like put it all together, but you're like, I don't know, like, is it possible that they faked this thing? And the moment that where it just was like it just all at once, how like you're thinking about something for a long time and then it just goes like that.
Yeah.
It was the day when Erica, when Candace put out the recording of Erica talking to TPUSA after the memorial, and she was like, guys, we've got, guys, what did we do with merch sales? $250,000 in merch sales, $100 million raised and whatever. Guys, I'm so proud of you guys. She's like, I can't believe it. I hit pause. Okay. I hit pause because I was watching it, and I was watching it for the first time when I was recording my video. And I was like, guys, I'm going to tell you this right now. 2 options. Charlie's alive or that bitch is a fucking alien. And then that's the end of the video. And I walked downstairs, and the thing that put it all together for me was Phil Lyman, who is a Utah governor candidate or whatever. He had gone on Alex Jones's show the day after, and he told this story about these 2 girls who were there, like, and he's like, I don't know, man. He's like, they weren't afraid at all. I heard them say, fuck these people. While everyone was running around crazy, he's like, they weren't scared at all. And I went up just to see if they were safe. And they just said, F these people. And I was like, oh man, they looked all goth. And that was another thing that I had put in my brain as proof that leftists had done it. Mm-hmm. And so I was thinking about that. And he also had this very weird clip where afterwards someone comes up to him with a camera. They're all, hey, Phil, did you see what happened? And he goes like this. He's like, no. He was standing right there, by the way. And he goes, no. Like in this like Cheshire cat kind of like, nah, I didn't see what happened. And then these people walk up and they're like, hey, what happened? He snaps right back into like, oh my God, he's all somber. It was super fucking weird. And I was like, wait a minute. So when he went on the Alex Jones show, when he tells that story, it points people towards the leftists. And literally it was like, and I was like, oh my fucking God. It all
lay it on me.
Just slammed me in the face where I was like, they fucking did this. And then so at that point, I'm like, okay, so for them to have done it, they would have had to, like the FBI would have had to have been involved. So Cash would have had to be involved. The only way all of this happens is if Trump okays it. Why would Trump okay this? And anyway, from there, it just goes in and it was just like more and more and more and more. And then it just like by this point, and then I started doing the series and every single episode, I find more shit. And I was just like,
so dude. That's when you get to the point where like, oh, wait, this isn't the leftist. This is our own government or something. I'm assuming you're not specifically pointed at the FBI at this point yet.
Cash Patel for sure would be involved, and JD and Trump, all of them. Now, and so like,
what is if I'm thinking about something like that and saying like, oh, this doesn't match, then the first thing I want to do is be like, okay, how can I be wrong? Let's say that they were just doing this. So what kind of things did you think about that people watching might be like, well, what about this? What about this? And then you were like, no, it can't be that because like, how did you feel confident?
Well, first let me tell you what the Trump and all that thing is.
Okay,
right?
Yeah,
it's like, okay, like what's the motive? So first of all, the Butler thing was the most positive thing that could have possibly happened for Trump. That happened. And it was like the most positive thing ever. Why would Charlie do this? Next question. So at the time, I actually had only a half-baked idea of that. And where it was coming from was Candace had showed text messages between her and Charlie in 2018, where he's like, I'm going to die during this. He's like, I'm going to die really young. I'm not going to be around for this whole thing. I could see it as clear as day. He was positive that he was going to die young. And then that was going to trigger some kind of like revolution that was going to save the country. He really believed that. And I'm like, okay, so maybe he thought to himself, like he has kids now and he's like, I want to see my kids grow up. Maybe I can fake it and initiate this. And at the same time, I can actually raise my kids and do whatever. Okay. So it was half baked. Then I saw a video of him explaining that the reason that he cried when Trump won the election is because he was the number 2 target in the Jack Smith special counsel investigation. And he's like, if Trump would have lost, I was going to prison. He knew for sure he's going to prison. Okay. So like anyone who is in a position like that, who's a public figure, who is facing prison, everyone is going to get to, maybe I can fake my death because it's the only way out, dude. Like that is the only way out. That is the only way out of I'm famous. I'm dead to rights on this crime over here, whatever. So like I'm like, okay, so now that would have entered his mind. How is he going to sell it to Trump? Okay. And this is where people discount this next part. And I feel like in order to understand the whole thing, you have to understand Trump's brain because you only need one yes. If you're Charlie, you want to do this, you need one yes. You don't need to sell all these people. You just need to sell Trump.
So I'm going to do what you did before real quick, though. Give me your 1 to 2 sentence opinion on where you are on Trump in general as of right now.
Him.
Okay.
Fair enough. Him, dude.
I'm not quite there, but yeah.
Oh, I wasn't there until the Thomas Massey thing. Now it's just full throttle.
Same.
Fuck that guy, dude.
I used to have, well, you can't see, but yeah, I used to have the MAGA hat in my frame. And then when the Bibi Netanyahu interview, somebody asked Pam Bondi about the Epstein files, and he's like, "Whoa, it's a Democratic hoax." Cut that hat. No, that's some bullshit. You ran on that shit.
See, for me, it wasn't that. At the time, I was still giving him a pass on the files because I was like, I don't really understand I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't know for sure what's in it. I don't know why he's doing this. I don't know enough for me to completely write him off. It was when we fucking invaded Iran. I was like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Are you out of your fucking mind? The number one thing we said, no foreign wars. And now you're just like, I mean, we know exactly why you're doing this. And so you prioritize them over the entire collective group that put you in office. Anyway, and then so since then, it just has gotten worse and 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 worse. And then when he campaigned against Thomas Massie, I was like, this guy's fucking dead to me, dude.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, at this, you still just need to understand his brain. What drives him more than anything, dude? Winning and
ego,
retribution if people fuck with him, dude. Like winning, retribution. Those are his two
sides of the ego
drivers.
coin. Yep.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
So the thing that they announced immediately following the Charlie Kirk assassination, because they put it on leftists, is they deemed left-wing groups like Antifa and these other ones as domestic terror groups, which everyone's like, oh, okay, cool. What does that mean? It doesn't really mean anything. It's like, it doesn't mean anything to you in the public. What it means to them is it unlocks the Patriot Act. And they specifically said in the announcement that they can go after, they can target any leftist terror groups and anyone involved in funding them, which is Soros and all these guys. Anyone who is involved in trying to put Trump in prison, now he can use the full force of the government, including the Patriot Act, against them.
Mm-hmm.
You sell that. You think Trump's going to say no to that, dude? You know?
Hell no. He's like, well, let's fucking go.
Exactly. He's like, we'll fucking bury these pricks under the...
Especially after all the lawfare with the Biden years? Hell
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And JD Vance started talking about that immediately. He started pointing out Soros specifically when he was talking about this stuff and who was funding these groups and all the stuff they were doing. And have you noticed, it seems like there's been a pretty like a big, there was the stuff in Minnesota. I guess they were still funding, but like, it seems like it's gone down quite a bit from when they got targeted like that. Neither here nor there. So now I'm like, okay, so that's how they would sell it to him. And they immediately did that following. Now, to be clear, though, I've been saying all along, I'm like, as soon as the Tyler Robinson trial starts, I'm going to start questioning myself for sure. Like, for sure. Because then it's going to be like, okay, well, there's this. And I'm looking like, God, would they do all? So to your point about how would I try to disprove this in my mind? It's all the Tyler Robinson stuff, all the trial, all that. Yeah. I'm like, I have no idea how they're doing this.
And I asked because I know that you are going to be, intellectually curious in that way. But I think a lot of people who are maybe not even specifically going down this road, but just questioning, are ready to start with their conclusion and just grab anything that goes along with it. Whereas I know that you are going to be a lot more willing to be like, okay, this does help me, but let's see if this is bullshit.
I'm trying to disprove it all the time, but at the same
time,
no
hypothesis, as they say.
Also, when I see something that supports it, am going to grab that and stick it in this category. And the more I look, the more stuff supported it. But again, the Tyler Robinson thing, like I don't know how they're doing it, but at the same time, this is what's really weird. Okay. So the majority of people who have paid a close attention to this case, right? All of them agree with me on literally like everything with one exception. Okay. All of them are so suspicious of TPUSA's behavior. They don't understand, like, why are they doing this? Why are they doing this? Why are they doing this? Their conclusion being they participated in killing Charlie. I am looking at the exact same thing. And my conclusion is they would never do that. This has to be fake. Like, that's it. That's the only place where we separate, it's like, I agree with them on literally everything, except I look at them and I look at Erica and Charlie together prior to this happening. And I look at Andrew Colvin and all of them. And I'm like, these guys are not going to kill Charlie, dude. Like, they're just not going to do it. And common sense is that the more people who were involved in something, the less likely it is that it's a murder, and the more likely it is that it's not, And because the other thing too is like, as soon as you can identify super, super suspect behavior from all of these people, these are not arch criminals, man. Like, these are not arch criminals at all. If they participated in one of the most public assassinations of all time, and all of this pressure is coming at them from Candace and the surrounding, community from them, if they really did participate in this, they would be shitting themselves. Okay. They would be on, like, it just as obvious as their lack of grief is their lack of fear. Okay. Like, I watch them. It's like, they're not afraid. Like, they're not afraid of getting caught. They're going to get the fucking electric chair if they did this. The next administration, puts this on them, as they would love to do. They're going to they're going to get the gas chamber, lethal injection, like, or life in prison at a minimum. They're not scared. They're also not sad. Why? Like, and when people say like the opposing viewpoint from the people that, where we agree on everything except for that one thing, they're like, they're all psychos. They're like, all of them are are psychopaths.
See, but that seems a little even more convenient than the conspiracy.
Thank you.
So at this point, when you're starting your series, you're confident that it's not leftist, you're confident that it's not TPUSA, and that it is at the very least Kash Patel. But
when I started, I was confident enough that he was alive to start the series. Like that's why I started the series. So it was like I think he's alive, and I literally intended on doing one video. Like literally, I was just going to do one video, but the very first video ended up being almost 90 minutes. And I was like, this is too much. So I split it into part 1. And then as I kept working, I'm like, fuck, this is actually 3 episodes. And after I released the first episode, Valhalla hit me up and he's like, I watched it. He's like, none of this means anything because if you can't show me how they made the cavitation in his neck look exactly like anyone I've ever seen get shot, then what's the point of even talking about their behavior? And I was like, okay. Because to me, I was like, the way I was thinking about it was like, okay, if they can make someone look like they got shot in a movie, they can make it look like he got shot in real life. So like, I'll just talk about that stuff later. Cause I looked into a lot of that stuff, but so I changed the order. And so then the second one that I did was all about that. And like, it doesn't matter, like without getting into it, it's like, I show like all of the stuff of, these different ways that they could have done it. But by the time, then when I did the third one, while working on the third one, I found a million other things. Then I did the fourth, fifth. It's just never ending.
Going.
It's just never ending. There was always something new that I could show. And like, look at this, you guys. It's fucking right there.
And so at what point are you getting on board with what Candace is saying?
Well, Candace is the reason why I figured it out or, started feeling confident that I was right because she was the one covering all of TPUSA's insanely suspect behavior and all of their lies. Right. Because, which is what, that's what I'm saying. I never would have got there without her stuff. My conclusion is just different. Like she's the one who exposed all of their super suspicious stuff, all of their lies. I'll give you another perfect example, right? Of her in the Erica saga. Right. So as she first starts looking at Erica because she keeps catching them in lies, they had that thing where they're like, we're going to bring Erica to Candace. They're going to have this big meeting. Right. And I assumed that once they talked that it was going to just kind of chill the whole thing out because that's how it always goes, dude. Like no matter who it is, if you're yapping about them online, they're like, fuck that guy. So, you put them in the room. It's like, they're all right, dude. It's like, that's how it always goes.
Oh, yeah.
It's always. So I expected that. She does that episode and it basically does it. She's like, listen, they asked her a lot of my questions. Her audience was like, I don't know. They were like, I don't know how to describe it. Like they didn't like that conclusion, necessarily, but Candace didn't start attacking Erica again until she caught them in lies. So like Erica gave her answers while they were there and she's like, okay. And so that's another reason why I know she's not grifting because she sat there and was like, all right, she was cool. And then when she would come back, she'd be like, when I met with her, she said this, and this is how I found out that's a lie. And the reason that they have to keep lying to her is because they are fucking lying to her because they are involved. They're just not involved in a murder.
So just
my theory.
So just so I'm understanding the timeline as far as Candace, that you were on board early because she wasn't just saying, well, she was really looking into it. And she was not at the point of just attacking Erica. She was, looking at all the evidence. And then by the time that early on, she said, if Erica asked me to stop, then I'll stop. By the time Erica actually did, you're saying Candace found enough that it'd be like, okay, well, now I can't stop.
At a certain point, Candace is in the same position as I was in, or am in now, where she's convinced of this conclusion. Assuming that, Candace having been so close with Charlie, there is a world where maybe there's because Candace is so fucking talented that she could be doing a 6D chess play and I would have no idea. I can't read her, dude. Like she's above my ability to read through behavior. I'm one of the very, very, very few people who is, but she is. And who knows? I am the quickest person to throw out the who knows on anything. Like I never feel like I'm 100% confident on anything. But there's some times where you kind of go, okay, it seemed like she was being led around kind of by sources, because she gets a million fucking things in her inbox every single day. Just in the amount of tips I get, dude. She has a tip line specific to that. And her show is the biggest show in the fucking world. I can't even imagine the shit she's sifting through. And so, again, like the stuff that is just, as far as I'm concerned, indisputable about lies and things like that TPUSA did, that are part of my thing, I got from her. And there's no way anyone else would have got that stuff. And I never could have even started to like feel confident about this theory absent that stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So then,
did you know that Charlie's body had not been buried 90 days after his assassination?
I did not.
You listen to this story.
Yeah.
So Milo Yiannopoulos goes on Tim Pool. Okay. This is, I think I covered this in like episode 4. Milo Yiannopoulos goes on Tim Pool's podcast. They're talking about Erica Kirk and how bizarre her behavior is, whatever. Milo's defending Candace, Tim Pool and them. This is during Tim Pool's like "fuck Candace," stage, right?
I definitely saw that.
So Milo is like, he goes, you know that I know for an incontrovertible fact that, I love how he talks, by the way. I know for an incontrovertible fact that Charlie has not been buried. And he's like, why? He's like, I can go visit Stalin's grave. I can go visit, but he was killed 90 days ago and he still has not been buried. Why would that be the case if there isn't trickery afoot? Exact words. Why, if there isn't trickery afoot? And that happened in the podcast. And literally one day later, remember when Tim Pool, someone shot at Tim Pool's
he wow, she doesn't even have a fucking security. Yeah, as we're talking about, right?
That was the next day that happened, which swallowed up the news cycle. So anybody looking up Tim Pool, Timcast is going to see the shooting and definitely not see anyone pointing out. Milo says that Charlie was not fucking buried for 90 days. And then a few days after that, that's when Erica did her fucking CBS and she did her whole media tour. And she was like, can I just have this one thing? Can I have this one thing about where my husband is buried? Can I just have we're going to build a memorial at TPUSA. Can I just have this one thing? You're all, bitch, you fucking filmed yourself with your hand on his supposed cold corpse hand. Like you're filming a fucking WWE promo. Like, oh, now you're concerned about like people wanting to know where his body is. Like no one forced you to do that. You know what I mean? So anyway, that's just one of many other things where I was like, oh, okay. So hasn't been buried 90 days, huh? That's interesting.
Shady.
Bunch of weird shit with the life insurance policy.
So let's get into some of that kind of stuff if we're okay, we can take aim at Cash Patel, the FBI, maybe even Trump and Vance and all of them. What is their incentive? Is it because Charlie was very good for the Republicans in 24?
So again, Charlie, his incentive would be, I don't want to go to prison ever. I don't want this case to come back. And here's the other thing too, is as people started investigating TPUSA's financials, they found a lot of weird stuff, which I don't want to jam them up. Like I'm not trying to jam TPUSA up at all, and just like Janet Jackson. Yeah. But like, like the stuff that they did in terms of how they were distributing money. What's the right way to put this? It's all stuff that I do not consider unethical, but it is potentially illegal if you're running a big nonprofit. Okay. Like, so as an example, they were like these insiders, they own the social media company and they're paying $2 million a year to said social media company, but it's actually owned by, people who are whatever. I don't even want to say their names because they're suing people. But so like they were basically paying themselves out as third party, contractors while also having positions in the company. I heard, I don't know for sure. And by the way, every single thing that I'm saying in this stream is just my opinion. I have no idea if any of it's factual.
It's so just for entertainment purposes.
Just entertainment purposes always. So, like what everyone also brings a lot of attention to the fact that Charlie had sent this email out, right? Like very, very within a very close proximity to when he was shot. And he said, we're going to be doing a Doge style audit inside of TPUSA and finding all of these ways that we're wasteful spending. The way the public interpreted that later is someone in TPUSA killed him because they were afraid that he was going to find all of this malfeasance. Understandable way to interpret it. But when I started looking at this, I start reinterpreting things because I was always trying to solve a murder. And then so now I'm trying to take all of these clues and then see if they fit into this hypothesis. And I'm like, okay, this is easy. If all of these people at TPUSA who are his inside group best friends committed financial crimes, if he says we're doing a Doge style audit, he dies. Now anyone who comes and starts investigating later, they're like, hey, that was Charlie, man. That's Charlie era and he's dead. So That's all Charlie. So he actually would be sacrificing himself for all of his people. The other thing too is that like if let's say if he was going to do it legally, which they would put him in WITSEC, right? So he goes into witness, and everyone's like, come on, man, like he's going to never see his kids ever again. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You think that's the kind of witness security that Charlie Kirk would go in? You have any idea how fucking rich he is and how much money he has coming in?
Just get
he's
an
going
island
to a fucking compound in Montana where his kids are, and his wife is going to fly on private jets back and forth and make appearances. Everyone's all, who's taking care of their kids? I'm like, Charlie, like he's not like, they're not putting him in the middle of fucking Idaho. They do that for people who are broke and poor. Okay.
Yeah.
Like he's not a guy who is going to have to give up all of his money and then testify.
Well, I mean, especially if he's in on the whole thing, then like there's the resources of the entire government.
Dude, check this out. Okay. So if you go to their website, at least as of
you could just share your screen if you want.
Okay, here you go. Yeah, let me do that. I'll do that right now. Okay. So you have to legally disclose who the board members in your company are, right? Okay, yep. So that's a fact. Why don't you go ahead and put that up? Oh, weird. He's still on the board of directors.
Shady. That's the you need that name recognition. You need that name recognition.
I mean, they still have him as an executive also, so they could say, like, oh, we just left him up because he's here with us in spirit. But, I mean, maybe that's what they're doing, But early on, there's a lot of clips. I did an episode on this too, where when they thought they were getting away with this whole thing and it was never like, like no one was looking at them at all. They were being very, very brazen about it. Like they were so there's a clip of Erica she's at the White House with Trump in the Oval Office. And she's like, and Mr. President, Charlie's going to be with you every step of the way. And this guy who's in the thing looks at her like this. And she's like, from heaven. You're like, oh, okay. Like they were just throwing inside jokes at each other, is how I interpreted those clips. But again, he could be, I mean, honestly, if he's dead, I feel ridiculous because of how confident I am about this. Like,
okay, so give me your best steel man of Charlie being dead.
It's fucking hard, dude, because I can't explain the lack of blood, right? Like we all saw the fucking video, right? Like that dude, that guy Victor Marks who did the interview with her last night. Do you know who that is? Nope. So this guy Victor Marks went on her show last night. Fucking
Candace weird. Or
Candace, yeah,
okay. Because
she had accused him of doing whatever. Like he had done. He's like an insider who him and his people relieved the security team because for whatever. Like he's inside it. He also posted on social media, Charlie Kirk has died before anyone else, and it apparently coincided with right when Erica found out, and then he subsequently took it down. And she's like, "Why'd you do that? Like, how did you do that?" The guys. I don't know why the fuck they agreed to put this guy on Candace's show, because he is like if you gave the two of them an IQ test, like you send them in, Candace would, I can't even imagine, dude. Like he's running for governor in Colorado. I don't, like there's a huge, you don't need to be like crazy smart articulate to run for governor.
Clearly.
But Candace is like, dude, like this guy did not come off like a smart person. But bottom line is, I don't know anything about him. I'm just saying like how he came off on camera versus her. Like it just was like weird ass answers and whatever. But yeah, I mean, I just like at the end of the day, dude, like I can't make heads or tails of his neck exploding on video. And then when they're carrying him to the car, there's not blood on anyone. Like this. That's not how this works. Like if someone pours blood out of themselves and then they bleed to death, there's blood fucking everywhere. There's not blood on the case that he fell on. There's not his shirt is not completely covered in blood. There's not blood. Like there's blood. They'll show a picture of like a smear of blood on one of the guys. And I'm like, oh yeah, dude, I'm talking about like blood, Oh yeah. Stick your hand. They said they stuck their hands in a wound.
Oh yeah. And so are you saying that it's not even debatable that if somebody is going to put forth an argument that Charlie's dead, whatever they're going to say has to have holes in it that they are filling in?
I mean, listen, dude, I'm not a medical professional. You know, like a lot of my, so of course it's possible that I'm wrong. Of course it's possible that I'm wrong. And and there's lots of information I don't have. Maybe TPUSA did some kind of training where they are able to literally shut their emotions off completely and none of them, and just go out there and talk and they feel nothing. And it's all of them. All of them can feel nothing, you know? And I don't know, man. It's just like, there's so much weird stuff that I'll put it to you like this. I know you haven't followed the case, but this is a universal fact. Aside from me, every theory that people have is extremely vague. Like they don't have any specific answers. Like it's like, this is like, there's a huge problem here. There's a huge problem here. There's a huge problem here. Why would they do this? Why did they do this? Why did they do this? Why did they do this? But it's like, well, what's the conclusion? Like, what is the answer to any of this stuff? And it's all theoretical. I put forward a hypothesis that answers every single question. There is like all of the stuff they've identified. There's not an exception to this rule. Okay, well, why'd they do this? I'm like, boom, there. That's why. Why'd they do this? There.
So yeah, give us the whole, in case somebody was just joining us, the whole TLDR of the bottom line, your thesis. I think Charlie is alive because.
I mean, that's I did like a fucking 10-part series on it. I've done 7 hours of content. Like, honestly, it's impossible. I think Charlie is alive because Charlie thought he was going to go to prison, or knew he was facing a massive criminal conspiracy charge that with Jack Smith. He probably was absolutely terrified and thought he was going to, be in prison, not be able to see his kids grow up. He approaches Trump with a good idea, whatever. But bottom line is, the Trump administration was going to be able to use his death to get vengeance or put away these people that are trying to destroy the country from the inside out. Soros and all of those guys, unlock the Patriot Act. I think that the reason why none of these people have showed any grief is because he's not dead. I think he's in Montana. I think he's actually still running TPUSA, which is insane because everyone is trying to tear his fucking entire organization down. It's like this thing backfired completely. If I'm right, the thing could not have backfired more epically. And the more they try to like fix it, they can't, because you can't come. The one thing that could theoretically fix it is if they came up with some reason that they had to fake his death and he comes back. And it's like, this is what, because people will stand by Charlie. I think I would, obviously, but
so you said earlier that the trial, the Tyler Robinson trial, will potentially poke some holes. What kind of things, like what kind of things would we see from that trial that would be like, oh, okay, well, I was close, but now
I don't know. Maybe like,
or on the other side, what kind of things are you looking for from the trial that'd be like, see, I fucking knew it.
Oh, I got plenty of that, dude. I like,
let us know.
I mean, listen, I don't want to be wrong because I want Charlie to be alive. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, like, and it's not just that. It's also one of the things that I value. Like people think that I'm doing this because like I want to be right. And that's like, it's a way bigger thing than that for me. Is like, I live in a world where I want to believe in the human, like quality human nature. Like I can't live in a world where a bunch of like Christians who have spent the last decade working in close proximity, like these guys love each other, dude. I can't live in a world where those guys would together all conspire to fucking murder their best friend and then go in front of the world and lie about it. Like fuck that world, man. Like I live in the world where they do the exact opposite. They take the biggest risk ever and they conspire because they're doing it to help him. And they have this big grand, vision of how this is going to actually help the country. Because like them, I agree, there are fucking demons that are trying to destroy all of us. And if they were doing this because they were doing it to, they had Charlie had a vision that was going to save him from this and his friends from this. And they were also going to use it to like go after the real bad guys. I'm fucking in. And I said that every one of my videos, I was like, to be clear, if you guys want me to take this down, all you have to do is ask. I'll fucking take it down. I'll never talk about it ever again. Because I wasn't doing it. I really wasn't doing it to be right. I fucked myself like algorithmically on the channel. I told you, I was like, I can't have anything else that's titled, oh, Jesse on Fire says Charlie's alive, because YouTube pigeonholed me. And it's like, now if you talk about the case at all, if it's not Charlie's alive, no one's going to watch it. And so we won't show it to anybody. It's like, okay, great. Well,
So what kind, because a lot of people are, I remember people making fun of Candace for the Egyptian planes thing. A lot of people think it was Israel. Why are those types of theories? Why don't they make sense? Like people are talking about how
I don't know about the Egyptian plane thing, but Israel wanting to put Charlie in the ground makes perfect sense. And candidly, recently I have been entertaining a theory where there's a much bigger thing going on where. Okay, so I think that the one part of this that I left out throughout this stream is the reason why Erica was put in is because Charlie's going to run the organization through her, obviously, right? Like, so like it makes no other, like, what other possible reason is there that Erica just steps right in? It's like, okay, Charlie's widow is now in charge of TPUSA. Makes perfect fucking sense if Charlie is running the organization and he needs his figurehead that he trusts 100%. And if you watch videos of the two of them together prior to this happening, that, like, look, if there's anything I can recognize, it's a fucking good marriage, because I have one, and that's exactly what they look like to me. Like, she has a weird, super shady fucking past, obviously, and she comes off so, like, I don't even know what to even. She's like a different person pre and post Charlie being killed. I can't watch her afterwards, and everything I see of her before, she's like a completely different person, especially when she's with Charlie. And
yeah,
so
I haven't seen a lot of her before, so I don't have that comparison.
Go watch an episode of her and Charlie doing an episode together. It's fucking crazy. You're like, oh my God, she's cool. You're like, who the fuck is this robot that is out there now? You know, but like, so I think the vision was to put her out front and she'd run TPUSA. And I think that they seriously were going to run her as vice president with Vance if this would have worked. I think it was going to be Vance and her on the ticket potentially. But recently I've been thinking, like, try to imagine what the last like year looks like to fucking Charlie if he is alive. Like, imagine what this looks like to him, because
I mean, everything fell apart. Everything fell apart. Like we're just talking about the fact that, like, we won because we were a coalition, and now even with the Massey thing, I did a short stream on that, and Benny Johnson was saying, "Oh, he's so bad." Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, this is a litmus test to tell you who is just playing team sports and or bot, and in terms of people listening, like if you're listening to Benny Johnson, he's bot, and then you're down with Benny Johnson, then you're just playing for the team. You're not really giving any opinion or having any opinion. No principles. How could anyone just positions?
Yeah. How could anyone who is thinking for themselves and had voted for this administration on no foreign wars still be on the team? How is that possible? How's that possible?
Yeah.
You know?
So then is it, so do you think that, because again, going back to the Robinson trial, is it the kind of thing where you could see evidence that plays into him being like the final part of this whole plan? Like he's just a patsy? Or
someone literally just put in the chat, they said, trust Erica, I'm out. They're like, oh my God, Charlie trusted Erica, I'm out. It's his fucking wife, dude. Yeah, I think he probably trusted her. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's the kind of thing that I'm up against here, where I'm like, I'm not saying, I'm saying
Peace.
I see a huge difference with her. I couldn't watch her for 10. I've never been able to watch her for more than 10 seconds since Charlie got shot. Not once. She looks fucking insane to me. She's unwatchable. Okay.
What was the Jack Smith stuff relating to CK? Didn't hear any of that.
Jack Smith was the special prosecutor that was investigating Trump for the Democrats. Charlie was fucking target number one underneath Trump. Charlie said this. If you want to see the clip, actually, you know what? I'll pull it up here. This is just straight out of Charlie's mouth. Hang on.
Her can go from being a great actress that convicted Charlie she loved him to being the horrible one we see now.
It's possible. It's totally possible. Like, she could, listen, her and Charlie having a great marriage doesn't really necessarily have a huge impact on anything. Because if she tricked Charlie, the thing's same, you know.
And so
Charlie, or wait, oh shit, I did Charlie Jack Smith, Charlie Kirk Jack Smith,
Charlie Jack. Yep. Yeah, there's people who were, while you're looking at that, there's one person specifically. I mean, shout out Lone Wolf. Like, I'll say it to your face if you're here, but always in the chat, always giving a good chance. I'm, as you guys can see, I'm very interact. Well, I mean, not as much when I have a guest, but I'm very interactive with my chat. And just when I was doing the Thomas Matthew stuff, he was just like acting like a clown. It's like, what are you doing, bro? Like, that I'm not saying, oh, it's just the Jews and da-da-da-da-da-da. What do we get here?
All right, ready?
Yes, sir.
Point in which Trump won Pennsylvania that you got emotional and you actually shed a tear or two. I wonder at what point in that emotional response goes from felicity and joy of shedding a tear of this liberator to actually sorrow of seeing that this is going to get to the point where it could lead to oppression. And that's where my question was.
Do you know why I cried on election night?
Because you thought it was a restoration of the Judeo-Christian values that are inherent to the Constitution.
Because
Let me tell you why. Because I think you might appreciate this as a historian. Joe Biden sent the entire federal government after Turning Point USA and me personally. They wanted me in federal prison. Right?
Why is that fucking song behind it?
And by the way, that's what despots do.
Gotta keep people interested.
Let me finish. And so when Donald Trump won, it was a sigh of relief that maybe I won't have to go to federal prison. Maybe I can actually be around my kids. And maybe we can live in a free society.
There you go. So he spent that entire campaign shitting his pants because he knows, like, dude, if Trump loses, he's going to prison, man. Like, he's going to prison. They did Manafort. Did you see what they fucking put Manafort in prison for?
I know that
they were going to be able to get Charlie on this stuff. Dude, he was going to prison, man. That's
that. I had not seen that clip. That connects a lot of things, because that's one of the biggest questions is why would Charlie want to do this? And so that's I think the number one question. If we're going with he's alive. If we think that someone took him out, then obviously he doesn't necessarily have anything to do with it. I mean, he might know that like people are coming after him or whatever. But if he is part of this, then even people in the chat were saying like, I don't know if Charlie's doing that. His character, I don't know what that says about that. And I feel for that. I think that but because all of us have had extreme emotions over the death of this person. So if he's still alive and just because and faked all this because he didn't want to go to prison, like I can see it's like, I mean,
it's not just because he didn't want to go to prison though. Like Charlie's a guy who saw himself as a piece of a very, very large thing that was happening, and he always has, dude. And it's like, what I'm saying is there's always an inception point to an idea, and this one's pretty simple to back into. It's like, imagine what the fear would be if you personally are trapped in this big celebrity thing. You can't make yourself not a celebrity anymore. You're one of the biggest players in the entire political system, and that these guys have all the power. They have shown a 100%, like, you can't talk your way out of this. You can't make a deal with them. It's fucking do or die. If they win, you're going to prison. Like, it's going to happen. And imagine like Charlie, not built for prison, and not because like he's going to get beat up or anything. Like, this is a guy who needs to be doing things. Like the idea of being locked in a fucking room by himself for 10, 15 years. Can you imagine how, with your kids growing up without, I mean, you don't have kids, but like the fact that he brought up the kids immediately, I know exactly what that would be like. It's like, there's a certain.
They just have a niece.
What's that? Yeah. Well,
they just have a niece.
I just got this full body MRI done. I got all this heart testing done just because I was spinning myself up so much about like, okay, what would fucking happen if I died as like a young, I know a lot of people who grew up where their dad died when they were teenagers. And like, I can, and I just look at my family and I'm like, fucking dude, if I died, Gabrielle would implode. The kids would never be the same. And so like my fear of dying is not my fear of dying. It's my fear of dying for them. So like facing down.
I'm actively grateful that I don't have that connection. Once he's gone, I'm here in the world by myself. I don't need to.
Well, facing down prison would be the exact same thing as having like stage 4 cancer and like one one experimental drug that might cure you. It's like, if they win this election, then we'll probably be able to figure it out. Like, that level of fear, I'm taking myself off the board. I'll tell you that right now. Like, if I have the opportunity to just go, okay, the world's going to move on without me, I'm going to be over here operating out of this thing, so I can exert my influence without having any risk, and I can also indemnify all of my friends who they might come after. See, this is what I'm saying. This is like the certainty with which people say things like this is just like, it's just one of those things where you're like, okay, so you can't be convinced. You're positive for 100% sure that his best friends were all his enemies, like, for sure. And you know this because why? Because they make you feel weird. You know what I mean? It's like, I think you can't convince them. I'm like, I'm not saying I'm 100% right. I'm saying,
at least giving reasons, and going back to the Thomas Massey litmus test, I was very clear that when I was saying this is a litmus test, that doesn't mean that anybody who was against Thomas Massey is bullshitting or anything like that. But they must be able to give you a reason why they don't like Thomas Massey. Yeah. Otherwise, it's just a matter of your feelings. Shout out to for the record, Your Honor, with that big $5. Thank you. Oh, that's on your side, but I'll give Morty a treat anyway.
Erica Kirk role in the Fort Huachuca film
turned into a real mission, hence why it was never released. She was placed. In my opinion, Charlie Kirk planned to stage it, but his team had other plans.
So this is one that I hear a lot, which is like, I think that it was supposed to be staged and then they actually murdered him.
Say that again?
I hear this a lot. I'm serious. Like, this is the one that I every time I talk about this comes up, which is, it makes sense why Charlie would have wanted to stage it. And they might have even staged it at the UVU campus. And then they're like, but we think that they murdered him in the SUV afterwards. Like, they faked it, but then they killed him anyway. And, that I just use as an example of how powerful, people looking at something and seeing it becomes, because the only way that theory makes sense is if you can, like, literally in your brain, it is burned into your thing. It's like, Charlie's dead. The only outcome is Charlie's dead. So, like, even if it's like, okay, that is pretty convincing that maybe they did fake it, but Charlie's dead, so they must have killed him in the SUV afterwards. Do you know what I'm saying? That's why I never talk shit to anybody about it. It's just like, I understand how they get there. You know, it's like, okay, they're like, okay, it's a logical person who is like, but Charlie's dead. So like, how did he end up dead if this is also what happened? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, either way, there's definitely still lots and lots of questions. I think that we can clearly see, all right, this, we go down this this thread, and that has some possibility. We go on this to that doesn't work. This is pretty strong, and that's why I think we're all very excited maybe excited is the wrong word, but anxious for the Robinson trial.
I thought, I had this feeling that they were, because they were like, oh, we're going to do this trial publicly with cameras. And I was like, let's go. I mean, awesome. And then all of a sudden, this super weird thing happened where so the prosecution would be the one normally that would want to get the cameras out, but it was the defense that petitioned to get the cameras out of the courtroom, which is super fucking weird. And Elizabeth Lane was physically there, and she watched the two arguments, and she's like, there's something going on. She's like, because they have basically made the same argument together. Like, it was like, she's like, it's super weird. I've never seen that before. But then the judge still was like, no, we're going to let the cameras in. So we're going to get to see the trial. And again, I have like the one part of this where if someone goes, like, if I was to challenge people who are listening and go, people who know this case really well, like, pose something related to the evidence in the actual case and go, how does this not disprove your theory? Or, we never had any answers on this. What does this mean as it relates to yours? The one part where I won't have a firm answer is the Tyler Robinson stuff. I don't know how they got him on the roof. I don't even know if it was him on the roof. I don't know if this trial is real. I don't know if Tyler Robinson's actually in jail or if he's faking going in jail. Like, I don't know. I have no idea. But the thing is, like, I don't need to answer every single question to feel confident about the theory. But that's the area where I have questions. And that's why I'm like, dude, when they start the trial, maybe there will be stuff in there. I'm like, okay, I guess I was wrong. I have no ego at all about being wrong. None. Like if it gets proven, like I'll just be like, oh, okay, well, I was wrong. Like I've already laid out why I was confident in the hypothesis.
And like, so with that being said, with it not being an ego thing and just, it'd be, well, I want to trust my own research and everything. What do, like, once this all shakes, I mean, it's not like we're ever going to get a clear answer on every little detail, but what do you hope that the story will be by the end of the Robinson trial?
In my dream scenario,
like if everything came out,
if everything went perfect to how I see it, but there's tons of stuff that I couldn't even possibly understand that's going on in the back. My ideal outcome would be they figure out a way to just say, we fake this. Like Charlie comes back and he fucking runs for president, man. Honestly, like they figure out a way where they could say, like, yeah, we did do this. It was a military operation. Here's why we did it. We rooted these guys out. We rooted these guys out. We rooted these guys out. We were able to use it to do this, and this. And now we're back, and fucking 6'9" Charlie steps up to the and he's like, I'm running for president with Thomas Massey. Fuck the world. I quit YouTube and go campaign for him. Or
hell yeah,
dedicate my channel to campaigning for them 100% of the time.
That would be epic. And but the explanation has to be there. That the proper explanation has to be there, because
I don't even know if they could do it, because like it would, for them to have done it the right way, and given that they control all the branches of government, he would have to be in WITSEC, and I don't even know what I don't know what, because again, I never finished this thought. One of the things that I've been thinking about is, what if Charlie is behind the scenes and he's actually intentionally eroding and trying to destroy TPUSA because TPUSA is captured by the same people that put us in the Iran war?
That's a scary thought. So how would game that out? How would that work?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like TPUSA now, like they didn't campaign. Thomas Massey was Charlie Kirk's favorite congressperson. They didn't help him at all. You know what I mean? Like Charlie was getting pressure from all sides, from the donors, right? And Charlie's number one priority was to try to get Trump not to go into Iran, and they did. And so that comment right there, Charlie took millions from exactly right. And then he turned on them. And that's why, like, I mean,
that's what I was asking about.
Why another reason that he might want to take himself off the board. He's facing prison, and he's like, these motherfuckers might whack me out. You know?
Can you go into a little more detail on what he would go to prison for?
He didn't specify. I think that it would have to do with it would be financial crimes related to TPUSA and other stuff, would be my guess, but I don't know.
Oh, right. And so that would be a reason.
If I knew, I wouldn't say it publicly, because I don't want Charlie to go to prison. But I don't know. I don't know at all.
Fair enough. I mean, it's definitely, the biggest question mark of the political landscape right now. I mean, it could not be more clear that Charlie was the glue holding the entire right together. And maybe we could attribute a lot of, how big the whole wokeness and during the Biden administration, well, I mean, really, since Trump came around, that was a good thing in terms of bringing people who don't fully agree, but are coming from, and again, creating this coalition of the, Maha people, the politically homeless people, the lifelong Democrats, the neo, all that stuff. And Charlie was really good at kind of walking all of those lines. And with him gone, there just is nobody to be like, okay, well, this is, the Nick Fuentes of the world and the Tim Pools of the world. Like, okay, they might, connect. But with Charlie there, now everybody's talking about that, and it keeps us all as one group.
This is hilarious. God. Jesse needs to go to a good therapist, not to discuss the details of Charlie, for whatever is leading him to be so certain of this. How many times have I said I'm not certain of this? And that I, like, in this stream, how many times have I said, like, 10? I'm happy to be wrong?
20?
20 or 30? That's what I'm
somewhere
saying.
Around there.
This is why I never talk about this anymore, dude. It's like, I mean, listen, dude, there's like for every video I did, there's 100,000 views. And then I see these things. It's like, okay, so if like 70 people say the same dumb shit like that, it's like, okay, whatever. But it seems like a lot of people to you, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, how could I be more clear about this? I'm never certain about anything. I have a hypothesis. There's a shitload of stuff that supports it. And I in this case, I really don't want to be wrong because I want Charlie to be alive. I would love for him to be alive.
And yeah, I mean, makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense.
On the coalition thing, though, there seems to me to be a new coalition forming, though. Like and I didn't really think about it until, I mean, I've been kind of noticing it, but it's like exciting. So like when the coalition that the MAGA, they're like whatever was going on before was forming, it was exciting because it was like the shit that was just so infuriating. And you were like, dude, how are we going to fight back against this? And then it came together and then we won, right? It was like, yes, you can't lock us in our fucking house anymore. No more of this fucking shit. You're going to kick us off social media, all that. Like,
remember that time? Holy shit.
And that, dude, think about this. In September, it was victory lap time. And right now it's all destroyed, like just destroyed, done. But now, so now as I see that, like, okay, we have this really big problem right here that just, showed itself again in Massey and all that. It's like, wait, what? Dude, that's so funny. I put this on. I asked Gabrielle, like, can I wear this? And she's like, yeah, you can wear it. I'm like, yeah. It's like, if you're going to wear a gold watch, you have to wear like a really lame ass shirt like this and just be like, I'm 80 years old, dude. Like, I'm 80.
Lean into it.
Yeah. Like we're now, whatever the influences of this thing over here, it broke Trump to the point where he betrayed all of us, like to the point where we went to war when we campaigned directly against us being in a war. And so when I see like a lot of people noticing, and it's like, okay, we might be able to do something about this, I don't feel that same hope anymore because I don't see how you can address that without empowering the last motherfuckers that locked us in the house. You know what I mean? It's like the only way that I could see it is someone like Thomas Massey runs for president. He does it as an independent. People come from both sides. I don't know. But like, I suddenly find myself agreeing with the Young Turks all the time, which is fucking weird. You know what I mean? But I love Cenk, dude. Like I've done Cenk's show twice. He's done my show twice.
Oh, really?
I got
Nice.
Cenk's back now, dude.
Yeah, we have we call him our resident lefty. Shout out to Box. He is a huge fan of 2IT, and he's gotten on the call-in show all the time, and he loves them. And I think I don't agree with a lot of what they say, but exactly as you're saying, I think and I was just listening in the car to Dave Smith's take on Thomas Massey, and he's obviously gung-ho about Massey and upset that he lost. And I it was kind of in the back of my mind, but once he said it, like this potentially maybe he could be the next figure. There's a lot of this story is a lot bigger than I expected it to be. Like the story of him losing and the Mary Mandelson shit. And if that is there, then I'd be happy because I'm from before the election, the 24 election. I was like, can we please not fucking talk about third term shit? Nobody needs that. Nobody wants that. And only just yesterday, I was like, I locked in this analogy of what Trump is to the political landscape. So in 2015, there was a bunch of targets, needed to be taken out, metaphorically. And so he comes in and he's in, what was it, an HK-90? Or I don't know, guns, but
whatever.
Some really cool
large
double-loaded gun. And he came in and hit about a lot of targets, but not all of them. And now he's just a really cool gun. And it's like, he's still a really cool gun, but how effective is a really cool gun without any fucking ammo? I think that's where we're at. We need to get past that.
It's just it's exhausting. Like, so there were a lot of people that were like on the Trump train and then off the Trump train very much earlier than me. And I'll tell you right now, dude, I was looking at them and going, guys, you can't be just mad all the time, no matter who's in office. Like
that's what the liberals do.
it's like you can't, like, no matter what, there's always everybody's the bad guy, no matter what. And it wasn't like I was, and when we attacked Iran, that was it. I went from like, dude, guys, like, calm the fuck down, to fuck this shit instantly, because it was like that's a, like, war is not like a video game. It's not like something, it's not a word you say. You're fucking killing people. You're destroying like decades of infrastructure that humans built. And you're like you have to have a really, really, really good reason to kill other people. Okay. Like if anybody looks at me and thinks like, oh, Jesse, the fucking pacifist. Nope. Jesse, realistic about violence.
Yes,
like,
absolutely.
I'm not talking about fucking someone says something to you, slap them and embarrass them. You're killing them, dude. You're killing families. You're taking, like, entire civilizations built all this stuff. You're just bombing it and destroying it. Like, you can't just fucking do that because you feel like it. And you sure as fuck can't do it with me watching and have me support you if you're doing it because some fucking assholes that are not even American tell you to fucking do it. Like that's a red line, a complete and total non-starter, a fucking deal breaker that is absolutely irreversible for me. What's up, Scotty? How are you, dude?
Scotty, he said in the house, about to go train. Just wanted to say, Jesse, I'm gonna need that shirt and a rash guard. That Rose is pimping. Christ is king.
I can't remember it's called. I think it's called. I don't know. It has some stupid name, like Ox something or other. I've got a hard stop here shortly because me and Gabrielle have to film before we go get the kids and do all this shit. But what else you want to talk about? What else is going on besides Charlie?
Not much, man. Not much. I think I mean that actually, what we were just talking about with Massey or somebody else. The lane is open. The lane is open for somebody to come in and pick that back up, because the people, like myself included, I'm ready to be wooed by a politician. But somebody, it's like, oh God, everybody's gonna hate me now. But oh no, that's the other thing I wanted to say. That for the foreign affairs and global issues, that's more of my weak point. I'm more of like a dinner table issue, culture war kind of guy, and I feel like that's a lot of times that gets shit, but I feel like that is necessary because people who are working all day and have families and aren't balls deep in this stuff, they need an on-ramp to understand that, oh, the other stuff is important, and I'm happy to be that on-ramp and just be talking about, oh, the transes and all this and that. That's not all we talk about. But when it comes to the war stuff, like I was saying when it came to Venezuela, I was like, okay, well, I didn't vote for that. I wouldn't have voted for that, but I woke up and it was done, and okay, fine. Nobody on the American side died, and da 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 da. And so that kind of primed for when I ran the second time, this time, that I was willing to listen to a lot of neocon-minded people about why we need to do this and that and that and that and that. But it doesn't seem like there's any good reason except, well, maybe this would have happened. And it's like, you can't go to war to potentially go to, then just let the war happen then.
Yep. Yeah. And I mean, listen, a lot of people and people are like, oh, well, what, do you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon? I'm like, I mean, I don't know. I don't want anyone to have nuclear weapons, but the real question is, do I think that if Iran has a nuclear weapon, they're going to fire it at someone, specifically Israel? No, I don't. Like, I don't think they're going to use it. I think that what they want it for is so that they can't be invaded, because, like, I don't know. Are there any examples in the Middle East of someone that got nuclear weapons and then suddenly they were off the table of our invasion? Pakistan. As soon as Pakistan got nukes, all of a sudden it's like, all right, so Pakistan, where do you stay? We're going to go ahead and stay neutral. They're all right. Sounds good. Stay neutral. Yep. No one's fucking with you because you have nukes. Like,
well, and then especially
act like they don't understand why countries would want to have nukes is so dumb. Like, of course they want nukes. It is insurance against getting invaded.
Yeah, especially for Iran. Like, we did the 12-day war. And then we bomb them again. And so it's like, what do you expect? What do you expect? Now their only move is to try to get the nuke to make sure that they don't get attacked again.
That was before they showed the world that, like, hey, how about we shut down 20% of the world's, fossil fuel transport, like, so now no one's fucking with them ever again. Like, that's what the actual result of this is going to be if they don't, nuke them or whatever. It's like the actual result is like Iran's power is going to be exponentially larger because at the end of the day, commerce is what controls the world. And it's also been very eye-opening, the Strait of Hormuz thing, in that if anybody ever needed a real life kind of tutorial on why they would suppress new energy sources, like, this fusion would provide unlimited energy, or solar, or whatever energy source was not fossil fuels, and why the powerful would make sure that stuff gets suppressed and never comes out. It's this. It's like the power base is literally all based on the ability for countries and companies to generate and then deliver fossil fuels to all of these other countries. It's that simple. And if you change that system, then hey, you paid to ask for a fucking a refund? That's weird. That's super weird.
Stupid.
And then why does Ben Shapiro want to be on podcast? Yes.
Was that the
understand the question? Oh, it's the same person.
This one. Yeah.
Why does Ben Shapiro want to be on podcast?
I think you're saying the Ben Shapiro wannabe, because I speak quickly.
Why is Ben Shapiro want?
The Ben Shapiro want. I'm apparently.
I'm on his podcast, dude. I'm on.
Listen, okay. Israel is the greatest thing that we ever did, and if you are an American, then it only really matters if you care about Israel.
He's not arguing Ben Shapiro's positions anyway, though.
No, I get that a lot. A lot of people say that I get that I look like Charlie most critical Penguins or whatever, Asmongold. I get a lot of Jared Leto, and then a lot of people say my voice sounds like
the Indian Leto.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
The Indian Jesus, by the way, that was my fucking idea, you guys. That's my fucking idea.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dilly to that. This whole thing. I was going between brown Jesus and the Indian Jesus. And I was talking to Jesse. What should I do? What should I do? He's like, you gotta do the Indian Jesus. And
it's a fucking no-brainer, dude. A no-brainer. Okay, I got to jump. I told Gabrielle I'll be done by 1:45, and we got to record some stuff. But what else?
Word up. Do me a favor, just check the private chat before you go. But if people don't know, tell people who you are, what you do, where they can find you, and why they should check you out, sir. The floor is yours.
Okay, yeah. So I am going to sign off, and I actually don't understand what he told. Okay. I think, I see. So he's saying that you can continue his stream on the Indian Jesus. Is that what you mean? Yeah. Like, so you mean like just post the...
Yeah, so if you go in the back end of your stream and
then post the link?
Video details and customization.
Oh yeah. So I'll go. Yeah. You guys, I'll put the link to his stream in the description for this on my side, and you guys can continue and watch it there. Indian Jesus, my man. Thank you very much. I'll do that right now.
And yeah, tell the people if they don't know, if they want to check out, you have a whole series of this stuff. So
that I do. Playlist is the Manufactured Martyr. Charlie Kirk is alive, and it is in my playlist. Give it a run or don't. It's up to you guys. And then definitely go watch my fucking Kim Kardashian thing from today because it's amazing.
There you go.
Yep, and I'm going to put this, I'll put that in.
You should be able to just search the Indian Jesus and it should pull this up. But yeah, definitely go check out the series. We only just scratched the surface here. So now that I specifically wasn't watching because I wanted to have this conversation cleanly. But now that I'm like, okay, there's some meat here. I'm going to go back and watch the whole goddamn thing.
Feel free to text me your questions while you watch, dude.
Ooh, will do. And in case you are not coming over, I am, again, the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense, live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes, like right now, whenever I feel like it. Actually, this is more when Jesse felt like it. But either way, come on through and do the thing. Jesse, thank you so very, very much for this. I really do appreciate it. And hope to talk to you again soon.
My pleasure, dude. All right, guys.
Give my best to the family.
Later.
Peace out. All right, guys. We done did it. So we're going to get a bunch of his chats while that's still going. I was like, let me. I was like, let me take off his chat so we could talk just us. But I'm like, I want to spy. I want to spy. What are they saying? What are they saying? They're calling me Akash. Like, oh god damn it. God damn it. So what do you guys think? I mean, like I said, I hadn't done any kind of so shout out to StreamYard, you know, it does both, but he's about to end the stream. So come on over. He did drop the link in the chat, and I'm gonna be going for a while. I expected, I stream at night. So I drink when I stream. So, yeah, Jesse on fire, grab a little fire, you know what I mean? Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time. And so, speaking of which, let's just check out whatever the fuck his last video was, and you guys tell me, I do care what you guys think about the conversation, what you guys think about the idea that Charlie is alive. Do you think he's dead? Do you think it was TPUSA? Do you think it was Egypt? Do you think it was Israel? Do you think it was Trump? What I want to know about all of that stuff. But let's check out what his caught moving 200 pounds of blow.
Okay, here's exactly how I'll pose this to you guys. How many? Of
course, I'll drop the link if you would like to watch it without my commentary, because I'm going to talk a lot. Let's see. Thank you, guys. Again, if you are over on Jesse's channel, I do appreciate you hanging out. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. And you guys know that those notifications don't really come through, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Richard said, I think he's dead. It's Israel and our government. It does seem like, let's say, between October 7th, and like the October 7th, and now, I was very much like, oh my God, are you guys really talking about, Jews? And like, there's definitely still a lot of, I used to even say Groiper, but I mean, Nick Fuentes isn't even that bad. It's more like the people who watch the Groipers, or the people who watch Nick, so the Groipers themselves. But it was just weird. But more and more and more, it's like, oh, wait a minute. Israel really does have a lot of influence. What is happening right now? I don't know. We're hanging out. What do you want to do? They said most of the points of weirdness about the assassination he talked about have been debunked by other people, but whatever. So that's why I wanted to get him here. That's why I haven't watched any of it, and I'm definitely going to go through all this stuff. I don't know if it's worth us covering, but if it is, we will definitely go hard. Sean said, I agree with Jesse, except I think Charlie faked his death because he felt the blue and white country was going to kill him. Very positive. That's one of the most popular things that I've heard. That he was, the winds were changing on Israel because, as I said earlier, and the war stuff, the global, the foreign affairs, that's not really my strong suit. And so when October 7th happened, instead of obviously gotta be online, but instead of trying to be like, okay, guys, here's this article that says that technically, whatever. I just brought two people on who seemed to know a lot more about it. One of them happened to be Jewish, and one of them just happened to be more pro-Israel in general. And they were saying like, the English did this and that, and the 47 borders and this, and Israel, and it's so poor, this, that. And I bought it. It made sense at the time. And then they kept going and going and going. It's like, wait a minute. These guys don't care about this. This is just a vehicle to fight the people that they hate. Jews hate Muslims. Muslims hate Jews. That's all it is. Again, guys, if you're just joining us, Jesse is gone. Jesse is gone. You are here with the Indian Jesus here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I just had him on to talk about all the Charlie Kirk stuff, and he had to go, but we're chilling. So I'm gonna keep his stream open for a little while. But come on over to this side. I'll drop the link in the chat again for you guys. But No, that's the wrong one, you fucking idiot. Let me drop the link for you. And come on through. Yeah, Jesse is here and gone. So if you're only here for Jesse, then you can have a nice day. But I mean, I might be interesting, and we're about to cover one of his most recent video. So I'm just gonna get like I said, I love interacting with the chat. I love talking to you guys. I see a lot of streamers that, like, unless you super chat, the chat just runs. And, you know, fair enough if that's how you run your shit. But I like the conversation aspect of this. And so if you guys are saying shit, then I want to talk to you. Like Autumn saying boomers and older are all they have left and are about to die out, respectfully. And Charlie was actually getting to young people who usually sit on their asses to go out and vote. Exactly. And that's why it's so frustrating that the coalition that we were talking about is now dead, because there's, I mean, I can't tell you a number, but there is a significant number of people who were engaged in politics because of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk dies, is faked, is whatever. Charlie Kirk is gone, and nobody cares anymore. Well, not nobody, but I mean, I'm saying that group. They just don't care anymore. They didn't care that much about politics. They cared about Charlie. Marcellus. So if you fake his death, it means he's totally down with the blue and white with them now. Well, and that's what Jesse was saying, that it was more about the prison thing. And I don't know. Again, I need more detail on the specifics, but it does make sense. But it's a little scary that, you know, we things are at that level. This research said, I don't see him wanting to put Erica in that position. I don't know why he would want her to take the same job he was just murdered in. It's not like Charlie. And so that implies, well, but if you're saying putting her in the same position where he was just murdered, but if it was fake, then he wasn't murdered. So if he was murdered, then no, he wouldn't want Erica to be in that position, but he didn't push that. If he faked it, then it wasn't actually a position where he got murdered. So it seems like too many people to be involved in a murder, but not a faked murder. Plus a lack of emotions from everyone that was supposed to be his friends. That was definitely a fucking weird thing. Between the lack of emotion from the other TPUSA and the type of emotion from Erica. Like I said, I've been willing to accept, like, okay, people grieve weird. Like, I remember when I was, my first tattoo, I'm going to do the wrong arm because this is mirrored. I always do the wrong arm. Yep. My first tattoo was just family is thicker than blood, because my boy, who was my true brother, even though we were not blood, he passed away. And we were at the hospital, all the friends and everything. We were there, and it was like everybody was crying in tears, and I was just stunned. I was just like shaking in shock. And so people do act weird, but you know how much uranium we took from Venezuela? I do not. What happened with the ink? I don't know. What did happen with the ink? No ink on the shirt. Say more. Get rookie numbers. Get that. I just got what was the one I just got? Oh yeah, the dedication. The dedication to the Indian Jesus community. They voted on a tattoo. I was like, all right, we'll do a stream goal if you guys hit it. If you guys hit the goal, then yeah, you missed Jesse. We're hanging out and come on through, but Jesse is gone already. But interesting conversation. But if you follow him that closely, you probably already saw it. But come and hang out with the Indian Jesus. And I set a stream goal that was a little bit higher than usual. I was like, all right, if you guys hit this goal, you guys get to choose my next tattoo. And so, to my surprise, we hit the goal. And so I did a poll and everything. And the tattoo that ended up winning was Donald Trump as the Buddha. He's got his lotus flower, his red tie, and his MAGA hat. Donald Trump, Buddha. That is dedication. Am I right? All right. Let's grab a couple more before we dive back into Jesse. It said, excuse me, Jesse is such a martial arts expert. He won a bronze medal in the Austin Jiu-Jitsu championship. That's like me being 3 and oh, I was a professional boxer. Like, there you go. There you go. Yeah, I mean the UFC 297. UFC 297. Jesse had this was when he first getting into connections and stuff, and so he got a decent price on some tickets. I think it was 297, but it was in Vegas, and he just put out he has a Discord server. I think I'm still in it, right? It's still there. Did I leave it? He had a Discord server for that. And so he's like, yo, the first people that hit me up, you buy the tickets. We'll meet up in Vegas and we'll, go to UFC 97. And so I was like, fuck yeah, I'll do that shit. And so then he never opened up the Discord to the rest of the channel. So it was like 10 of us that were just like low key. And he was probably at like 20K subs, something like that. And he's definitely blown up since then. And I am not. But, what he was saying about the trends, like he specifically was talking to me about like, oh, nobody really cares about, that's not really trending anymore, the Charlie Kirk stuff. But that's not really what I do. I want to know about Charlie Kirk, and you're the Charlie Kirk guy, so let's talk about Charlie Kirk. All right, let's see what he was talking about with this Kim Kardashian video.
Celebrities have international distribution with some kind of product. A lot, right? A lot. How many times have you ever heard of a celebrity of this stature or any celebrity having a shipment of that type of thing in one of their trucks or planes or whatever? Not very often.
And of course, we're going to hit the like button because why would we watch somebody's video and not hit the like button?
Often, if ever. And in the event that you can think of one, how many times can you connect that celebrity to one of the largest distributors of the exact illegal substance that was in the truck to the celebrity in a way where there's nothing superficial about their relationship at all? This is like, they're like this channel, okay? However,
truck driver convicted of smuggling $8.4 million of cocaine and shipment of Kim Kardashian underwear brand. Wow.
Okay, what I do cover is international affairs in some.
What do you mean? He's right there. No, he had to go. He had to go. So I'm keeping that open because like you guys are hanging out and seem to be enjoying what we're doing. But he had to go. We were talking about Charlie Kirk and all that stuff. So watch the replay if you would like. But now we be hanging out. We hanging out. We having a good time. This is what we do.
In cases like let's just say hypothetically that it turned out that one of the largest celebrities on planet Earth, who for all intents and purposes, gets all their money from legitimate sources. It turns out, no, not so much. What if it turned out that Kim Kardashian was one of the largest drug distribution cartel bosses ever? Okay. Now I realize how absurd that probably sounds to you. And I realize you're looking at this and you're like, what? Okay. So there's a truck driver convicted of smuggling 8.4 million of the white lady.
Yeah, see it when you're saying enrich could be 30 or 80% huge difference. This is something that I wish I had a better understanding of when we were talking about, because a lot of people, they're enriching. It's like, okay, but what is that worth going to war? Like, Congress didn't do it, so it's not a war. No, it's a war.
Inside of a Kim Kardashian underwear brand truck. What is connecting her to that aside from the?
Nope. See, this is the inverse. To say automatically, if you don't if you like Thomas Massey, then you're off the team. That is the inverse of TDS. That is being the woke right. Don't be the woke right. Licking the boot just because Daddy Trump said it, just because he's the greatest president of our lifetimes, doesn't mean everything that he says is gold. Let's be, real people. The Cryptid Sleeps, interesting names. It's so glad I found you today from Jesse's channel. Thank you for being here. And of course, again, come on over to the channel itself. Hit that subscribe and throw me a like. What are we doing? Per the IAEA, one weapon needs about 50 pounds, or highly advanced implosion weapon can use as little as 10 pounds. But how far? How far is that enriched?
The Kim Kardashian underwear brand truck. What is connecting her to that aside from the cargo of the truck? I challenge you guys to hold that thought in your head at this moment and then continue to believe that she is not.
Hey, we got Avarice. I'll take a shot for Avarice because he's crazy. I gotta go Avarice crazy. Dilly fucking dilly. Welcome. Everyone's like, why the fuck is this guy drinking in the middle of the day? Like, hey, I'm a nighttime streamer, all right? I drink when I stream. Sorry. Welcome.
At this moment, and then continue to believe that she is not involved in this by the end of this video.
Okay, that's bad.
That's our challenge today, okay? So this is a new thing, right? Like instead of going like, hey guys, subscribe to my channel, here's exactly what I'm going to set a challenge out, and if you win by being like, nope, Jesse was wrong, then you don't subscribe.
If I did not know, I'm not a gamer. I know what a skin is. But if I didn't, that this would be the weirdest fucking thing I'd ever read.
And if you are like, wow, nope, I'm completely convinced, then you subscribe. Okay.
That is absolutely not true. I was hyped about Massey way long ago. A lot of libertarians were, because of the fact that, you know, a lot of people, when we were covering the Benny Johnson thing, it was like, oh, he's a rhino. I'm like, okay, I guess technically he's in the Republican Party. He's not a fucking neocon. So, okay, great. He's a rhino in that way. But it's not like he's a fucking Democrat. Who just joined? Shout out to Shauna. Just joined the Indian Jesus Discord. The link is pinned here. Let me drop that actually for you guys as well. Come on through. If I can be a little bit honest with you, I had a little bit too big of an ego about having a free speech platform, and I let trolls run a little bit wild and chase people off. So we're rebuilding. I got rid of those trolls, but come on through. Oh, no. It is very, very real. It is very, very real. Autumn said if you cared about the Epstein stuff before everyone did, you were familiar with Massey. Yep, exactly. And that, like I said, so it's right off screen, but I used to have my MAGA hat on this thing right here. That day, Bibi Netanyahu was at the White House. And they had a press conference. I don't know who the fuck it was, but some reporter asked Pam Bondi, like, it's on my desk, binders, all that shit. Somebody asked her about the Epstein files. And Trump goes, wait, are we really talking about that? That's a Democrat hoax. What? Fucking pardon? What? Then what is Kash Patel doing here? What is Dan Bongino? I mean, he's not there anymore because he ain't fucking shit. What? Gotcha. What is he doing there? And so the fact is that there is very clear. See? Yeah, right? Like everybody just lets the chat fucking roll. I want to talk to you guys. There we go. But yeah, everybody who is just acting like Epstein is no big deal, in my opinion, is the woke raid. Diving back in here.
Then you don't subscribe. And if you are like, wow, nope, I'm completely convinced, then you subscribe.
Oh wait, did somebody ask what I'm drinking? So I don't say what I'm drinking, but I am drinking a seltzer brand. And if a seltzer brand is willing to sponsor me, that is always what's in here. Dilly motherfucking dilly.
Okay. Or you just subscribe because you think I'm funny or whatever. Okay. But here's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to go through this story right here. Right. And then I'm going to give you some Vatra, all that description. Actually, bring weeks ago, and we're still like kind of you'll be able to read about the jump right into this thing.
All right, here we go.
The story right here. And I realized $8.4 million, not like that much, right? Like we're not talking about that's not like
he voted no on to everything because they put everything in one fucking bill. People are like, oh, he voted for immigrants. But it was the immigrants and this and that and that and that. And I don't even know everything. That's what these omnibus bills are. Just a bunch of fucking shit. You'll never know. Shout out to the Heine drinkers. I just a seltzer. And the funny thing is, I have to dilute it. You'll notice that I use my my thing to dilute it because it's like a nervous tick. Not nervous, but it's like a tick. And so if I just drink it straight, even though it's just the seltzer, I'll be shit-faced. And usually it's like nighttime and like I have work the next morning, so I can't be that shit-faced. But I worked already, and we're good. So let's get shit-faced. Ooh, I gotta roll up. That's a very common thing. So much so that I have a thumbnail ready for where the fuck am I now? For the nights, because I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So Tuesday, Thursday, or the weekends. Oftentimes, I smoke like 4 joints every night for sleep. I don't usually smoke during the day that often, but I smoke 4 joints every single night. And so sometimes I'll just be in my room and I'll just throw on, and while I'm rolling up, we'll just chit chat and maybe we'll watch a video or whatever. This channel is really about conversation. It's about being like it's about politics and it's about culture. But what it really is a place for people to come and understand. Okay, just because that person disagrees with me doesn't mean that they're bad. The whole woke left thing is Trump bad. And we want to be better than that. But it's not just about being right. It's about convincing people that we're right. So our right ideas get, all throughout society. It said, not a lie, he voted to increase the debt ceiling under Biden and before, and then when Trump said, let's make it part of this bill, so the Democrats can't use it as leverage later, he said no. Sounds like sticking to principles. And I was saying this the other day too, that the bar is on the fucking floor, guys. The bar's on the fucking floor. If we can get somebody who we understand, hey, they're going to vote no on this because that's what they say, and what they say is who they are. That's better than the overwhelming majority of Congress. This is why I only release content that is point. Yeah, there you go. Didn't during Biden's mission on the file. I don't know what that means. How is it the opposite of sticking to principles? You would increase the debt under Biden, and before. And so, what was the other stuff that was in the bill that he voted for? So I'm going to say, obviously, David's talking about something different, but specifically to the big, beautiful bill. Like that was, it just, it's bullshit. We know it should be single issue bills. I don't know how the fuck we're all not on the same page with that. Omnibus bills should be illegal. All right, what are we doing here?
I realize $8.4 million, not like that much, right? Like we're not talking about, that's not like queen pin level. And also, what's the likelihood she's actually involved?
I mean, I'll take 8.4 million.
Hold that thought in your head, okay? Because I think she is going to be billions dollar queen pin, and I realize how large of a claim that is. Just wait, okay? So, truck driver convicted of smuggling 8.4 million of whatever that is in the shipment of Kim Kardashian brand underwear. Okay, Polish truck driver was sent to the slammer for smuggling $8 million worth of what in a shipment.
Oh, come on.
Of underwear from Kim Kardashian's Skims brand. Okay, think about the irony of that. It's all. What's Skims? It's like, well, it's something for ladies that are feeling just like, they just need to tighten things up a little bit. They're not like big girls. They're just like, I want to kind of keep it a little bit tight. It's like, yeah. They're like, all right. She's like, so what else do you have in there? Like,
thank you for saying that, brother. I do. It's crazy to me. It's crazy because I'm still a small channel. I just crossed 5K, I think earlier this year or late last year or whatever. And, as a political channel, this is the worst time. The midterms aren't very close, and most people aren't fucking paying attention. And so, like, the people that do show up, like, yo, that's my heart. Y'all my heart. Y'all fucking for real. And I could cover stuff that I know is just gonna blow up, but I care more about building something real. And that's why I do. Again, if you're over on this side, the link to the Discord, it is free. Because it's open to everybody. I want to, this isn't just a way for me to be like, hey, give me money. Look, isn't my dog so cute? Give me money. I'll give him a treat. Like, yeah, that's part of it. That's a little bit of a gimmick. But at the end of the day, I want to be somebody who can change things. And I can't do that on my own. And so I need you guys. So come on, they're out.
I want to kind of keep it a little bit tight. It's like, yeah. They're like, all right. She's like, so what else do you have in there? They're like, well, we have Skims. It'll help you keep it tight. And then we've got,
shout out to
the
Spencer
other
Pratt.
That will also help you keep it tight and help you stay up and not eat. It's like, well, is that going to make me skinny? Oh, yeah, it's going to make you real skinny. So everything here makes you look good. And one's a little
So Massey repeatedly voted to increase the debt ceiling, and that was his Spartacus stance for obstructing the BBB. Okay, so I'm still confused. Just tell me specifically. He went against his principles by doing this. That's what I'm asking. Lala said the fact is government is completely run on bribes, and who has the most money? APAC has to go. Yup. Delaney said it was a high-powered frequency-based pack on him that went into his body and damaged his internal organs. That's the button that Harpole was messing with in his pocket. That's a different guy that was on the phone, right? And that is a very interesting aspect of like it. A lot of people were saying the mic. There was something in the microphone. There's a lot of questions. And we got another sub. Shout out to the Lord Sephiroth. Did I get that right? Welcome. Yeah, I'm a non-believer, so happy if you guys are Christians. Most of my viewers are, but I happen not to be. But I do think Christianity is still the best moral structure that we have, but that's a whole other question. And thank you. Come on over and hit that sub, brother. David said, if you recall, the debt ceiling always comes down to... Oh, it always comes down to we're going to have to shut down the government if you don't pass the horrible legislation on the debt ceiling bill, right? Okay, great there. But so this seems like an issue of the Democrats presenting, threatening that we're going to shut down the government, which is what happened, no? And so the nurse or doctor that worked on Charlie Kirk are not in protective custody. All you have to do is ask Grok and Google like I did. What did they say? Give me the TLDR. Who is the man joining Jesse? Wait, what? Who's the man joining Jesse? Why? It doesn't seem familiar. Then, yeah, that's why I brought Jesse on, because he's very familiar and I'm not familiar, and so that's how conversations work.
Skinny. So everything here makes you look good, and one's a little healthier than the other, but whatever.
I didn't even know that was like, I knew that people were questioning like, hey, that's weird behavior for a 30-06, but I didn't know that it was like, no, not even. Delaney said, thank you. I've been trying to get this information out. Also, there's a white SUV involved in all this. People are looking at the big things. They need to start looking at the little things. It's always the devil is in the details. Yep. Trump was trying to get ahead of that by raising the debt ceiling in the bill. That's gonna. I ain't reading those bills. So I'll take your word for it.
And one's a little healthier than the other, but whatever. Jacob Von Kunkel, 40, was sentenced to 13 years and 6 months in prison on Monday for stashing a slew of that inside of a truck, carrying 28 pallets of Skims clothing from the Netherlands. Okay, so what I'm going to tell you right now is, as we get into this, this is either the biggest coincidence ever as it relates to a thing like this, or it's exactly what I am laying out. Okay.
All right. I'm gonna put up I'm gonna say this now, but then I'm gonna put up a banner so so everybody knows. Jesse was already here. We streamed, so StreamYard allows it to continue. So we are hanging out now. Jesse is gone. If you would like to see what he said, you can roll back. But he was basically just giving me the TLDR on all the stuff that has been in his videos. And so now we're hanging out. I see somebody. Yeah. Always in the details and always follow the money. Massey's largest financier. Well, it's definitely not Israel, but no, I don't know. Lala, the turtle lady, said exploding microphone theory makes sense to me. Covering over the area, place in Tennessee that blew up. The Hezbollah attacked similarly. Wolves in finance will open your eyes to the financials. That's I was hoping to get into a little bit more, and maybe it was my mistake in kind of just having this as a too general, maybe I should have taken a little bit more time to watch his content and then have more specific questions. But I thought he was, I thought we were going to go through, hey, this is what I believe that Charlie is alive because this, and you look at that, and you look at that, and you look at that. But obviously, it's a lot more complicated than that. And as he said many times, he's not claiming to be certain about anything. He's just giving his, perspective on it. And so that's what I was interested in when I saw him doing all of these videos, and I saw everybody talking shit about Candace Owens. Oh, she's going crazy. She's doing this. Tim Pool's popping off. Then, it just felt like, okay, that's not really a good use of my time. But, being boys with Jesse, then, hey, come on over. Let's have a little chat. Do you guys care about put a 1 in the chat if you already saw this video, because we can find some other shit. But I'm gonna let this play. I'm gonna make that banner, and there. Hey, thank you.
So he's from northern Poland. He was stopped by border force officers at the port of Harwich in Essex, England. Okay, so this is like
right.
International big boy, right? Because if she's involved and that's where it is, you're talking about an absolutely massive international conspiracy, like billions of dollars. Now, I've always heard that that's Kinahan cartel, territory. That's what I've always heard, which Conor McGregor is definitely not a part of. He has nothing to do with it at all. He just has investments in other places. That's not why he lives like a billionaire, no matter how much money he spends, and he hasn't fought forever. But he's definitely like best friends with their inner circle. His sister's married to like the I think like underboss or something like that. He's
all right. So most of you guys have seen this. Then let's just see what's going on with the Twitters. Again, I did drop the link to this in case you didn't watch it. I'll drop that. Please go check that out. And again, if you are on my side of things and you are not familiar with Jesse, he is linked in the description. Definitely go check him out. So yeah, let's just see, especially with what's been going on with Massey and all that stuff. Let's just see. Oh God! Oh no! Oh, not Brian Shapiro. Do you guys know Brian Shapiro? Not Ben Shapiro. You thought Ben Shapiro was bad. Oh man. I saw that she was doing, I saw this thumbnail. That was open panel with Brian Shapiro. What could this be? Dear Lord. Yeah.
Oh, well.
Hey, that was so fucking gay. That was really weird. I'm sorry.
How many times did he tell me to take off an article of clothing too? That was weird. I don't know. Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah.
Hey, it is
and that's what I'm saying. Like what is he? Hey, that was so.
All right. Well, I'm just calling him gay. Fair enough. Ethan Klein has won his lawsuit against Rogan. What a dumb bitch. Yo, dumb bitch. Rachel Wilson saying, my daughter graduates from high school tomorrow. I think it's thank God for that. Is this going to be some more hood shit? Hey. Majority white, you said? Majority white? The fatigue is fatiguing. The fatigue is fatiguing. I'm convinced that social media influencers are all retards, says social media influencer. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Chelsea Handler. What?
I'm 51, so like,
oh man,
secure with who I am. Yeah. I don't care if these guys say that I'm a whore. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm doing exactly what they're doing, except I'm a woman, and
but it's not the same. And now you're talking about it, so maybe
I'm
you do
allowed
care.
to.
And that's real.
Yeah, I'm rich, I'm famous, and I'm hot, so I'm fucking people.
Are you though? Does anyone here think this bitch is hot? God damn. This is all that's going on in the world? What the fuck? This one wants to create separate state away from white people. Yeah, okay. I don't give a shit about that. Oh, God. Oh,
honestly,
God.
like I'm about to walk into a date with a 32-year-old, a bald 32-year-old. I don't even really.
I'm 36. God damn.
The bald part, honestly. Like, I actually respect a bald man. I can get down with that because it shows some self-awareness. Like, you knew when it was time to cut ties, right? The 32-year-old thing, that doesn't really bother me either. Obviously, I'm here. But a part of me can't help but be like, what makes you want anything to do with a little tiny girl like me? Fucking pervert.
I thought... So like, you know, I'll be reading the chat, and like I don't fully read it. I just kind of see some of the words and whatever. I thought you were gonna talk about her clam. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, "Ooh, Chelsea Handler, that's her fucking clam." Oh man, that is nasty. All right. All right. That
makes you want anything to do with a little tiny girl like me? Fucking pervert. I'm just kidding. I don't know if he's a pervert yet. Like, jury's still out. Also, sorry about the sun. Like, it's whatever. It is what it is. But yeah, I'm gonna go on the date. We're just gonna have a few drinks. Nothing too crazy.
How is this all that's going on in the world? All right, here we go. Candace.
Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
Did you ever date Candace Owens?
Not in real life. So we kept the fake relationship going for some time. Is that correct, Candace?
Going strong.
But Candace Owens is engaged now, which is amazing, to a wonderful man.
And I thought we were going to get such, like, when I announced my...
Well, here, how about this? How about this, guys? We watched about half of the Dave Smith and Nick Fuentes interview. Would you guys prefer to watch, prefer to dive back into that? I don't got no plans. We just hanging and chilling and having a good time.
Engaged now, which is amazing, to a wonderful man.
And I thought we were going to get such, like, when I announced my engagement, my fiance, we were expecting such, like, horrible comments, but actually they all went to Charlie. Charlie got trolled the hardest.
It was all me.
They were like,
it was exclusive
Charlie
to
was
me.
friend zoned. Charlie.
Yes, Charlie was sold a pack of lies this
Candace
entire
is cheating
time.
on Charlie. Yeah, like, Charlie's so sad and heartbroken.
Charlie's being, all these sorts of things. So the answer is no.
No,
but
I'm
Candace
so sorry.
is my dearest friend in the world, and I couldn't be happier for
we know way too much about each other.
That's correct.
We're like brother and
but
sister.
We have gone through so much, and everything from...
How is there not anything going on with Iran? Whoa. Oh, Jesus. What do we have here? White woman, BLM activist, raped and murdered by a black man she let in. Let's see if this is bullshit. He followed her home. She trusted him enough to open the door. She fought for them. Based on the way this is written, I can already tell this is framed as bullshit. So let's watch the actual video.
40
see if
seconds
I'm wrong.
After she walks in, a man jogs up to the door. The young woman you're watching is walking back to her own apartment building. It's just after 10:30 at night. She's coming home from a festival downtown. She's smiling. She's relaxed. Watch her glance behind her. She doesn't know she was followed.
Okay, yeah, we could do that.
40 seconds after she walks in, a man jogs up to the door. He looks through the glass. He sees her on the couch inside. He waves to get her attention. They talk for less than a minute. Then she opens the door and lets him in. She would never come out.
Don't do
alive.
that.
Her name is Pavel Lapierre. She's 26 years old.
You see, I had my life entirely mapped out. A blueprint for how I was going to make a change in the world.
There's a dead body on the rooftop of 306 West Franklin.
Damn. All right, so give me a sec. I gotta take a piss, but we'll dive right back into. You don't even fucking know, girl. You don't even fucking know. Welcome to the party. We just had a special guest, Jesse on Fire, talking about why he believes Charlie Kirk is still alive. So check out that replay. Welcome. Yeah, so let's dive back into this. So we were I'll back it up a little bit to where we were, but Nick Fuentes and Dave Smith.
Oh yeah, not even that slow. I mean, yeah.
No, yeah, right. I mean, these days very quickly, but it's like you're either going to have a radical intervention or you're going to die. Are Vance and Rubio radical? No. Are the Democrats going to be radical? Well, they're part of the problem. The only thing that's going to solve it is if you just get a different option. So for me, it's just like, let's just reshuffle and re-roll until we get something different. And, that's what a lot of Republicans just can't handle. They don't have the imagination for that, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
I disagree that it's a lack of imagination. I think that if you're not familiar, Nick Fuentes is basically saying for the midterms, we should vote for the Democrats to show the Republicans a message so that they put forth someone for 28. That's legit. And I think that's pie in the sky type of idealism. I don't think that he has that much sway.
I mean, maybe it was I was never a Republican partisan, so it just was easier for me to kind of come to that conclusion, but I completely agree with you on that. Not that I'm saying the Libertarian Party is the answer or something like that. I don't know, but obviously something else other than this. So I want to talk to you about Thomas Massey's.
Oh, what a perfect tie-in. That would be attention.
election, his primary, which is coming up, I believe, the day after tomorrow. This is a really fascinating.
What?
I think the most fascinating House primary election I've ever seen. It's the more money has been spent on this election than any other. This, speaking of intolerable,
guys, don't forget that a single donation to my channel, if you're on Jesse's, I'm not doing shit for his channel, but every single donation to the Indian Jesus gets a treat for the overlords. He was already ready for it.
Money has been spent on this election than any other. This, speaking of intolerable, I mean, this is really like quite an example of. So Thomas Massey, I mean, I don't have the numbers right in front.
I mean, I don't disagree with the sentiment, but just saying that voting doesn't matter is giving up. If that is the most clear, direct action that you have, even if it's minute, you still have to do it. And so then it's not a matter of putting everything on your vote. It's a matter of maybe you start a YouTube channel. Maybe you spend a lot of time on Twitter. Maybe you're doing this. Maybe you're doing that. And that will strengthen the power of your vote, because it won't just be, ding, I vote this way. It'll be people hearing your specific message.
In front of me, but he won his previous primaries with like 78%, 85%. It was just has been a multiple successful winner, political winner, at least in his district in Kentucky. He
and vote local. Vote local. It's not going to do shit if you ignore the local elections and the smaller primaries like this. I mean, smaller. But if you do that, then yeah, your vote is going to have even less. If you're voting all the way through, then you're going to have a lot more power. We got Bomb Dig. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. Fair point. I guess we need more reform. It would be nice to have more cohesive process that is fully transparent. But how do we do that? We have to come together. We have to find a place. And a lot of us are not in the same place. So we get a digital place, like a Discord server, so that we can plan to do this and that and that and that, and then do those things. Shout out to Jennifer with the $2 for Marty. Thank you. So very, very much. Remind me at the end. I'm gonna do the points at the end. So because we didn't have that much, but thank you so very, very much. I believe I don't know how much this is, but I'm going to assume that you are the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you so very, very much. Scott said, you don't think Charlie would have made a video stating that he designated Erica a CEO if he's still alive? It's just silliness. Well, theoretically, if he was alive and behaving as if he was alive, then he would. But if he was murdered, then we wouldn't expect that that there would be anything, because it's not about what he wants, because he wanted to be the CEO. All right, let me drop the link for the Discord server. Boom. In the chat right there. Like I said, if our votes actually matter and count towards who we wanted, they wouldn't let us do it. Then why the fuck is Donald Trump the president? Donald Trump is proof. Unless you want to have some grand conspiracy that the establishment needs people to think that it's working, so they put Trump back in for a few years and he was going to do that. Okay, maybe. But probably not, though. This country has a disease, mental illness, and the way we combat that, in Nick's view, is to vote more mental illness. That's the AIDS explanation. Fair enough. Yeah, pretty fucking stupid. Hey, shout out to Shauna, who joined the Discord. And we got Winter in there as well. Shout out for the $2 make you hello. No question, no comment, just pure love of the puppy. Thank you so very, very much. And Winter, you now have full access to the Discord. Very much appreciated. Yeah, local voting. Exactly. Exactly. Hello, Luna. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. We have to come together and stop giving them our taxes we pay for them. So let's stop giving them our tax money. And like that would be great if we could get everybody on board. But the whole project of politics is that not everybody's going to do the same thing. It's like, yeah, if we could do that, it'd be nice. I don't think we could do that. Babbling said, so many people don't vote in primaries and midterms and vote local, which leads to no one knowing who's in charge of their district and controlling the outcome of everything. Leads, well, I mean, voting is not exactly the same thing as being familiar with the flow chart, if you will, of the government. But yeah, both things are important. I'm looking for people planning. This is the first time I just heard there's people actually doing it. I mean, I'm trying, and so definitely come join us. It's nothing crazy yet. And like I said, I messed up. I had a little bit of an ego, and I wanted to have like, I got the free speech platform. And it's still a free speech platform. But I was like, there's nothing you can say that there's no words, there's no phrases that'll get you banned because we're really free speech. And so in my mind, I'm like, okay, bet. Then people who join are down for that type of environment, and someone is wilding out, then you either block them or you argue with them. That's not how that works. People were like, this is gay. I don't want to be here. It's a bunch of trolls. And I let it run too long. So we got rid of the trolls, and now we're rebuilding. You live and you learn. Just like Jesse said at the very beginning, you try some things and you think it works, and you're like, there's no guidebook to this shit. There is no guidebook to this shit. Giles said, nothing is silly in life when you're part of a secret society, i.e. frats or masons. They keep secrets all the time. I know my cousin is a mason, never tells me anything to do with his secret society facts. I don't know. That stuff seems overrated. But hey, I've never been in a frat, but I went to Rider University, which is a small private school. And the year or two before I went there, it used to be a huge party school, and then somebody died with hazing, and so they cracked down the year before I got there. And so all the frats, they had their on-campus housing, but it was just like another dorm building. And so and since they cracked down, what the frats would do is get a house just around in the area. And because it wasn't officially a frat house, then me not being in the frat, two of my friends who happened to be in the frat, it was the end of our sophomore year. We're like, let's get the fuck out of here and, find somewhere place to live. Like, yo, there's a room open. So for 2 years, without even being in the frat, I was in the master bedroom of the biggest frat house on campus. It wasn't on campus, but, it was fun. It was fun, but overrated. Dustin said, do you see that Trump mentioned he was running for Prime Minister of Israel after leaving the White House? No, I did not see that. We have to update our documents once we overwhelm the system. Yeah, I mean, it's a big ask. We need to come together as a whole, because what the fuck are they doing? They are tearing this country apart. You're tearing me apart, Lisa! Yeah, exactly. And like, we need to, that's all I'm doing here, guys. That's all I'm doing. I'm trying to do that. If you watch, you see that I am not some guy who's like, I know all of the things. Here's what you should think. That's not what this is about. I'm just giving you my opinion, and I'm very, very, very happy for you to give me your opinion that shuts down my opinion. I like being right. And I hate being wrong. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to pretend I'm right when I'm wrong. I'm just going to change from being wrong to being right. So let's do it. All right, diving back in here.
5%. It has been a multiple successful winner, political winner, at least in his district in Kentucky. He really angered the Israel lobby, particularly in his Tucker Carlson interview, where he exposed that he's the only one who doesn't have an AIPAC handler, and like it was
Based.
getting
Yeah, like I said before, Trump needs to get out of the whole picture. He's got so much baggage. We just need to get past Trump. Like my analogy from before. HK90 loaded and double tapped. 2015, he came in. Let's fucking go! And then out of ammo. Still a dope ass gun, but you ain't doing shit without any ammo.
Doing something that you know,
I'll take a shot for that. Shout out to This Is for Research 007. Dilly. Fucking Dilly. I appreciate you guys. Like, I mean, did I lie? Did I lie about being involved with the chat? I'm just saying. That's why I always link the shit in the description, which I will do right now because, you know, we ain't getting too far. All right. Oh, God damn it. No. Where were we? We're right about here. God damn it. I know we made it to 1:30. All right, let's just go here.
You'd never know it if I train universities that are like, he makes some good points. You know, that's
God damn it.
And the left wing is Hassan Piker, who's like pro-terrorism, straight up pro-Hamas. And you go, so I wonder what the government looks like. Like, we must have some kind of anti-Semitic regime. It's like, nope, we're in a war.
Well, like I said, I you know, my stream is 8 at night, and that's usually nighttime, and it's just like a thing now. So, hey, we streaming, we drinking.
Or with Iran, if you criticize Israel, you can't go to the World Cup or enter America. So, and that's where I tell people, what is enough? What's your limit before you say we're out?
Brother.
Because people are still, it's just pure cope. People just saying, no, here's how we could still win. We could get it back on track. They really want to, but they can't. It's like, we just need, it's not even so much people say what candidate. It's just about rejection. Like, no, I reject this. I reject this. No, this is not good enough. And moreover, and you already said this, but it's true. We are in such a bad situation. The only thing that will fix the country is radical intervention.
I think he's worse. I think Fuentes is definitely the poster boy of the extreme right. But legitimately, if we compare them, like, Hassan is actually a terrorist sympathizer. You guys have seen the clip where he shows let's see if we can find it. I hate X search, but let's see if we can find it. Hassan shows terrorist video to friend. Of course, in case that doesn't come up, which it won't. Why do I always do this? I always try to search on X and it never fucking comes up. But he's like, yeah, dude, you gotta check this out. And
oh, you want to see a Houthi musical? Sure.
It's just a musical.
These were the people that the Saudis were killing, by the way. Just so you know, these musically gifted individuals.
Musically gifted individuals.
I'm gonna grab my food.
Facts. YouTube, I am not endorsing this. I am disavow.
I'm so confused. What is this?
He's like, yo, what? Bro, what did you do to me? That's when he's like, dude, this is not a musical. Yup. He's like, what do you think? It comes back. He's like, what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking? Is it in here? When he comes back? No, but yeah. So, but Chatter King, Fuentes is becoming the less Fuentes. Facts. To be clear, though, that his idea. I've been saying, you know, the difference between an idea and a plan. He has got an idea. When he can name somebody who can do this stuff, then we can call it a plan. But he has this idea that, you know, you vote for the Democrats to punish the Republicans, and then in 28, they'll be like, okay, we gotta get somebody who's American first, otherwise, the Kuwaitis won't vote for us. I don't think that is a reasonable thing, but I do understand the sentiment. Whereas with Hassan, I was like, what are you thinking, bro? What are you thinking? So I'm using it. Yep, that was. So the biggest video, you know, I'm a smaller channel. So the biggest video I have is when I was covering 3 different TikToks, and the first TikTok was a Zoomer being like, Gen X is the worst generation ever. So a bunch of people were like, oh, I'll fucking watch this. And then, you know, it's subsequently got to like, well, maybe Gen X isn't the best. And, you know, I was just offering whatever, but that got about 100K views, which is a lot for me. And about 3,000 comments, which again is a lot. for me, especially being a streamer. I don't usually get comments after the fact, and people were going crazy. That was 100K. On TikTok, I made a video because I am a professional dog trainer. So I literally just said I'm a professional dog trainer, and these are my thoughts on whatever. You can use shock collars and prong collars in a good way, but that guy did it. Yep. And million views. Over 1 million views. Crazy. TikTok numbers are a little different, but, you know. All right.
Bad situation. The only thing that will fix the country is radical intervention. Otherwise, the country dies. $40 trillion debt, 50 million illegals, demographic change.
Shout out to the legendary series with the 10 different excuses.
The country is already dead. It's just dying in slow motion.
Oh, yeah. Not even that slow. I mean, yeah.
No, yeah, right. I mean,
well, exactly, right? It's a badass fucking gun, right? But if you brought it to war without any ammo, probably not that good.
These days very quickly.
That's
but
Trump.
It's like you're either going to have a radical intervention or you're going to die. Are Vance and Rubio radical? No. The Democrats going to be radical? Well, they're part of the problem. The only thing that's going to solve it is if you just get a different option. So for me, it's just like, let's just...
I don't think he's a grifter. I think he's just wrong.
Reshuffle and re-roll until we get something different. And, that's what a lot of Republicans just can't handle. They don't have the imagination for that, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it was...
All right, that's where we left off.
I was never a Republican partisan, so it just was easier for me to kind of come to that conclusion, but I completely agree with you on that. Not that I'm saying the Libertarian Party is the answer.
Shout out to Rob joining the Discord. And you, sir. It used to be a members only thing. Like there was a free, like the free chat was for everybody, but it used to be a members only thing. And then a lot of the members weren't joining the Discord, like the channel members weren't joining the Discord, and a lot of people in the Discord weren't. So I was like, fuck it, let's, it's about unity. I'm not trying to fucking paywall that shit
or something like that. I don't know, but obviously something else other than that.
That logic doesn't make sense. Are you talking about Nick's? Yeah, I agree. I think, but he's saying, oh, I've got somebody who we can put forth in the face of the Democrats winning the midterms and the GOP being like, oh, fuck, we fucked up. Nick is saying, I have that person, but I can't say their name. And I do understand that, just like we're talking about with Trump, Nick has a lot of baggage. So if Nick says this person's name before they're ready to do whatever, then, that's going to lower their value. But I can't just, we ain't going on trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. There's a guy, and this will all work. You got to do better than that. Trump wears foundation. Only badass ever known wears makeup. Hey, I mean, anybody who's ever been on TV wears makeup. I mean, I'm beautiful enough. I don't need makeup. But Bonzig Fuentes is at least entertaining. Hassan is a useless person. Bingo. Agreed. The only use Hassan has is being the demonstration of what kind of fraggot you should not be in the world. See? All the time. I believe so. I think so. I mean, you guys would know. Nick Diaz. I haven't been into, it's crazy. Talk to me. Somebody say something about Jesse's shift from, being an MMA channel. Because I don't know if you guys have been following him long enough to remember Jesse on Everything. Jesse on Fire was the MMA channel, and then Jesse on Everything was the cultural political stuff. And then I think he got a strike or he got shadow banned or something like that. And he was like, oh shit. And then he learned that could, do fuck with both of his channels. So he just completely deleted the Jesse on Everything. But now I haven't seen a fucking MMA video from Jesse in years. You gotta run. Thank you. You're a winter. Word. Thank you so much for coming by. Thank you for subbing, and I hope to chat more with you in the Discord. Appreciate you guys. Where we at? Victor Marks, give me John Jones vibes. Whenever they upped the pay-per-view price to $80, I was out. So I used to do a watch party with a friend, and he was, he was like, it's a principle. I always need to buy the pay-per-view. I have the money. There's no reason to steal it, and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I don't have money like that, bro. So I'm watching the crack streams. and he'd be like 10 seconds ahead of me. And so like we're on stream. Obviously we're not showing it, but just the same way me and Jesse were up here. We would be on screen and we'd be watching together. But he'd be like 10 seconds ahead of me. He'd be like, oh, he punches him in the face. And you're the right hook. I'm like, yo, can you not say exactly what's happening? And so then I ended up having to buy them to keep up with the stream. And this is when I was, he was, this is when I had like 50 subs and he had like 200 subs. I was like, oh, wow, this is a big channel. I need to. Time, life, and things, right? Jesse was UFC, but he talks about everything now. He's good like that. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely an interesting guy, and there is definitely an aspect of when he's like, I can read people so well. I kind of feel like he thinks he's a little bit better than he is, but even still, he's great at reading people. Gear Beard said Jesse's a fool and thinks everything Candace Owens' wacky ass says is gospel. That's not what he told me.
So I want to talk to you about Thomas Massey's election, his primary, which is coming up, I believe, the day after tomorrow. I
have Netflix. I haven't. Isn't that sad? Isn't that sad? I used to spend 7 hours a week online, not just watching, but talking about this stuff. And now I have a free thing, and I just, no, that's not what he said on my show. And now I just don't, I mean, I saw it and I'm like, oh, cool. But I mean, I don't really care that much. Best state in the, obviously being born and raised in Jersey. I want to say Jersey, but Jersey's too blue and too gay. And so I want to say Arizona without any basis for that. Yeah, right. Solid dude. And like, yeah, the logo here, he paid for this. So thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I mean, it's not like, it's $1 billion fucking dollars, but it's the principle. Hey, shout out to Real Black Betty with the $5. Let's get Morty his treat. Remember, every single donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. Oh, man. I'm just looking at his face now. Used to be jet black. 15 years old, that motherfucker. Thank you so very, very much. Real Black Betty said, I'm in the middle of the road with Israel. We can't stand both extreme sides of the topic. Feed Mr. Dog. I hear you. I think there's a lot of people who are just ready to just be like, oh, Zedges! And I used to make fun of that a lot more. But there legitimately, definitely is way too much influence from Israel on America. Hey, shout out to Jason Kruger. Welcome. Good to see you, brother. Again, I will do the we'll add the points and all that stuff at the end of the stream. Just remind me. Jerry said I'm from Jesse's side, but I'm here to have the conversation. We have to quit dehumanizing each other. Bingo. There you go. Jeffrey is the one. You found the right place, sir. Check out the China guys sometimes with an audience. Very enlightening spit fights, car rammings, social etiquette, and where they're that is quite a range of content. But yeah, I'll check that out. We got 530 mama 4 boys. Welcome. So whoever stepped in for CEO got 30 million. Charlie would never approve of anything she's doing. He isn't running anything behind the scenes. I'm certainly not convinced. I do feel like, okay, Jesse has gotten me to the point where, okay, I need to take the time to look at all the research and stuff that he's done. I don't see a path to the level of confidence that he has, but that's without watching any of the content. So we'll see. We absolutely, like, I've been asking forever. People, oh, Israel's our greatest ally. Are they though? Really? At what point are we allowed to, just address this? When can we come back and be like, so you remember that deal that we had that like you have my back and I'll have your back and you could never have our back, but we always have to have your back? Can we like fuck off with that shit? How about you deal with your shit, and if somebody attacks us, then we'll deal with that, and we don't need your help. Sounds good to me. All right, where are we at here?
Election is primary, which is coming up, I believe, the day after tomorrow. This is a really fascinating. I think the most fascinating House primary election I've ever seen. It's the more money has been spent on this election than any other. This, speaking of intolerable, I mean, this is really like quite an example of it. So Thomas Massie, I mean, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but he won his previous primaries with like 78%, 85%.
There we go. That was exactly the moment we paused. Kenbo said Charlie Kirk will return and say he was birthed from a virgin trans woman. And the left heads will pop up and won't be able to say nothing. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. I kind of want to drink more, but I kind of want to make you guys make me shitty. So I don't know. We'll
but he won his previous primaries with like 78%, 85%. It was just
a shout out to Jaded Blue Darling. Thank you so much for the $5. Of course, a treat for the Overlord. Said anyone not asking questions about the official narrative is not going max. That is a big thing. That just because I'm not willing to say, okay, I believe Charlie is alive. To say that, well, the official narrative says this, so it must be. Come on, man. Like, come on, do better. I mean, at the very least, since the Las Vegas shooting, we have not gotten any information on anything, anywhere, ever. They're lying. They're lying. What they're lying about and what they're trying to cover up, I don't know. But they're lying. Thank you again so very, very much. It is, even the school books are influenced by Israel. How do you step back? I mean, bit by bit, you know, that's a great place to start. There's fucking school books. Is BB really going to get his fucking panties in a bunch if we change the elementary school books? Let's start there. And then go back to the idea that it should be America being the dog wagging the tail of Israel, not Israel being the dog wagging the tail of the United States fucking military. Sounds pretty gay. Pretty gay. Dave said, I've been to Israel. When our group went to the Western Wall, they told us we had to put on the little hat to go to the wall. I had a weird feeling about it, so no hat and no visit for me. I mean, I would have done it because that shit don't mean jack shit to me as a non-believer, but if you're a Christian, fair enough. No, yeah, exactly. I mean, somebody created the alliance in the first place, so it just needs to be somebody that steps away. But they say you need to watch Candace's show last night. She laid out exactly why we should look at Erica. Okay, we'll do that. Shout out to Brian. Welcome. Again, you guys did miss Jesse, but we are hanging out for a while. Scott said, definitely don't think Charlie would have staged his death in such a gruesome way. That's not how Charlie would have handled it. That's another thing too. I think I agree with you. I think if it was the case where Charlie's like, oh no, it's so dire that I need to fake my death, then it wouldn't be a public thing at all. It would just be, he's just gone one day. That video, or the videos of that incident rather, create so much discord. Join the Discord. There's so much conflicting narratives there that it doesn't make sense that they would do it that way. I completely agree. Jesse houses. This is how Charlie would run his company. Everything is the opposite of him. Andrew backing Massey's opponent. You never know. Never know. Fonzik said evangelical zealots have taken over Zionism like Zios infiltrated Judaism. That's again. That's why, like, it should be. It shouldn't. It should be a not a personal ideology, but it shouldn't be a like a what's the word I'm looking for? Like a policy is too strong a word, but for lack of a better term, it shouldn't be a policy. They're like, oh well, Israel are our friends. If you care about Israel, go for it. My boy that I was talking about earlier, see, I was going to do the wrong arm again. My boy that I was talking about earlier died in 2013. He was Jewish. He went to Israel once a year, if not more. I can imagine that we would disagree on a lot of the stuff going on right now if he was still alive. But I'm American. I don't give a fuck. What's going on over there? Hey, shout out to Pippi Longsocks. So glad you found me too. Each and every one of you are amazing. It's for real. I know that you guys could be doing anything else in the world right now. And yet here you are, hanging out with little old me and the puppy. All right, let's dive back in here.
He won his previous primaries with like 78%, 85%. It was just has been a multiple successful winner, political winner, at least in his district in Kentucky. He really angered the Israel.
Well, that's why my channel doesn't go that far. Because I mean, I still say fraggot, but I say retarded and gay and whatever.
Lobby, particularly in his Tucker Carlson interview, where he exposed that he's the only one who doesn't have an AIPAC handler, and like was doing something that, you know, even like guys like say me or you, or people who are very critical of the Israel lobby, aren't exactly explaining like the nuts and bolts of the logistics of how it works in Congress, and he was really explaining that.
Yeah, fuck Europe too. Fuck Europe too. We were just like the recent Piers Morgan episode where it was Jank, and then some white dude, and some white liberal chick, and some black base chick. I don't know who they are, but like they were talking about the grooming gangs. And they were just acting like, what? How dare you? You're talking about Muslim grooming gangs? That's so racist. How dare you? Like, can we not act like we're stupid? Can we not act like we're stupid?
Then, of course, he made his famous stand to get the Epstein files declassified and really embarrassed the administration, and kind of through some political maneuvering was actually able to kind of like
He got got. Like I said before, I used to have a MAGA hat right here on this thing. I mean, it's still over there. I didn't throw it out or burn it or anything. But I wanted that to be a signal that like I'm on the team, because I started off as a never Trumper. In 2015, I was a Bernie bro. And so like I fully red pilled. But then being red pilled doesn't just mean on the Republican side. The man got. I don't know if it's blackmail. I don't know if it's somebody going after. I don't know what it is. Oh, Epstein, that's a Democrat hoax.
What? Come on, man.
You're lying. You're lying.
Them to tap out and release it, and then of course he opposes both the 12-day war and this current war in Iran.
Yeah, I spent a decent amount of time of my 20s as a drug addict doing some shady shit, and I will still say that the most shameful thing that I have ever done was let the mainstream media convince me that if Donald Trump won the 2016 presidency, that the world would end. And so I hated Hillary Clinton. Like I said, I was a Bernie bro. But then they fucked it over. And I was like, oh, well, there's nothing else we can do. And shamefully, I cast a vote for that evil fucking reptilian bitch. That's why I didn't vote in 2020. Because I was like, oh, shit. I was pretty confident about that. And I was very, 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 very wrong about that. So let's take a step back. 24, I was happy to get the 2016 Trump. But, like we said, 2016, he was a loaded gun. Now, he's just a really cool gun. Greatest president of my lifetime. But Trump 2.0 is not Trump 1.0. Jeffrey, again! Thank you so very, very much. And let's get Morty a treat there. Thank you, sir. Said handlers paying dues at this... What? Handlers paying dues? Oh, paying dudes at this point. Yeah, I mean, you know. Money makes the world go around. Thank you. I'm gonna take. I'm fuck it, right? Fuck it. Oh go. No brands, but you know, if you know, you know. Hooah! Let's keep it riding. All right, so everything today goes right back to victim mentality. Everyone believe it. Yep. I'm owed this. You owe me. Especially like this is I don't know how you the Jesse on Fire crowd feels about TikTok, but I love TikTok. I think TikTok is unquestionably the best platform. I love that I get to see a lot of normal people on YouTube. You typically only really you really only see channels that are established. Like think about the last time that you found a channel that was under 5,000 subs. It might have happened, but not really. Whereas on TikTok, you get a lot of just normal, just people who aren't trying to grow a page and just people who are just talking. And it's crazy how far and wide the victim mentality goes. It's not just the woke lefties. It's not just that. It's a pervasive thing. It's sad. Oh, it was so bad. Fuck that bitch.
Release it, and then of course he opposes both the 12-day war and this current war in Iran. And so this has now gotten the Israel lobby has poured tens of millions of dollars, or at least $20 million, I think, has been put into the race, and they've made it a much more competitive race. This, to me, is going to be very interesting to see what happens here. I saw Michael Knowles tweeted the other day when there's this stuff that's going on, which I'm sure you've been seeing, where it's like obvious op stuff, obvious op. I mean, like literally like 3 days before the election, all of a sudden there's a scandal. All of a sudden there's one woman with no corroborating accounts who says he paid me hush money, not even alleging criminal activity or anything like that. Then the betting markets start like changing. Clearly people are putting money in and influencing this. So Michael Knowles over at the Daily Wire.
How do you guys feel about the like Kalshi and the prediction markets? I don't think that's a good thing for our society. I don't like how everything is being so directly monetized. It's not the right word, but the gambling aspect of like, let's just gamble on everything. The incentives then really change because there's people who are like, okay, so a major CEO is going to die in the next year. I'm like, okay, well then you can just put a shit ton of money on yes and then go do that, which is a bad thing. We don't want that. We don't want that at all. The Lord said when Trump. I don't know. That might offend some of you. I just shorten the name. But Siferath, is that better for you fucking Christians? Said when Trump got in Epstein, Epstein was told that he had his politician. I disagree with that because up until that moment, Democrat hacks. He was all for it. That's why Cash Patel. That's why Dan Bongino were put in office because their whole thing was the Epstein files. That's why Pam Bondi was there. Her whole thing was the Epstein files. And then nerfing. Shout out to Real Black Betty again. Thank you for the $5. Getting down to crumbs. So a little double there. Look at that, guys. You remember the last time that was full? You guys are amazing. Real Black Betty said your peeps should follow me. I'm starting to do firearms cologne and watch reviews. We can do that. Go to channel. Everybody, go follow Real Black Betty. See, that's how you go. That's a good way to grow your channel. Then a little super, and I'll hit you up. Here, let's give it a look. What do we got going on? What do we got going on with Real Black Betty? We got random reviews. We got a bunch of shorts. View video. Okay, we'll pull that down for the video. Interesting. Check that shit out. Thank you so very, very much. Everything's rigged. Everything's a scam. Trump had a decent win with the 12-day hit. He's completely screwed the pooch now. Well, and it seems like the fact that it was a 12-day thing was like it wasn't. If it was just the 12-day hit, then it'd be like, all right, bet this is how we want to do military operations. In, out, done. But that's an obfuscation because it just like this is a Tim Pool thing that he well, maybe not specifically, but this is where I heard it. That we have to remember that the way that history is told is just this happened and then that happened, and that. But there might be months, years in between instances happening. And so when the history books talk about Trump and Iran, there's not really going to be a difference between the 12-day war and what's happening now. It's the same conflict. And that's the bullshit. You're like, well, we did it. And I fell for it. With Venezuela, it was just one thing, and like that was great. And then a 12-day war. Okay, maybe Trump knows how to do regime change and offensive wars and all that shit a little bit better. Fooled. Hey, dilly dilly to NJ all day. I'm Central. Central. Do you believe in Central or no? Do you believe in Central or not? We can be friends if you believe. Candace said she saw a picture that to her was incompatible with life. So is she in on the line? Feels like a stretch. So let's talk what would be the incentive. The easiest incentive for Candace is obviously the money that she made. She became the #1 podcast. But outside of that, she couldn't necessarily have. What do you mean? You just asked everybody to fucking follow you. What's that? Okay, now I'm getting a little tipsy. What did you say? If she's in the line. Yeah. The incentives don't seem to... That's always what you have to ask. What are the incentives? Where's the money going? And did she know? Did she know that her podcast would blow the fuck up? I don't think so. I think she knew she had... I mean, it's not like she was... Like, anything that she puts out is going to flop. Like, she has a core audience. But did she know that it was going to be that big? I don't think that you could expect that she's going to be, I'm going to do this. And so I think at least initially, she was very genuine. I think I maybe she's sniffing her own farts. But I do believe that she believes what she's saying. That being said, I haven't gotten too deep into what she's saying. I've seen clips and stuff, so I could be wrong about that. At what point does the betting market dictate reality? Exactly. Like you said, bet on death and make it happen. That would be actual democracy rather than a republic. And we all love pure democracy, right? Steve's pretty sure that Pam Bondi was DA in Florida when Epstein got the sweetheart deal. Can someone confirm that? Should we? All right, let's let GPT that. Was Pam Bondi the DA in Florida when Epstein got his sweetheart deal? Fucking sweetheart. Kyle's still over on the dead stream with Mystery and Scott. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? Come on over. You already know. I got my my diluted seltzer and that. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Buddy said, Buddy Yogi. I like the name. Suggested logic is that Candace isn't involved. Is that wrong? Is that right? Say more. What you think? What you think? Hey, if this is talking about what I think it's talking about, then I wish. Yeah. I mean, that's where she is now. What was it? There was some tweet where somebody was talking about somebody tagged her like something about our elections or our party or our whatever, and Candace tweets like, we don't care about that, which to me means that she's stepping out of the political realm and being a true crime podcaster. Well, I mean, he was never true crime. He was definitely politics. Yeah, we can still see you, but I can see that you're on Jesse's stream and not mine. So just saying. Jesse feels Charlie was noble. I also feel that Charlie was noble. Well, so they threatened to publicly take out Colorado? The terrorists scare the public. Send a mention. Who's they? Wait, what? If we're, I mean, I'm down to chill. Somebody let me know when that starts. We could watch that. We can do that. Kind of straight. Well, that's good. It's probably because the Jesse on Fire stream has been dead for the last like hour. I mean, my stream's on fire. His is not. So here, I'll drop this. I'll drop the link again. Come on over. I'm gonna give it. We are at 3:19. 3:19. At 3:25, I'm closing down Jesse on Fire stream. So if you would like to continue the party, you must come over to the Indian Jesus. So we asked ChatGPT, was Pam Bondi the DA in Florida when Epstein got his sweetheart deal? No, Pam Bondi was not the Florida AG, not DA. AG, when Jeffrey Epstein got the controversial plea deal. She became Florida attorney in 2011, about 3 years later. So that was Bill McCullum. Fair enough. I assumed she could be worse. But fair enough. There he is. Shout out to Goyo, my favorite Street Fighter. Bondi serves as state's top prosecutor, while lawsuits and public scrutiny were mounting regarding the controversial 2008 non-prosecution agreement that Epstein received. So she wasn't the AG, but does that mean she, as the top prosecutor, had something to do with it? Is that what that means? Son of Emmer, Jesse has left. He was giving me the lowdown, the TLDR, on why he believes Charlie Kirk is still alive, and I'm unconvinced, but very curious to learn more. I explicitly wanted to get him on the channel, and so I didn't watch any of his coverage of that. So I am definitely gonna do that. And we got Mr. Revan. Let's go. Delay. Again, guys, please do hit that subscribe live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. And just like right now, sometimes whenever I feel like it. Buddy Yogi said, Jesse says Charlie wanted to dip for financial crimes. LOL. Though Trump said he would pardon everyone close to him. That is a big thing, because the clip that he showed, the short that he showed of the guy being like, well, what about this? And he was like, well, I'll be honest with you, I don't want to get arrested. I'd never seen that before. But I do believe that if that were to come to fruition, that absolutely the amount that TPUSA did for Trump, specifically for the 24 election, but in general, and especially now that Charlie's dead, whether he is or is not, the coalition is falling apart. I don't see any reason why Donald Trump would not want Charlie to be in the best position. I don't see any reason why he would not pardon him. You know? What's wrong with being gay? Are you a homophobe? Maybe I just like the guac. I'm not gay. I'm just pretty. Oh, you want to fuck me because you're gay? Projection. Oh, God, Daddy's knee projected his gayness all over me. Ew. What are you up there? Oh, Jesus. What happened?
Clearly.
Back in.
people are putting money in and influencing this. So Michael Knowles over at the Daily Wire, who I don't dislike Michael Knowles, but his take on this was he goes, man, if Thomas Massie loses, this just shows the iron grip that Donald Trump has on the Republican Party.
Oh, brother.
And you're like, dude.
You got that wrong. Source. That's what it left you.
I mean, I think it shows the iron grip that the Israel lobby has. If there was like that might be a slightly more accurate take.
Fair enough. I think when you're, chasing a conspiracy and not a conspiracy, like, oh, you're a conspiracy, but like a legitimate conspiracy, you're not necessarily going to get everything right. That's fair. Lala said, I did not like when China owned it. I like it even less now. The restrictions do not work. I thought my son was watching crazy stuff. Did I miss something? Or are you talking about? Are you talking about TikTok? Because that sounds like people talking about TikTok. Yeah, you don't want to run on a TV. I mean, you could use a shirt or whatever, but that's one of the things. Spend the money. Get the good stuff. Get the good stuff. Again, Jesse has already left, but you are hanging out with the India Jesus here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. Darlene, welcome, said that's why she had him on, so people could see he's a no-way candidate. Who is this about? Yeah, who's this about? Gemini randomly told me Charlie's alive when I was chatting with it. Well, I mean, if AI says it. So just said everything with the same hyped up tone, even when he discussed Butler, which you did not know it was faked till recently. Faked? Butler was faked? What? He was wrong in Charlie was noble. What do we? This is the second time you're saying this. What do you mean Charlie was noble? You're capitalizing it? Are we talking about like a Nobel Prize? Are you, because Noble is Noble. The Nobel Prize is a different thing. Yeah, guys, there's a difference. I mean, hey. I would not be surprised. I said, I show my son Netanyahu saying how and why they need to control it. He's 11. Get him early. You're talking about the movie guy that went all over the prosthetics. No, see, again, I was the I'm the one that's trying to learn from Jesse. So I had Charlie. I had Jesse on to learn about Charlie. Lady Luck, I said, new to the channel, love the energy. Thank you so very, very much. To you. All right, let's see what we're talking about here.
The Israel lobby has. If there was like that might be a slightly more accurate take. But then I also go, and I'll be interested because I think Thomas Massie's going to win. I think it's close, but I think he's going to pull this off. I wonder what Michael Knowles' reaction to that will be. So if it proves that Trump has an iron grip when Massie falls out, what about when Thomas Massie wins and survives $20 million being pumped into his district? What would that suggest? So I'm curious, like, what are your thoughts on Thomas Massie and on this race?
Well, I like Thomas Massie. I mean, he's a libertarian. So
yeah. Well, so what's wrong with us?
I don't agree with him on everything.
Sure.
But I support him only because he has made himself the, this kind of rallying point against AIPAC, because like you said, he took that stand on the interview and he voted against foreign aid to Israel in 24, among other things. So it's just a no-brainer to support him in the primary and just in general, because it's symbolic. He is one of the only Republicans that's consistently gone against Israel. And there's no question that's exactly why they're coming for him. And they did this in 24. AIPAC did.
Again, they're still talking about Massie, in case you just joined us.
Against Jamal Bowman and Cory Bush and a few other progressive Democrats. They spent $100 million in the 24 cycle, and in particular, trying to primary everybody that voted against that foreign aid bill. And I believe it was April of 24 when they greenlit $25 billion for Israel, when they defended themselves against Iran or whatever.
Yippee, thank you so very, very much for subscribing. Very much looking forward to seeing you in the future.
What? So they can fight Gaza more? And so
he is.
That's what they do.
He is a super, super, super Catholic virgin. And maybe gay.
They're doing it on the Republican side. And I agree with you. I think he'll win. But it is interesting. That is how they convinced themselves that it isn't Israel. Like I've seen the take from Michael Knowles. I've seen many people say this, that what's the real reason Massey is terrible? Well, it's not because he happens to be the one Republican against AIPAC. No. It's because he votes against Trump. He's like not a diligent enough Republican partisan. He's not a loyal member of the conference. And
wait, destroy, when you say destroy his legacy, are you talking about Jesse's legacy? Or are you talking about Charlie's legacy? What do you mean specifically? And shout out to the 420. Should I? Oh, that might be the end of the stream. I might just keep it going and we'll do a roll up and chill. You don't have to know him personally to understand who he was to a certain level. Like if you're a person who understands people, then of course there's going to be a parasociality to somebody that you've never actually met. But that man was on camera so fucking often. And he was so consistent, even in times when it didn't behoove him. That to think differently is kind of silly. Theoretically, possibly, maybe. Yeah, he was an awful person that was just really good on camera. But probably not.
It gets back to even we talked about was frustrating about my debate with Crowder. Like it's along that same theme. Yeah. It's like, so do you really believe that? Like, I know that that's like, you can look at any answer and some of them have explanatory power. Like it's true that Massey's anti-Republican, but is that plausible? Like, do you think that that's actually true? Obviously not. And Michael Knowles, like he went to Yale. So you think that this is really about AIPAC spent $20 million to buttress Trump's loyalty? Yeah. Obviously this is about something else. And
okay. So on Charlie, so I was with Jesse at the beginning, but I can see Charlie Kirk letting them destroy Charlie Kirk's legacy in the sense that, so you're saying in the sense that if Charlie were to be alive, that would really damage his legacy. Is that what you mean? Because I can agree with that.
So you wonder what's going on with Michael Knowles. Well, he works for Shapiro.
That doesn't help.
But these are the things they tell themselves about
anybody who talks like Ben Shapiro is just somebody that you should never, ever, ever listen to, okay? They're all just going to talk about Israel, and they're going to talk really fast, and everything that they say is going to be complete bullshit, and don't listen to them.
They say the Iran war is about China. They say Massey is about Trump. They say everything is about everything other than what it's actually about. And that's when you want to say, so are you a liar? Are you a fucking liar?
Do you see Trump literally after meeting with Xi said, we're going to be sending tons of oil to China?
Yeah,
we're gonna be. Tell me this was all about starving resources to try the levels of.
Karen Bass was all over that. All right, guys, I am cutting off the Jesse on Fire stream. So if you are not here, the party is over for you. Come through. Actually, here I'll do this. I'll drop the link one more time. Of course, this fucking thing is again pausing. So I'm gonna drop the link one more time. Come on over. You've got 10 seconds. And then I'm ending the Jesse on Fire stream. The real ones, I know, the real ones will show up. Jesse would want you to show up.
Yeah.
We're going to be, tell me this was all about starving resources to try the levels of cope. But it couldn't be this lobby that's openly lobbied for this for 30 years. Oh, the longest serving prime minister in Israeli history said after we launched the war that this was a culmination of his entire life's work.
Done.
Let's ignore that, like that probably has nothing to do with it. No, I mean, I think.
Who's still here? Who are the real ones? I'm drinking for you. I'm drinking for you. Dilly dilly to the real ones. Hart said everyone has an unseen side, but Charlie was a real one. And you can tell the people who are really trying to, to put on a character, and the people who are just putting themselves out there. And no matter who it is, there's going to be I'm different than like the like if you're just hanging out, if we're just hanging out, especially because we're going to be fucking smoking most of the time. If we're just hanging out though, like I'm going to have a slightly different energy. I know that I'm on camera. I know that I'm live on the internet. I know that there's hundreds of people watching. So that's going to slightly affect. But if you are tuning in over and over and over and over and over, and you can see the consistency that like, okay, I'm that guy, then you can see there's an unseen side, but I'm still me. I'm still me, Hey, Real Black Betty again with the $2. Thank you. So very, very much. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. So, what, you and Myron Gaines collab? I mean, I would do it for the numbers, but he's kind of gay. Why do you say that? Exactly. Yeah, and like I said, he's the one that it was between the brown Jesus and the Indian Jesus. And he's like, nah, here, I'm gonna get you this. Cook with it. And we did. So we were selling tons of oil from the Gulf of America because we shut down Venezuela and Iran. Whoops. Vial vacula? I don't know. Let's go. My people. There we go. Oh, well, this is empty. So I guess we got to take that. All right. I was going to... Never mind. I was going to be like, all right. I could either, kind of mix this up, or somebody drops a big ton and I'll just take it all down. But I don't want to do that. I'm seeing somebody. Where is it? Real Mama Bear. Where the fuck is your chat? I see it on the thing, but I don't see it here. Where's Real Mama Bear? There's Real Mama Bear. Welcome to the party. No, but I did figure out that, because I used the raw king size cones, I did figure out that it's just by the pack, because I let one just burn and boat, and it was just the glue strip. You can see in the Discord that I posted a picture. Because she had a she had a horse that can pick up with one hand. What the fuck are we talking about? Yeah, I mean, I definitely see that the UK sucks, but in terms of Keir Starmer specifically, that would be another situation where it's like, hey, Guile, why don't you come up and tell us all about that? Because I can see from the outside that, like, you know, the grooming gangs and all that shit, lots of immigration not doing well. But in terms of the specifics, again, this is where I would not claim to be like, well, I understand all about the geopolitics, and if we look at the UK, then this, then I don't fucking know. I'm just some American dude. You know what I mean? But I have not seen the new one, but I just, 2 days ago, saw the first one. And we got the name that I can't fucking pronounce, Sephrithus? Chosen? Is that what it is? Thank you so much for joining. And boom, full permissions. We are building a real community, guys. I can't wait. We are so much closer to the beginning than we are to the end. And we are going to do things. Your children will know my name. We are doing real shit. I mean, today I was just curious about the Charlie Kirk stuff, and now we're just hanging out. But in general, we're doing real shit. Thank you so much. Let's dive back in here.
Work. But let's ignore that, like that probably has nothing to do with that. No, I mean, that's, I think, what frustrated me. There was this one time that J.D. Vance was asked about Thomas Massey, and he basically just said, he goes, look, man, he just keeps voting against us. And at a certain point, like, this is politics, man. If you keep voting against us, we're not going to support you. I remember.
Yeah, and I felt I'm conflicted about that statement. Have you guys seen that? So we'll do J.D. Vance on Massey. Get me the good one. Is this what I want? Yeah.
Voting against the party on every single issue, you're eventually going to make too many enemies.
And fucking Ruben, god damn it. Okay, well, we don't need to fucking fucks with Ruben. But this is something that we have to understand is true, that yes, if you're voting against the party, then the party is not going to like you. But that doesn't mean that voting for the party is the highest good. If the party puts forth some bullshit, then be a fucking man and don't go with it. Stand on business. Stand on your principles. And let's not forget that a senator is not someone who is meant to represent the GOP. They are meant to represent their constituency. He's supposed to be representing the people of Kentucky. And if the people of Kentucky for the last 12 years have said, hey, we like this Massey guy, then, never said I'm pro-Jew, but definitely anti-Zionism. I feel like there's a reason they were expelled from the land. Interesting. So, say more on why you think there's a reason they were expelled from the land. I wouldn't say I'm pro-Jew. I feel like I'm pretty neutral on any religion. Like I'm a non-believer, so I think they're all relatively silly. I think Christianity has the best moral structure, but I don't believe in the truth claims. I don't believe that a theistic God necessarily exists. I believe that Jesus was a person and an awesome philosopher, but I don't know that he was magic and all that shit. And so I would like to get to a place where we can have a secular moral structure that is based on Christianity, that does not exclude Christians, but includes people like myself who basically morally are Christian, but just don't believe in the things. I think that would be a much bigger coalition. That word keeps coming up, doesn't it? 86. Wait, what'd you say before? Sorry, I'm not used to having as many people here. I'm getting better with the chat, but I'm not used to as many people here. I definitely said hi to you already. We got Willow. Welcome. Glad to see you. What? JD Vance? JD Vance is not a Johnny Bravo. Johnny Bravo was like, super, perfect looking. That was the character. Gal said Starmer works for the elites, not the working class of the UK. We get in trouble for our opinions. That says it all about the UK at the minute. Bingo. And it really highlights the importance of having a document that explicitly states you have free speech. It's before COVID, I just had this idea that the Western world, pretty much. Oh, God. Fair enough. Before COVID, I was under the impression that the Western world was just the Western world, whether it's the US, Canada, UK, Australia, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Well, I was wrong about that. I will never forget the video that I saw from Australia where they were in some camp because they were positive for COVID, and there was a line on the fucking porch, and they couldn't go. Insane. And then you can see the levels of immigration and all that stuff in the UK specifically, but Europe in general. We are not all the same. America, number one.
Beliefs, especially in the face of radical Democrats.
I think the problem with Thomas, and I've told him this in private, and now I guess I'll say it in public, is it's one thing to disagree with the party on a particular issue. It's one thing to have your independent stand on a number of questions. And by the way, some of the stuff where Thomas Massey has been independent against the Republican Party, I've agreed with him with. Thomas and I worked together during 2023, where I was trying to stop the limitless flow of American money to Ukraine, and Thomas was one of the people I was working closest with it. But that's one thing. Being independent, having your own...
Yeah, just not sending all our money to a foreign country for war. That's one thing. That's just one thing.
Opinions is one thing. Voting against the party on every single issue, you're eventually going to make too many enemies. And that is the problem that Thomas has had. It's not one issue. It's not 3 or 4 issues. It's that every time that we've needed Thomas for a vote, he has been completely unwilling to provide.
Every time we wanted you to lick the boot, you were unwilling to lick Daddy Trump's dick. Sounds like a guy that I want to vote for.
That is why the President of the United States has trained his ire on Thomas Massey. It's because
so we go from the lefties being Trump bad to the woke right being whatever Trump said good. The woke left, Trump bad. The woke right, Trump good. These are low IQ people who either are not smart enough or don't care enough to get into the specifics, and they just want to be on the right side of history. How about the white side of history? You think you're a good guy, but you're a bad guy. I'm on the right side of history.
Never count on him for some of the most difficult votes. I wish that weren't the case. I say that as somebody who's known Thomas well.
He doesn't fall in line with the government, so he bad.
Before I got into politics, but politics is politics, and when you always vote against the party, you can't expect the party to actually back you.
And so again, I will agree with the reality of the statement, but that doesn't mean that that's a bad thing about Thomas Massie. Very obviously. Definitely. Check out what I fucking was it last night? I don't know. All these fucking days run together. I think it was 2 days ago. The thumbnail was Massie. Watch the first 15 minutes of that stream where I covered Benny Johnson covering the fact that Thomas Massie lost. It was pathetic. He may as well have just taken a dildo, written Trump on it, and not everyone, but a lot of them.
I'm hearing that and just going, yeah, okay. Because that just basically backs up everything we've been saying. That's right. It's politics. And us never supporting you again is also politics.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Right. You know? So okay, yeah, you're not voting with me. Okay, well, you're trying to unseat. Now, obviously, you like Thomas Massie, but you're not a libertarian. I like him and I am a libertarian. So to me, it's just like the absolute. You're trying to take away the one guy that I have who represents me in Congress for the crime of telling the truth about some important issues. Okay, cool.
That needs to be the baseline. We need to understand that government is a bad thing. Government is a necessary evil. It is an evil thing, but it is necessary. This is also how I feel about law enforcement. We need law and order. And unfortunately, we need law enforcement for that. But I don't like the idea of human beings having authority and a monopoly on violence over other human beings. But without that, we have no law and order. And so again, with government, without any government, I don't think we have a society. And I like society. But the government is always going to suck. What about Tim Poolstein? He's grifting for sure. Why do you say that though? What is the grift? A lot of when you guys are like, oh, he's grifting. It's because he's saying something that you don't like. How does that mean that he's grifting? I'm all with you to go against some bullshit that anybody is saying, whether it's Tim or Dave or Nick or anybody else. But we throw around this grifting word so fucking much. That doesn't fucking mean anything. Grifting means presenting a message that you don't actually believe in for the purpose of money. Is that what he's doing? He's fucking rich already. He could literally just stop. He could literally just go away. So for what reason? Is he just addicted to the attention? What are you actually saying here? Never said not everyone's tax dollars should go to support that or any the other fraud that doesn't benefit America as a whole. Bingo. That's literally the role of Congress. And we just got rid of the best person in Congress. So that tells you all you need to know. Also, we need law and order, but we don't need law enforcement abusing their powers. And that's the ideal, that we have law enforcement, but they don't abuse their powers. But by giving human beings the power of the monopoly on violence over other human beings, there is no such thing as law enforcement not abusing their powers. But as we just stated, the value of law and order is higher than law enforcement not abusing their powers. And so if we had the option, okay, we can have law and order, but there's going to be some bad cops. Or we just have all good cops. That's not a reality. So the necessary evil is the fact that it's evil, but it is necessary. America is definitely what? I don't know what that says. Just being infiltrated by bad actors in our government. Punctuation, guys. I don't know what the fuck you're saying. The problem is when serve and protect becomes censure and oppress. Yep. You got it. Maybe Charlie was a warning to Trump from our greatest ally, but Trump was president when Epstein killed himself. Did he though? Now okay. That's going to a poll. It is more likely that this person is alive. We're going to go with Charlie Kirk or Jeffrey Epstein. I think he's alive. There's no way that it makes sense that he's not just chilling on the island. Why would they not? Why would they do that? Police are part of government, so yes, both are necessary evil, but people should absolutely be as small, but they should be as small as, but yeah. Agreed. We only hear about bad cops, but we don't. The fact is, there shouldn't be enough. That shouldn't be a thing. There shouldn't be enough to only hear about bad cops. That means that there's not enough good cops that are preventing this. Maybe those good cops are not doing the things the bad cops are doing, but if you're just letting it go, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. We can say dead. We're not on TikTok. We can say dead or suicide.
In Congress for the crime of telling the truth about some important issues, like, okay, cool, go fuck yourself, and I'll never support you ever again. I mean, that's politics, right?
Exactly.
Anyway, it will just be very interesting. They've really,
remember, that's him talking about what JD Vance just said.
Smeared the guy, and of course, the millions of dollars that they're pouring in are being used for these ad campaigns. It's all ridiculous shit. I hate when I'll see this thing like out of conservatives sometimes where they just like they do the same shit the Democrats do after they were just blasting the Democrats for doing that.
Right.
Like I remember even late great Charlie.
This is whatever he's about to say. I don't know what he's going to say, but I'm going to assume whatever he's going to say. Generally, calling out the Democrats for doing the same thing they just called the Democrats for. I'm going to assume that what he says is going to map on to my definition of the woke right. Let's see.
Conservatives sometimes where they just like they do the same shit the Democrats do after they were just blasting the Democrats for doing that.
Right.
Like a wokey.
Like I remember
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Even late great Charlie Kirk. No, disrespect. I liked Charlie and stuff, but I remember I used to see this out of him sometimes. It would really bother me. Where like during Obama, you'd see Obama would brag about the unemployment rate. And then he would go, yeah, but the unemployment rate is bullshit because it doesn't account. My words, not his. He wouldn't have cursed. But he goes, that the unemployment rate doesn't account for people who have given up entirely on looking for work, which is like fair point. And then Donald Trump comes in and he goes, lowest unemployment rate ever. You're like, oh, all of a sudden that number is good.
Right.
They just do this type of thing. So then they start doing the thing where they go, Thomas Massie voted against border security. And you're like, no, he didn't, dude. He voted against a 3,000-page bill that spent like $3 trillion. You know what I mean? Like,
yep, I was right. So for those of you who are not familiar with my definition of the woke right, it is simply the mindset that whatever you understand as the woke left. It is not the positions that the woke left has. When it comes to the left wing, the wokeness is the aligning with certain positions. On the right, wokeness is a different thing, but it is very similar, which is why we're using wokeness. The mentality that the woke lefties have that gets them to their stupid positions is mirrored on the right. And so the woke right is going to have different opinions than the woke left, very obviously. But I would call Benny Johnson the woke right because he's just playing for the team. He's just falling in line. He's just licking the boot and sucking the dick of Daddy Trump. When Trump does great, again, Trump, greatest president of my lifetime, no question. But he's fucked up a lot of shit. The inability to say that, in my opinion, is wokeness.
It's like, no, dude. He did. If you ever put that standalone, he would vote for that. That's not the issue. And so there's just like a lot of dirty tricks that I'm like, I just.
Well, it's the way that I use it. It's not necessarily the positions. It's not necessarily the Warhawks. It's not necessarily neocons. It's not necessarily MAGA. It's not necessarily whatever. There definitely can be MAGA people who are woke. There can be America First people who are woke. It's the mindset. On the right, it's not about the positions you have. It's about how you come to your positions. If you come to your position, well, Trump said that we need to we need to Iran. Iran is so bad. Versus somebody who has a deep understanding of the back and forth with Iran and other things, and genuinely believes we should go and attack Iran. That's not woke. But just going for it because, Trump said it, that is woke. And so again, this is why the Thomas Massie thing is a good litmus test for who is woke right and who is a legitimate thinker. It's not just anybody who is down on Thomas Massie is woke. That's too simplified. But if they can't articulate to you why they don't like Thomas Massie, then they're just following somebody else, and that's some woke gay shit.
Don't like seeing this against forget even whether you're a libertarian or anything else. Thomas Massie is like one of the few decent guys. He's being honest.
Right.
He's running on what he believes in.
I wish I was more informed enough to really put forward. Like they just want to be left alone. I wish I was strong enough or smart and strong enough at the time to know that. And I failed. Fucking loser.
Decent guys. He's being honest.
Right.
He's running on what he believes in. He's voting. His voting track record backs up what he told you he was going to vote when he doesn't go in there. Like, to go after, and then not just try to unseat him, but to really try to like ruin the guy's life. I don't know. The way Trump's gone after him and Joe Kent for getting remarried is like, I just find disgusting. Particularly when Donald Trump, in the case of Joe Kent, his wife died in Syria under you.
Right.
Like, I'm sympathetic to Trump supporters because I think for a long time he was like the only weapon you had, and oh my God, we actually get a fighting shot against this evil.
And he had full magazines. Now he's the only weapon some people have, and there's no fucking ammo.
Regime, and so people forgive a lot of his kind of vulgar, stuff. But you're like,
take Trump seriously, not literally.
Dude, you really are a piece of shit, man.
Yeah.
Like, you're really a piece of shit. You're the one who fucking cheats all over your wife and fucks porn stars and has had 3 different marriages and shit.
Absolutely. But we knew that before. And this is another aspect of pretending that we look at politicians, specifically presidential candidates, as normal people. Like, you don't get that far in politics without being a fucking piece of shit. So that just has to be the starting point. Okay, yeah, you're all pieces of shit. Which one of you pieces of shit is most aligned with me?
This guy, he lost his wife to a suicide bomber in Syria, a war you were supposed to get us out of and didn't. And now you're trashing him for getting married 2 years later. Just so bizarre, man. I don't know.
He is. He's wicked. He's a wicked human being.
Yeah.
He's really showed his hand. I mean, because you're right. 10
wicked smart.
10 years ago, I think the way people saw it is that the left was so powerful and so evil. It felt like they were unstoppable and nothing could ever change. It was so oppressive and suffocating. I remember it growing up. The political correctness, the liberal media, and it just felt like Republicans were pussies. Like they could never win and they would never fight back. And, these guys like Mitt Romney and John McCain, they were complete losers.
They're there to lose, essentially. Like that's the point of them, is to lose it. It's like wrestling, like to lose and get this guy over while
exactly.
I lose,
Yeah, they were there to basically, it's a fix. They were there to throw. And so you see
something about kayfabe.
Trump, and he was what he was, but we said, okay, he's the underdog. He's fighting for us.
But I mean, okay, like if he was your neighbor, if Donald Trump was your neighbor, would you let your kids play in his yard?
Come on, man.
You would not let your kids play in Donald Trump's yard. He's a weird fucking dude. He's a shady fucking dude. But that's okay. We're not voting for him to be our neighbor. We're not voting for him to be our neighbor. We're voting for him to be and I mean, now we can't, but previously. Shout out to Coscola. Costco Law School said it seems like Trump is way cleaner than the rest, considering how much he's been investigated. Dave Smith doesn't care. Massey cheated on his dying wife. I mean, that seems okay. I was gonna seem like two very different ideas, but yeah. Why would we care about that? What does him cheating on his wife have to do with American politics? Yet again, they are all pieces of shit who will cheat on their wives. Who's the best from there? I don't fucking care if you cheated on your wife. I'm sure there's somebody here, at least from when, Jesse was here. There's somebody in the chat who's cheated on their wife. And that's bad. But we're talking about politics. We're not talking about fucking friends. We're not talking about whether you would let your kids play in his front yard. I'm with you guys. 80% of you think it's more likely that Jeffrey Epstein is alive than Charlie Kirk. I agree. Costco Law School said, I would let my kids play in Trump's yard. What do you think? He's a pedo? No, but I think he's a shady fucking dude. I don't know what's going on. He might have some ulterior motive. I don't know. I wouldn't do it because of that. He's a slimy dude. Are we going to pretend that that's not the case? Can he not be the greatest president of our lifetime and also not be a nice guy? Because that seems like the wokeness. I'm not saying he's a nice guy. I'm saying he's a great president. He's got a good point there. And this time getting rid of migrants was good, but yeah. Exactly. We want to pretend? Do we want to pretend that the quote of him with the Miss Teen USA? Like, you were peeping on little teenage girls, bro. You're a fucking creep. Yes. Especially if I had a daughter. Do I think he would grape her? No. But I think it could be a situation where I don't want my daughter. I don't have kids, so I can only speculate as to what that feeling would be. I don't think he's dangerous either. But you don't. That's not the threshold, is it? That's not the threshold that we use with our kids, right? Do we know that someone has to be dangerous before you say, okay, I'm not going to leave my kids with that person? Or is it the other way around? That before I leave my kids with this person, I need to make sure that at the very least, they're not X, Y, and Z. It's a different thing. Yeah, that's exactly the analogy that I use. Exactly the analogy that I use. Never in a million years. This motherfucker is my entire life. I'm not really close with my brother and my sister. My sister just had a daughter, so I'm hoping that's gonna, whatever. Close with my dad, but not really close with so I don't really have a family like that. This is my ninja. I'm not leaving him with Donald Trump. Does Donald Trump care about dogs? I don't know. But I don't care! Because I'm not voting for a goddamn dog trainer or dog sitter. I'm voting for a president of the United States. And based on what he promised, that was the right option. Even still, with all the failed promises, he was still the right option. That doesn't mean I need to love it. Two things can be true at the same time.
Brash, he's a little unconventional, but maybe he can win. And now you kind of see all these years later.
Yeah, are you guys chilling? Should I open another drink or are we winding down? We got 18 people here. Let me know. Put one in the chat if you're chilling.
I think that maybe his true self just emerged. You realize
I support Trump. I support Trump. I'm very angry with a lot of things, but I support Trump. Yet again, greatest president of my lifetime. So maybe I'm a goon or a gay. Greatest president of my lifetime. Still not leaving my baby niece or my dog with him.
It's like He sort of is everything they said that he was, which is
Here we
he
go.
is a liar. It is really all
Let's
just
do
about
it.
vanity and glory and his own what's the word? Self-aggrandizement. I mean, that's really what it was always about. And even these things like comparing himself to Jesus, talking about killing Persia on Easter.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you guys are Christians, but like, if you are a Christian, how did you feel about the Easter post about just ending a civilization? Seems a little bit at odds. And also, the Jesus picture. Because I don't know if you guys watched The Boys, but that was like a lot of people would be like, oh, The Boys it's so fucking woke. And like the Homelander character is supposed to be Trump. And they just go like OD with it and make him so bad. But there's a scene where he feels like he is an actual god, as opposed to just a superhero. They wrote that before Trump literally posted himself as Jesus. What are we fucking talking about? There you go. Well, I said Trump has done awesome things. 4 things have caused me to deflate and lose some support. I love him for ending wokeness, boys out of girls' sports, closed borders, stop the third world immigration. Amazing things that no other president in my lifetime has been able to do. Doesn't mean he's perfect. Doesn't mean he's perfect. It's just that simple, guys. Way out there, right? I think a doom society that's a stretch. That's a stretch. I mean, fair enough, but that's a stretch.
Comparing himself to Jesus, talking about killing Persia on Easter. No happy Easter, by the way. Not Christ is risen. We're gonna kill a civilization tomorrow,
which is fairly inconsistent with Christ's message, from my understanding.
Yeah, it's a little. You know what? It is consistent. It's consistent with the message of Purim, the Jewish holiday.
Ah, God damn it! How is it twice in one? God damn it! I'm sorry. Okay, we got this. Hold on.
Voting against us, and at a certain belly hobby that's
Trump. They say everything is about everything other than the basic youth power. Like it's that long.
God damn it!
The real reason.
Wait, you know what? Hold on. There's no way that they said that word more than once. So we go to the transcript. That twice in one fucking stream. Show transcript. Control F. Param. Oh no, wait, that's not it. What? Oh, God damn it! I don't think, does anybody know where we were? Fuck me. It had to be somewhere in here.
He smeared the guy, and of course the
we got past there.
The Democrats would put that standalone. He would vote for that.
Wicked human being, and he's
like to lose and get this guy.
To see all these years later, I think that maybe his true self just emerged. You realize,
close enough.
He sort of is everything they said that he was, which is he is a liar. It is really all just about vanity and glory and his own what's the word? Self-aggrandizement. I mean, that's really what it was always about. And even these things like comparing himself to Jesus, talking about killing Persia on Easter.
All right.
No happy Easter, by the way. Not Christ is risen. We're gonna kill a civilization tomorrow,
which is fairly inconsistent with Christ's message, from my understanding.
Yeah, it's a little. You know what? It is consistent. It's consistent with the message of Purim, the Jewish holiday. Inconsistent a little bit though with Easter.
Ah, that's why the fucking the
it's consistent with the message of Purim.
If I just searched that, we would have gotten it perfectly. But whatever. But I mean, so give me what do you think give me the TLDR. What is the 50-foot view? I mean, okay, I was gonna say isn't it usually 30,000? But yeah, okay, give me that view. So we need someone not worried about legacy with no kids. They have to worry about. Interesting. Being a family man is usually a big plus. But with the last, I don't know, 50, 60 years or so, it's been dynasties. It's been families. That's very interesting. I don't know how widespread that is, but I think that is a good idea. So show our future and motivation to bring about it. Agreed. Yeah, probably not. I don't know. Not a Christian, but probably not. I did grow up in the Catholic Church, confirmed in the Methodist Church, so I know my shit. But yeah, probably not. Going independent, you pay $20 a gallon, and I still wouldn't vote Democrat. I said, shit, me too.
From my
bit.
understanding, yes.
Yeah, it's a little. You know what it is consistent? It's consistent with the message of Purim, the Jewish holiday. Inconsistent a little bit though with Easter. And so,
All right, listen, the Old Testament God was a bit meaner.
It's a little more hardcore.
Yeah, that's true.
Some of the Marcionites have something to say about that. But but yeah, so he's a wicked human being, and like you said, it's such a good point. When it's Thomas Massey, they go, yeah, well, that's politics. Well, that's just how the cookie crumbles. Oh, you're not voting for us in the midterms? Oh my gosh, you're a left-wing Democrat. I can't believe you. And at the end of the day, Charlie Kirk, say what you want, he was on the team. He was with them.
Yep.
And even with Iran, people say,
what are we referring to? Doing some dirty in his personal life. What are we referring to there? Play, mother.
No, he was coming around. He was about to flip. He was really going to be based. When Trump bombed Iran the first time, Charlie Kirk defended it. And they did the same goalpost thing. When Israel started the war, Charlie said, we shouldn't get involved. We need to stay out of this. It's Israel's thing. When we got involved by shooting down the missiles, he said, well, we shouldn't get involved offensively. And then it was, well, we shouldn't bomb Iran. Then we bomb Iran. Well, we shouldn't do regime change. Then Trump said on True Social, well, I think we should do a regime change. And then Charlie Kirk said, well, guys, there's a big difference between a bottom-up revolution and a top-down regime change. We support a revolution. And so it's like anything that Trump would have done, he would have supported.
Well, my read on Charlie's motivations here, and just to be clear, I'm speculating. I mean, I knew him and talked to him a little bit, but I'm speculating a little bit. But my read was always
really believe is it the JFK files and possible other threats is making Trump morph into an unrecognized Trump before Charlie Kirk is removed from influence. I can see it. I can see it. Yeah. Yep. And again, like the cheating should be such a low value in terms of plus or negative. Like obviously, you should be like, oh, this is based. You're fucking slaying pussy all over the place. Like, okay, we get that. But is that really the end of the world? I don't think. I don't think cheating should even be in the conversation when it comes to politicians. Jeffrey Epstein files. So Jeffrey is impossible. There's making Trump more. Yeah. Agreed. I don't. And again, I'm not claiming to know what happened, but very clearly, he flipped. And I depending on what happened, I may not even blame him personally. But in the same way that I don't fucking care that you're a little bit slimy, I don't care that you got some bullshit. You got elected president. The buck stops with you. You were going to release the files, and you didn't.
Is that the number one priority was keeping the coalition together. Like that's what it was about.
Right.
It's an operation to get Republicans elected, right? And so I think that Charlie did really oppose.
Agreed. But again, we're not finding true integrity in any politician.
The 12-day war, but not exactly for the same reasons that me or you might oppose it. So like I might oppose it just for moral reasons, like that I just look at it as mass murder. And I think that's evil and unacceptable. And by the way, I'm not saying like, yeah, people died during war, but like I actually think that some of your people did a real good job coming up with that whole just war theory of Christianity.
That's
like,
right.
Like there's been great men who have thought about this and like, okay, people will die in war, but you should at least only fight a war when you absolutely need to, not just like, there's a war of choice. Maybe this will work out. Anyway, so I have big objections for that. We both have big objections because it's done on behalf of a foreign country to the detriment of our country. I'm not saying Charlie didn't even have any of those concerns. I'm saying the reason why, this is my read of it, I think the reason why Charlie Kirk was so adamantly telling Donald Trump not to do this is because he understood the political reality that we've been discussing earlier,
right.
That this was going to destroy the coalition, that this is just
prosecutions. Oh, you really believe there's going to be prosecutions? After all this time, what makes you believe that anybody, much less like the people who, like the Bill Clintons, the fucking, what's his name, the Bill Gateses of the world. But even, the next level, people that we don't know about, Really? I mean, hey, that would be amazing. I don't see any of that coming. I hope I'm wrong. I hope you're right. I don't see it. As the only time cheating was relevant with a politician is if it involves abuse of power or forcing sex on your supported. Trump seems smart enough not to do that. I'll take that. I'll take that. Don't we all? Don't we all?
He had his finger on the pulse.
I gotta pee.
Listen, he had his finger on the pulse. He knew what had happened in the Groyper War. He knew how much. Look how much he moved on the issues over the years. He kind of had to. You want to keep this coalition going. This is the only way it's going to work. And so I think he knew that this coalition was going to be destroyed by this move. But again, if your primary goal is to keep the coalition together, you say, "Hey, don't do this." Then when he does it, you go, "Okay, let me explain why that's still not destroying the coalition." Then he does more. You go, "Okay, no. This is so like he was opposed to it, but it's a different type of opposition than what me and you are talking about here." Yeah, dude. I mean, look, all we can do at this point is vote for Dan Bilzerian. That's
Shout out to Dan Bilzerian in the most sarcastic way.
He will save us. Yes.
Should we? Why? If you're fighting with Dan Bilzerian publicly, why are you always picking on Jews? It's like, Nick, it's not that important. You're such an identitarian that you always have to.
I found that out. Yeah.
That was just too hilarious. Like, I just couldn't,
really
dude,
good,
this is fucking hilarious.
We got any Dan Bilzerian fans in here?
There he is. Well, he's weird. I mean, I guess we could talk about this a little bit. So, like, I got in a thing with him, I think, like a day before you and him.
Drama!
So then I was like, okay, good. You were my human shield. So I just could keep my street cred or whatever. But, there's this, so, like, I'm supposed to, I think this is going to happen actually, but I'm supposed to debate Hassan Piker. I
can't. Is that really going to happen? Holy fucking shit. Is that really going to happen? Hassan versus Dave Smith? Holy shit. I would pay money to watch that.
In a back and forth with him where we were talking back and he was saying that I accused him of ducking me. And I was like, I don't think I ever said you were ducking me. And then Dan responded to me and he goes, "You've been ducking a good faith conversation with me." And
all right, guys. So I'm getting to that point where it's like, oh shit, I'm more drunk than I expected. I got that much. No, that's not. I was gonna say someone fucking don't know for whatever, but let's just get drunk. Dilly Don't eat that. Don't eat that. Yeah, good boy. Say. All right. I'm out of that. So when I finish what's in my mug, and then we're closing down. Or, hey, you want a donut, then all the donuts will keep the party raging.
This is just, I'll do mine first and then you can do yours. But so it is true that a few different people, Jake Shields being one, but a couple different people, Sneeko was another one, had tried to connect. I knew that Dan Bilzerian was trying to talk to me. And I just wasn't really that interested in it. That's just like, I don't know. I'm not like even trying to be a dick or anything, but from my perspective, all I knew of.
I wouldn't hold your breath. I hope you're right. And I hope I'm wrong. I don't see it. I mean, last call, but like, I got it, And worst case scenario, we do have some more. I can refill this, but. Bring in those donuts. Let's go. Feed the puppy.
Dan Bilzerian I was like the boats and hose guy who kind of turned into like, what I kind of consider to be like a low IQ kind of Jew hater. Like now, if that's fucked up for me to say, I don't know, however you would do it. But I've seen him on a few interviews where it was just like, I kind of felt it's not someone like you who we may have some disagreements, but I feel like you're a very smart guy. You're very well read. You're good faith.
Get out. Get out. Come on, man. That's not true.
When we have these conversations, what disagreements we have are disagreements, This was to
me
just
Fireball
like
on my monitor.
A guy just kind of like crudely denying the Holocaust, kind of crudely going, we should launch a war on Israel, all this stuff. And even the arguments are kind of like, well, they attacked us at the USS Liberty. Like, you do realize
live, everybody was Friday Eastern.
That was in 1967, though, right? Like this is kind of on the level of we should fight a war with Iran because they killed our Marines or something. It's like, right. Well, like, I don't know. If we've done business with them for 40 years after that, you really can't still. Anyway, whatever. Debates on this aside, I just wasn't particularly interested. But so he
why is hating Jews bad? Says Olivia. Well, I'm going to answer this as you are asking genuinely, because the fact that somebody is Jewish has no connection to whether or not they support Israel. There might be a huge correlation, but it doesn't mean that they support Israel. And even if they do support Israel, that doesn't mean that they support the relationship that Israel has with America. And so it's more about the Israeli government and the people who are specifically supporting what the government is doing, Bibi Netanyahu, versus people who have an ideology, a religious ideology that matches. How's that?
On Twitter, and he goes, well, you've been ducking a good faith conversation with me. And even the way he said good faith conversation is, you know me, Nick.
Hey, man.
It got me kind of go,
I know.
I get, and
I had to get up early today. As soon as this is done, what time is it now? I'm on the East Coast. It's 5 o'clock, bro. As soon as I'm done, I'm rolling up and I'm going to sleep. So I'm down. 99 cents counts. 99 cents counts. Let's keep the party raging.
Replied, and I went, well, I wouldn't characterize it as ducking, but sure, let's have a conversation. I accept it. Let's have a good faith conversation. Okay, fine. And then he goes, I don't know why you're lying about this, man. And I go, well, lying? I mean, I'm lying. I'm just saying, no one's denying that you were trying to talk to me. I'm just saying, I don't.
Well, I mean, yeah, well, okay, yeah. Yeah, I think thank you. The idea, Pippi Long Socks, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. Please, again, remember, if you guys have not subscribed, please do so. And again, YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. It just all that is it's not good. And so I was even going to talk about Islam, but Islam is different than Muslims. You're still a person. I forgot you existed.
I wouldn't phrase it as ducking. I don't know. There's a lot of people who are trying to talk to you. A lot of people are trying to talk to me. We don't have time to talk to all of them. But then I go, all right, well, I wouldn't say lying. then he goes, you've told a bunch of people that you're scared to talk to me. And I go, okay, well, now you're lying, because that is yes. What man talks about themselves like that? I've told other people, like I said to you.
Wait, what about the SS? I should clarify it. SS? Am I missing something we just talked about? Oh, Secret Service. Okay. So wait, that sounds like, okay. So we're at the courthouse, and then Lee Cannon is a neighbor. Secret Service has been at the school every day. Trump's kids live close, but not close enough for one of his grandkids to attend. And then, just clarify, Secret Service has been at the school for the last 4 years. The Bushes and Pelosi have property near, but rarely here. We wouldn't be attending school here. Yeah, you see some shit. You see some shit. Cool. But we ain't getting any convictions for Epstein. I'm sorry to tell you.
Nick, you got me and you off camera, and I went, I'm scared to talk. Who would even talk about themselves like this? So then it goes, and then literally the next comment out of his mouth is, you're a subversive Jew. I always knew you were a subversive Jew. And you're like,
wait, what is this about? What, did I not say something? What, I forget. Sorry, I've been drinking. Well, what is this about? I'll say it. I'll say it. I just don't remember what we're talking about.
His mouth is, you're a subversive Jew. I always knew you were a subversive Jew. And you're like, guys, look, again, me and you have talked about this a lot. I am not a left-winger. I don't have left-wing sensibilities about bigotry. I'm not allergic to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're a little bit of a bigot, I'll still talk to you about that. We're all a little bit of a bigot. Bigotry is something.
Even if you're bigoted against me. If you're going to fucking say, why do Indians shit in the streets so much? I'm going to tell you, I don't know. I'm not going to get mad at it, because Indians do shit in the street. It's funny because for those of you who don't know, my parents are from the Caribbean. So my dad's from Trinidad and Tobago. My mom is from Jamaica, but my dad's side of the family, his ancestry is mostly Indian, where, the Indian Jews. My mom is mostly Chinese. But point being that something came up the other day on TikTok. I don't remember exactly what it was, but about Indian culture and all that shit. And I asked I texted my dad. I was like, how much do you know about Indian history? because like that's relevant to our family and all that stuff, but also like it's fucking weird. Like they be shitting in the streets, and then he was like, "Well, people are uneducated." I'm like, but they do shit in the streets, right? It's like, yeah, weird culture, not interested. Oh my goodness. He knows that the sugar daddy has arrived. Shout out to the Funk Master General. Look at that brick. Let's give him a brick with the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Olivia, Guns and Cafe, Jay, Gremlin, One-Eyed Willie, Descartes Kane, Mo Reviews, Evil Maddox, Buster Ballsack, and Wicked Crow. You guys are now members of the channel on the Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream. Once the stream goal is done, we head to members only chat. So you are now part of the show. Thank you so very, very much, sir. My God. Look at this guy. Thank you so very, very much. I haven't added up everything with the supers yet with the weekly goal. We might be getting close, guys. We might be getting close. Thank you so very, very much. Welcome to the party, sir. Let's dive back in. It's not usually believe that she inside house is dirty. I mean, I guess, but like, get a fucking bucket or something. Yeah, I know. Well, you can sign up right now. First of all, you want to make sure that you can receive gifts. So go to wherever it says join, like where you would actually pay to join. Click that, and then it'll have the 3 dots up in the corner. Make sure you have gifts turned on, so that when somebody like Funkmaster gifts some memberships, that you actually can get it. Or you can just sign up at $2.99 a month. It's pretty fucking dope. But either way, thank you so very much. Let's dive back in here.
Like, if you're a little bit of a bigot, I'll still talk to you about that. We're all a little bit of a bigot. Bigotry is something you're always supposed to have a little bit of. You don't have too much of it. It'll fuck you up. But it's like, dude, how many conversations with how many different people have I had? And good faith conversations where like, really, have I not earned at least enough credibility to go that immediately, if we have one disagreement, like you scratch the surface and right underneath there is you dirty. Again, I'm not going like, oh my God, anti-Semitism. I don't really give a shit. But at the same time, I am.
Pause. Yeah, like, again, it's fucking. And I don't get mad at people. Hey, we got. Sorry, I missed. We got Harley in the Discord server. There we go. Yeah, it's fucking nasty. And I would like to understand, because it is, unfortunately, my history. And who knows? Maybe once I'm done fixing America as the Indian Jesus, I will resurrect the second coming of common sense in India too. We're going global. Trying to leave, but I'm addicted. You're addicted. I'm addicted to you.
Kind of like, is that from your perspective? Is that not unreasonable of me to just go like, all right, dude, so then that is kind of what this is all about, and that's fine. You have a right to feel however you feel, but also I'm kind of have a right to go.
You can just hit the I don't actually know where it is on mobile, but I have a thing here. Where's the thing? Become a member. Boom. Hit that link and you're good to go, sir.
This is pretty fucking dumb.
Yeah.
I'm not really interested in talking about this. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And that's kind of his whole MO, is he's just he's a piece of work. I mean, he is what he is.
That's something I didn't think about. I gotta make some food. I'm definitely gonna smoke, but I think I'm just gonna make some burgers. Right? That's legit.
Paul, and I saw that exchange. I watched it happen in real time, and you accepted the talk. Okay, so what more do you want now?
Yeah.
He's going to go, well, I don't know why you're lying about. look, you got what you wanted. You're going to have the talk. So what now? And then it turns into the ego thing. Well, you're afraid to debate me. And then you're a subversive Jew. You just go, how is this productive, actually? What's actually your end game? Is the end game to...
It's not. The end game is to get more reply guys. Anybody who says, like, we can all acknowledge that the idea of free speech is fantastic, but in the same way that I destroyed my own Discord server by allowing fucking retards to just say whatever the fuck they wanted, and then the people who are actually engaging in real conversations were like, oh, okay, Lutch isn't going to do anything about this. That's my name, by the way. I'm the indigenous, but especially if you're Christian, you don't like that name. Lutch, like clutch without the C. But yeah, Lutch is just going to let this go, so I'm not going to fucking deal with this shit. And so now I understand, oh, okay, free speech needs to be free speech, but there needs to be some level of moderation. Otherwise, it's just going to be the bottom of the barrel. The people who just want to yell the N-word and the faggot word all the time. Just be like, oh, you're a faggot, you're a faggot, you're a faggot. Like, okay, cool, bro. Some of us are trying to do actual shit. Some of us are trying to fix the fucking world. Maybe I'll fail, but at least I'm trying. Yeah, it was as someone who's not a Christian. It was like, oh, God, hey. Was that the same day as the picture where he was Jesus? Or was that the truth post about ending a civilization? Either way. Yikes. But he said, go eating his up when, oh, no. Once I'm moving, once I'm drinking, once I'm going, we are going. If I'm here, it's what, almost 5:30 here. If we go and it's not till 10 o'clock, then I'm not eating till 10 o'clock. We ride! We ride! Oh, my goodness. Go! Signing up as a member. Welcome to the discipleship. And of course, a treat for the Overlord. Welcome, Guile, indeed. Thank you so very, very much. And welcome to discipleship. Let's dive right back in. Shout out to Guile.
You just go, how is this productive, actually? What's actually your end game? Is the end game to achieve understanding, get on the platform, have the conversation? Or is this about something else?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I thought that was pretty much...
And that was that's my question about Nick Fuentes in general. And from the Crowder conversation, I wasn't really sure. But with this conversation, I'm becoming a little bit more, I'm warming up to the fact that, like, okay, I think he's wrong, but I think he's really trying to help America. Versus some other people who are just saying the shit that they think will get them more attention, more money. We ride!
Well, and then there was this other thing, and I think this is more a dynamic that you've commented on too, and then I want to get into kind of your issue with not just him, but like kind of part of the movement or the kind of little mutiny that you put down last week. I've been watching that. It's kind of interesting to me, and I don't exactly understand it. But then he goes, like, after the subversive Jew, that, you know, I'm like, oh no, the boats and hose guy thinks I'm a subversive. Yeah, I'm subverting society. Okay.
Got him.
Like, what do you think that means? Like, anyway,
that's a good thing. That's generally a good thing. If you're saying the establishment is bad, then subversing society is exactly what we want to do.
But so then, and then he does this, and because I have been around Libertarian Party politics.
Shout out to the chat. We would be nothing without you guys. I said it before and I will say it again. I cannot do this on my own. So thank you guys. I know you could be doing anything else in the world. And yet, here you are with me and the Overlord. Very much appreciated.
So then, and then he does this, and because I have been around Libertarian Party politics for some years, I'm not as involved now, but I was very involved at a time. I've come across this. He goes, well, you just sit there podcasting. I'm actually doing something, and you're like, wait, what?
What are you doing?
Like, okay, like, so wait, you're doing something. What are you doing?
Right.
Are you the? marrying one of the absolute worst, most grotesque, just utterly disgusting members of Congress in a district that you have absolutely no shot of winning. Like you're talking about there's a reason why he's the guy who won that district, right?
Right.
What does the voting demographic? Okay, yes, it's old boomers and a lot of Jewish boomers. Okay, Dan Blazarian, who does.
I'm on the East Coast. It is 5:26 p.m. So West Coast is going to be what, 2? Jesus Christ, it's 2 in the afternoon for some of you? That's crazy. Do you know how much, if I was, let's say I was in Central, I could easily do my job as a dog trainer and also stream like 8 hours a day. I could do that if I lived there. But because I work so much and then we start at 8 p.m. Eastern, like by the time we're done, it's 11 p.m. at night, Streamers, you gotta be, and then like the West Coast, that sucks for them because it's the middle of the day right now, and like people are coming home from work and stuff, and it's still early for them. So if you want to be the night, the night for, but that's the goal of getting people all around, so that whenever we go live, you are there. Costco said there's an article in Vanity Fair from Candace's former producer. He says everything is for clicks and clout. I think Fuentes is the same. He says what gets attention. I do agree that there is an aspect of that. My question is whether or not, like, that's what we're all doing. Anybody who has a channel, anybody who's creating content, we're doing it for clicks. We're doing it for clout. But we're not only doing it for clicks and clout. Like, my goal, as if you've been here, I've said many times, I would like to be able to construct a secular moral structure that is an American ideology, that is American morality, that includes Christianity, is based off Christian values, but isn't based on Christian truth claims, but also allows Christians to be, like, that brings us all together. But I can't do that without the clicks and the clout. So it's a matter of determining who is there just for the clicks and clout, and who sees the clicks and clout as a mechanism to do real good. You know what I mean? Also, I watch tons of YouTube. You're the first channel I become a member of. Hey, dilly dilly to you. Very much appreciated. In Brazilian. David says, as a Christian, I never thought Trump was a Christian, and I don't expect non-Christians to comport themselves as Christians. There's a lot of evangelicals who would not be very happy. 22 means 10:30. Is that 10:30 p.m.? You're 11:30. Where the fuck are you from? Where the fuck are you from? Jesus Christ. So that Steve's probably, you might catch some of my streams when you wake up. South Africa, dilly dilly to South Africa. This is America, Jack. We're not. Good to see we got. We're going worldwide, baby. We're going worldwide. The first goal is to fix America, but South Africa, North England, I got you guys up in here. I got you guys up in here. We're going to do work. I might fail, but I'm certainly going to keep trying.
Doesn't even live in the district. Because you lived there as a kid or something like that. You're not doing, but this was a thing I found all the time.
You're not Spencer Pratt. Put a 1 in the chat if you have not seen the Fresh Prince Spencer Pratt video.
In the Libertarian Party, where there'd be some guy who's running for something who's like, we're on track to get 3%, and the last LP guy only got 2.5%, but they'd still have this attitude of like, I'm actually doing something.
Right.
What are you doing? Just talking into an audience, and you're like, I don't know, I'm reaching more people with your message than you could ever hope to reach. And so, like, yeah, I think it is actually doing something. And I don't like, what is this like air of superiority that just running a losing campaign is somehow really contributing? This is really getting out there.
Oh, we got one. That's enough.
Yeah, well,
why is my boss button not working?
Said that to me. They did this whole conference the week.
We got 1-1, and I'm always down for it. So, and just for a little bit of context, in case you are completely out of the loop, Spencer Pratt from Laguna Beach and the Hills is running for mayor of LA because he hates Karen Bass, and his house got burned down in the Palisades fire. And like, he's got no experience. He's just like a social media, or not a reality TV guy. But he's saying all the right things.
Now this is a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down, and I had to take a minute to run for mayor. I'll tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel Air.
What? No! What? No! Show me the goddamn video! What the fuck? Oh, come on! All right, maybe this is an X search. Why do they? Why? Always. Just give me the thing. What? Okay, take 2.
Now this is a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down, and I had to take a minute to run for mayor. I'll tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel Air. In West Los Angeles, Palisades, in my backyard is where I spent most of my days, feeding hummingbirds, relaxing all cool, avoiding all the bums outside of the school. When a couple politicians who were up to no good started
making trouble in my neighborhood. I got in one little fire.
My mom got scared and said, "You're moving in with Harvey Levin in Bel Air."
Brilliant. Fucking brilliant.
I pulled out from my lot about 7 or 8, and I yelled to the rubble, "Yo ho, smell you later." I moved to my kingdom, I was finally there to sit on my throne as the Prince of Bel Air.
I mean, come on, bro. That's how you do it. He does have an AI one with the Lego, like a Lego movie, but like this is exactly right. This can be some aspect. Where is that? Why didn't it show up? Oh, there it is. Yeah, there we go. So I think this is a good effect of the Trump legacy, that we're starting to get more normal people. The idea, oh, you don't have any experience. Well, the people who do have experience suck. It's not fucking brain surgery. Just what do the people want? What is good for the country? Do that shit. It's just that simple. Yo home, saw you later. I mean, who doesn't? I mean, just brilliant. All right, dive back in here. I think they're still talking about Dan Bilzerian.
Yeah, well,
Dan Brazilian.
It was a group of them that said that to me. They did this whole conference the week before him and I fell out, called America First United, and the whole premise of it is, we're out here doing something. We're running for office. We're holding a conference, and I want to say, okay, so you're running a shitty conference with production issues that makes us all look like idiots, and you're losing primaries. I'm like, please stop. Like, you're doing something. Stop doing what you're doing, because it's a waste of time and money, and it's actually hurting us. Like, it's a liability. But you know what it is? It's like a lot of these people, if we're gonna act like they're in good faith, let's presuppose they are.
Sure.
Presuppose or just suppose? Let's presuppose they. That's not a different sentence than let's suppose they are. Sorry, little things. Ugh.
A lot of these people get into the movement and they act like they're the first people that ever got red pilled. Okay, now the reinforcements have arrived. All right.
I would say usually what's good for the country is not good for the oligarch.
All right, what are we doing to defeat the Israel lobby? What are we doing? Seems like we're not making a lot of progress. Guess I got to take matters into my own hands and run for office. And you want to say, okay, do you know anything about politics? Are you going to win? Are you going to, and I talked to Dan about that. And I talked to Aaron Baker, who's running in the same district. He talked to their campaign manager. They got no plan. There's no strategy. I want to say, Dan, the average age of the Republican primary voter in your district is 57 years.
I mean, he is living the good life, but Why are we pausing there? Yeah. I don't see him going anywhere. We need the people to get in the government, period. Bingo. It has become like going back to the founding fathers. Let's also remember that the founding fathers were younger than most of us. I'm going to assume that most of you are over 25 years old, which is the average age of the founding fathers. They did such a good job of creating this country that it has made us all, myself and yourself included, we are soft as fuck. And that's okay. Because we don't live in a third world country, so we can be a little bit soft. But we can't be completely soft. You okay, more? Oh, he's probably got a shit. Should we take a walk? What is it like outside? It's raining. All right. All right. Steve. Oh, Steve's at. God damn it. Why is this lagging? Trump is a net benefit. Unless he kicks off World War III, my issue is that he's no loyalty and is too obsessed with his media profile. Bingo. Completely agree. What do these things mean? I don't know what that means. Because the founding fathers had morals, not like the digital age of today. Bingo. Well, one thing you'll hear me say over and over and over and over and over and over again, specifically with Democrats, but also with the woke right, you will see a pattern of people who do not have or at least don't operate on principles. They operate on this is the right position today. And it's pathetic. But people buy it. People have a short-term memory. I actually got they're gonna claim me for that. Do you guys remember? Let's see what we can do. Hold on. We'll do Michael Moore. Not the opening sequence. I want the fucking end part. All right, give me a second. Let me play this. I'm still on TikTok. TikTok's better than YouTube.
Years old. Trump carried that district by 30 points. You're running as an anti-Trump, exterminate Israel candidate from Las Vegas. You don't even live in the state, and you have no money in the primaries in 3 months. What's the pathway to victory there? And, what they say is like, well, I don't know. We're just going to go in and we're just going to win. I'm like, see, that's the difference. It's like haste and energy, enthusiasm, whatever, fanaticism is no substitute for, what's actually doing something? Raising money, learning how politics works, doing the hard work.
God damn it.
But I really think it is just that zeal of the convert.
All right, I didn't save it. But like the went from I guess it's Fahrenheit 9/11 when talking about 2016 election night. When it's like, oh, everybody was so excited at the Hillary Clinton party. And then it went downhill. Like, I'm obviously, that's just one line of it. But I watched it and I got emotional. Because it's like so much has happened. So much has happened in the last decade. And it's hard to even think about where we were 1 year ago, 6 months ago. I don't know. Crazy. Definitely. Here, I'm going to put up a poll. How do you guys, I just want a general, how you guys feel about TikTok? Because most of my audience is like, TikTok is gay. Oh, the Chinese. Oh, the liberals. But TikTok is the shit. So I'm going to put up a poll here. Let's see what you guys think.
Doing the hard work. But I really think it is just that zeal of the convert. That's what it comes down to.
I think you're right about that. And I've seen, there's a thing, and I know you can relate to this because there are just things. Look, like you read books, and that is actually something that separates like the wheat from the chaff. There's actually a lot of people who like talk about politics for a living who like just don't know anything about this. And there's a thing when you do, like when you're obsessed with this and you read books and there's a thing that I already know without ever talking to you about this. I was talking about this with Mike and Natalie earlier today, but you're always 10 books behind. There's always a stack of books that like, I should have read all of this and I haven't.
Right.
Yeah, I definitely that's one thing. I listen to a lot of podcasts and I listen to a lot of stuff. I need to get back into reading books more. It's too easy to not read books. Mr. Man said the founding fathers revolted against the Joe Bidens and the Trumps of their time. Yup. Change is definitely accelerating. And hey, shout out to the TikTok people. Give me a follow. I thought Nightbot just said this shit. Where you at, Nightbot? Nightbot. Hey, my boy. There you go. Give me a follow. I mean, on TikTok, I don't really talk politics that much, but I talk about movies and TV and culture and stuff. Obviously, I'm very politically minded, so that sneaks in there. But slightly different types of content. Gaming is not. I tried to do a gaming stream a couple gaming streams to try to bring some other people in, and I was playing Until Dawn because by not being a gamer, I don't have the dexterity or to like play first person shooters and do anything. So it just has to be like, okay, you choose the conversation. You go left or right. But people weren't into it, and so that was $60 down the drain. Anyway, great game, but people did not care. And that's the thing. Like on TikTok, if I were to do that, if I had a whole page about politics, and then I did a stream or a video or whatever about gaming, then like people who are into gaming would see that video. But because on YouTube, it's like, oh, you're politics and culture. So this is not politics and culture. Nobody's going to give a shit. And so they don't even show it to you. I can go on all day. TikTok is the one.
There's always a stack of books that like I should have read all of this and I haven't. Right. You know what I mean? And authors that are like great authors that I know I want to read their book, but goddamn, I just got to read this other thing, and then I got to read the news all day, and there's this thing that happens. My buddy Louis J. Gomez, hilarious comedian, and he has a bit about this, and it's actually really, really funny. But he was always like a big tough guy, like my whole life. He was always like the guy, like if someone says like, why don't we go outside and see who the fuck's up now? And then he started learning how to fight. He started like taking jiu-jitsu and boxing, and he was like, I am so much less confident in my ability to fight now that I actually know how to fight. Because as you know how to fight, you also learn how many people know how to fight better than you, and you become a blue belt, and then you realize every purple belt can kick my ass. And then if you're in some confrontation with a guy at a bar, you'd be like, I really hope he's not a purple belt.
How much time do you spend on TikTok, Clara? Because there definitely is a lot of misinformation. Just today, there was some girl who's like, just in case you didn't know, there's a class action lawsuit that if you just have a Venmo account or if you have a DoorDash account, then you can get up to $1,000. And so I actually did some research, and it's like, no, it's very specific, not just having an account. But this is not any different than any other social media platform. Social media as a whole has lots of false info, and arguably the majority of it is BS. But we all use YouTube. We all use X. We all, back in the day at least, use Facebook. And now TikTok is where it's at. It's just leaving culture, the culture behind. And most of you saying you never even used it. I would say give it a try. The algorithm is so on point. It's so on point. Like, oh, you get some good recommendations on YouTube, but because of the structure of, the shorts structure with a much better algorithm, then TikTok very quickly, within a week of you're going to scroll past a lot of bullshit that you're not into because they don't know who you are yet. But once you, okay, you like this, you like that, you like that. It's not even a matter of showing you what you want to see. It's a matter of showing you the things that you will engage with. And so I'm at a place where I find a lot of, I get a lot of, again, normal people, whereas on YouTube, anything that you're getting recommended, at the very least, the channel has 10K subs. But on TikTok, anybody can go viral. You can see anything from anybody. And it's not this ecosystem of like, there's Benny Johnson, there's Steven Crowder, and there's Nick Fuentes, and there's Dave Smith. It's just people. And so you get a much better feeling of the pulse of the nation. If if you use the algorithm correctly and understand that, okay, if I spend time watching this girl shaking her ass, then they're going to show me more of that. But if I swipe past that because I can hit up P-Hub when I need to do that, and I'm on TikTok for political information, something that's going to make me laugh. I like server stories. I like dating stories. People will be like, "Oh, I want this date." Whatever it is, it learns, and not only that, it shows you stuff that you didn't even know that you would like. A quick example is just this guy who has a landscaping business, and he just does time lapse videos. He'll go to like abandoned houses or not even abandoned, but houses where it's just grass growing all over the place. And he'll be like, "Hey, can I cut your grass for free?" And that's it. Then he just time lapse and he's doing the lawn. But for whatever reason, to me, it's so satisfying. Would I ever have searched time lapse landscaping? Hell no. But I watch every single one of them. I'll leave it there. But TikTok is this shit.
This guy might fuck me up. But anyway, likewise, there's this thing where like the more you learn, the more you're aware of how little you actually know.
Right.
You know, you read one book on a subject and you feel like you know the whole subject. I just read 300 pages on a subject. Then
right, but that's only because you've already been using YouTube. So YouTube has a level of understanding of who you are in terms of the algorithm. But the algorithm is so weak that it's never going to get better. You prefer, it's like a brand new TikTok algorithm is going to be down here. A seasoned YouTube algorithm is going to know you this well. But again, 1 week of you, and I'm not saying like one solid week. I'm like whenever, 10, half an hour a day, 10 minutes a day, whatever. Within a week, you go from YouTube showing you stuff that like you're into to TikTok showing you stuff you're really into from normal people and also stuff that you never even thought of. Just saying.
you read 10 books on it and you're like, oh, fuck, I don't know anything about this. So you're constantly in this world where you're like, fuck me, man, I don't know anything. Sometimes I reread a book that I read once and then I forget shit that's in it. And I'm like, God damn, I don't even know what I...
But if you know that, then you can fight against that. It just mirrors you. It's not alive. It's not intelligence. It's just an algorithm. It shows you what you tell it that you like. So if you tell it that you like this shit, then it will show you more of that shit. And when it comes to some bullshit, fake news or somebody screaming about bullshit or whatever it is, and you scroll past it, they're like, oh, okay, this person isn't into that. It does take a little bit of time. But I'm just saying. Agreed. All right, what the fuck is he saying?
Sometimes I reread a book that I read once and then I forget shit that's in it. And I'm like, God damn, I don't even know what I know. Forget all the shit I don't know. And then someone comes by who's read no books and they go, you don't know what you're talking about. And you're like, motherfucker, I know I don't know what I'm talking about, but you really don't know what you're talking about. And dude, I got a lot of this when I was in the Dan Blazarian thing where you see it's people who were red pilled this year lecturing me about how you're just unwilling to have conversations about the JQ. Like, motherfucker, I have taken no end of shit over the years for being super willing to have these conversations. You don't know what you're talking.
Oh yeah, you gotta be careful because I can't. If I see it, because I got the YouTube chat over here. If I see that a message has been deleted, I try not to pull it up. But once it's in StreamYard, it's in StreamYard. So be careful. Be careful. Like I said, I try. If I noticed that you deleted that, I wouldn't pull it up. I mean, but it's still on there. But whatevs. We hanging out. We chilling. We friends.
And so I do think that's a lot of it. Is that it's just like, look, I understand there's this rush for everyone. You learn something. It's like this new power. I got information. I want to go tell it to everyone.
Fine, I'll get more water.
Responsibility. So like, actually do your fucking homework. Like this isn't that easy. You got to work at this. And a lot of them, it just seems to me, are like really operating on like the most base framework of like it's.
I need to get better with that. So I'm having fun with you guys. So I'm just gonna play this custom song. We'll be back in 20 seconds.
the where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice once in fire, a light dark is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the sinking Charlie of common sense. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the
We got a music video coming up for that one. We got a music video coming up for that one. So at the beginning of every stream, you're going to see Morty and me doing our thing. Oh, you're hungry. I know. We got to wait for the super chat, though. We'll see. Okay. All right. I'm back in.
It's about the Jews, and you won't admit it's about the Jews. And you're like, listen, dude, I remember there was one, I saw a show you did after our last podcast. And I had said at one point there on the last show that I was like, I've never completely been convinced on the JFK or the 9/11 conspiracy. Like, I've just read enough to like ask some questions, but I don't know. Like, there's 50 different theories about who exactly had JFK killed. No question, him and Ben Gurion were beefing, and he was trying to get nuclear inspection. No, look, maybe that's the answer. 9/11, the dancing Israelis. If you look into it, it's pretty fucking shady. High-level Saudi involvement. Anyway, I'm just not completely convinced. Maybe it is Israel, but I'm not convinced. And then someone was saying to you, like one of your super chats, was like, he's clearly controlled opposition because look, he doesn't believe this, and obviously that's his role. And you went, either that or it's a difference of opinion. Like, that's also possible too.
Right.
And so you just have a lot of this kind of low order thinking. People are very excited with this new idea, but the problem is, like, you actually don't have the background on all of this.
And this is a thing that, again, used to be just on the left, where we're worried about first order thinking. Like Trump is bad, so Trump said this is bad, so that must be good. That's the first order thinking. Trump bad. But now you're seeing it on the right as well, that anything that Trump says is good is automatically perfect, and he was trying to do this all along, and da-da-da-da-da-da. Have some fucking balls.
Information. Like, you don't really know the details here. There's a lot of that.
That's exactly what it is. And that was part of how him and I fell out, is because I met him a couple of years ago, and he was all gung-ho, wanted to talk about Hitler and the Holocaust and all this stuff. And we started to have this divergence, let's say, around the time of my debate with Dinesh D'Souza, which was about a year ago. I think it was June last year during the war.
I remember, yeah.
Yeah, and I remember I debated Dinesh. Everybody loved the debate. They all said I did a good job. I remember Steve Bannon loved it. He wanted to play it on his channel on Rumble and everything. And Dan texted me and said, well, it's all just about fucking Israel. Israel's the one that caused the war. You should have just said that. I'm like, well, I did say that. I said, however, the argument that people are making is that Iran is this like nuclear breakout state and all. I said, so in order to convince people about this, we have to sort of address that. We have to deal with that intellectually. Yeah. He's like, well, it's just fucking Israel. I got it. And it's like, okay. And then it was on Tucker Carlson and a few other interviews. I did these interviews, and he texts me and says, are you controlled opposition? You never talk about the Jews anymore. I'm like, me? I'm like, what are you talking about?
This guy never talks about the Jews?
He's like, your last few interviews. I said, I believe we touched on that in Tucker and on the Jack Neal podcast. He goes, yeah, but you didn't talk about it enough. I'm like, so am I supposed to sit there and just the entire thing is going to be, it's the Jews, it's the Jews, every interview the entire time? And for them, the answer is yes. And even about running for office, he said, I want to run for office. I said, oh yeah, what are you thinking? I want to run for governor. I'm like, what are you going to do about Israel from the governor's mansion? I said, that's a statewide office. That doesn't deal with foreign policy. I said, you should run for a federal office because that's where you deal with those things. Well, I don't know. I just think it's like a good platform and blah, blah. And I would always tell him whenever we get in a fight, I would say, you know what, Dan, call me when you're ready to get serious. I said,
I did have a friend. Why am I frozen? Yeah, I did have a friend that went to St. Thomas. He was, where I grew up, there was a pretty good range of socioeconomic statuses. So, like, my dad's a doctor. Like, we weren't like fucking rich, but I grew up well. Never had to worry about like food or money or any of those things. I wasn't. I like my mom wouldn't buy a Nintendo 64 because it was too expensive. But I was doing all right. But there was another part of the neighborhood that was like the rich part, but we also had like, legit poor stuff. And my best friend, literally lives in a trailer park, or, he did. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, St. Thomas. Yeah, the one of my friends who was who lived in my neighborhood, but in the on the rich side. His family used to go to St. Thomas every year. I wonder because that there's probably more people who we don't know their name who are involved in the shady Epstein shit than people whose name we do know. Like, you guys know that John Kirikow? Let me see if I saved that one. Real quick, 73. We are adding 73 points so far. Let me see if I can get that because that was wild. That was a wild fucking video. Every room. I think it was this one. You're taught to recruit. Oh yeah. Okay. Bet. You gonna like this. This is a good one. This is a good one.
You're taught to recruit.
All right, Pete, this shit. You guys know who this guy is, right? John Curacao? I don't know exactly how to say his name, but the CIA John. That guy. Check this shit.
Recruit spies to steal secrets. At its most elemental, that's what espionage is. It's recruiting spies to steal secrets. One of my instructors told me that every case officer, every operations officer who's starting out fantasizes about recruiting, the prime minister of a country or a guy who becomes the prime minister. And sometimes that happens, usually not. But he said, sometimes you have to look beyond the obvious. And he said the best recruitment that he ever made was of a copy machine repairman. And I laughed when he said it. And he said, hear me out. Everybody wants to recruit the prime minister. I recruited the copy machine repairman who fixed the copier in the prime minister's office. And so we waited until it needed servicing. And when it needed servicing, he went in there to service it. And he installed a device so that every time somebody made a copy on the machine, it would transmit a copy to CIA headquarters. He said, I essentially did recruit the prime minister because we got literally everything that the prime minister got. Well, if you're the Israeli intelligence service, the Mossad, you're not going to recruit Bill Clinton or Bill Gates or Prince Andrew or any of these other.
Well, I mean, Prince Andrew, maybe.
Giants of Western politics. So you do the next best thing. You recruit the guy who has access to them, and you give him plenty of money. So he has his own island. He has the widest townhouse in Manhattan. He throws the most lavish parties. And while you're at it, have him add some 14, 15, 16-year-old girls to the mix who can give massages to these broken down old men, plenty of alcohol. And then you put hidden cameras and hidden microphones in every single room, including the bathrooms, which we now know is what he did. Yep. So you don't need to recruit Bill Clinton or Bill Gates. You essentially have recruited them in that everything that you might need, you can get from Epstein. That's what Epstein did.
I saw a recent drop that, we've known for months now that.
I mean, looks wise, like, all right. I mean, as long as you're not like him, you look like him. Sometimes you need a sacrificial lamb. And the thing that I always like to point out about the 60 Minutes thing that Prince Andrew did when he was still a prince, we have to understand that he had a choice. It was either go on 60 Minutes and look like a fucking fool, or something else. And he chose to go on 60 Minutes. To him, that was the better option. So what the fuck else was going to happen? Hey, we got the Big Daddy Bad in the building. Welcome. You want to go a damn cartoon character? There's someone I can hire to develop a Discord for my stream? Yes, there is actually. I forget their name. Send me a DM on a Discord, because there is somebody that I found. Because like one day I made a video about this was when the I just kicked out the trolls, and I was like, oh shit, man, we need to redo this thing. But there's somebody who will do that. So send me a DM or something, and I will hook you up. Brother! Welcome to the party. Do I sweat a lot? No, not really. Can't sweat. No sweat. What? Take it. I mean, I get Jared Leto. I'll fucking take it. I'll fucking take it. What we got here?
Everything that you might need, you can get from Epstein. That's what Epstein did.
I saw a recent drop that, well, we've known for months that Ed Bark, we kind of had a monthly check-in with Epstein at his Manhattan place, but then also a spy by the name of Yoni Koren. Are you familiar with this?
I don't know him.
He also would pay visits. And so I guess it seems like the Israeli ties are pretty firm. I mean, he also introduced Benjamin Netanyahu to Chase Bank for relations. But how do you conclude? What are the other details you say that makes it conclusively Mossad? And also, how do you think they approached him? How do you think they worked with him? How does that look from intelligence perspective?
Well, the circumstantial evidence is convincing. Peter Mandelson, the former British ambassador to the United States, who claimed at first that he had never met Epstein. Then he said, well, yeah, I may have met him once. I think it was at a party. And then was shown a picture of himself in his underwear with a 16-year-old girl on Epstein's island. Said, okay, all right, you got me. All right. We know that Mandelson gave Epstein classified documents from the UK's defense ministry. We learned just a few days ago that former Prince Andrew also gave Epstein classified documents from the defense ministry. We also know that the Israelis spy on the US and the UK. So why would Epstein be collecting classified defense documents? The last time an Israeli spy in the United States was caught was Jonathan Pollard, right? Jonathan.
To know you, like you, and trust you enough where they would give up.
What we got here? CIA doesn't recruit people? Okay. I'm addicted
secrets
to this guy.
Where they're committing treason in their own country. I really want to focus a lot on the topic of influence and that whole subject. And I'm curious to know, based off everything you know and what you've done, what do you see most people get wrong when it comes to trying to influence someone to get something from them?
You know, I'm always surprised at how many people think that the
same sweater.
CIA uses coercion to get people to give up secrets. Coercion doesn't work. If I come up to you and I say, listen, give me your secrets or I'm going to, punch you in the face. You're going to tell me to go fly a kite. But if I befriend you and I, spend money on you and we vacation together and our wives become friends and our kids become friends and, we really become close, you're going to do it just because we're friends. If we've been friends for a year and we took our families on a ski trip together and we go out for guys' night and go have a couple of beers and we're really close.
All right, this one, but yeah, that other one, like, you just gotta fucking go for who you can get, and that is such a great story in the sense that the copy, what was it, the guy who fixes the copy machine or something. You would never think that. You'd never think, oh, that's the guy. Brilliant. All right. So I did get more water. So, I mean, as long as you guys are chilling, I'm chilling. Let's keep it rolling. We ride.
Tell him whenever we get in a fight, I would say, you know what, Dan? Call me when you're ready to get serious. I said, because you don't know what you're talking about. You're not even interested in knowing what you're talking about. You just want to go on Twitter and tweet the same thing every day. And even when he called me on the phone, he was always giving me the speech about how the Jews did 9/11 and JF. I'm like, Dan, I know. I red-pilled you. I red-pilled a lot of people. Like, you're preaching to the choir, man. What are we doing here? So, yeah, it's a very frustrating phenomenon, this red-pilled yesterday thing.
Well, it's and yeah, look, I mean, look, I feel like even when me and you have these discussions, sometimes I feel like we're talking past each other, and sometimes there'll be. I've felt that way a couple times when you've like responded to things in our ceasefire, in our loosely held, and our ceasefire has held for the years. It was tested a few times. Where I feel like we're talking past each other. But like with these guys, I'm just like, what are you even saying? They're like, it's no, you keep saying it's Israel lobby, it's the Jews. He said at one point to me, he goes, I think it was him, maybe someone else, but they go, now see, you blame the government of Israel and the Israel lobby, but you don't blame the real culprit, which is Jewish supremacy. And I thought, okay, so like when someone says, oh, it's Israel, no, it's the Jews.
Real quick while he's doing that, I did update the movie night points. We are at 210 points. $1 a point unless we're in the after party where it's double. So 40 more points for the week. And we get a movie night. I have immigrant parents. I'm a first-generation American. My parents came here in the early 80s, and I was born in 89. So there was a lot of stuff from the 70s, 80s, and early 90s that is like core pop culture that I just missed. The last time we watched Star Wars. I'd never seen Star Wars. Never seen Terminator. Never seen, I mean, fucking name it. If it's before 95, I probably have not seen it. Weekly movie nights. Let's go. Thank you so very, very much, guys.
You know, okay, so like when someone says, oh, it's Israel, no, it's the Jews. It's just like, well, what do we mean? Like, what exactly are we saying here? And when you say it's Jewish supremacy, I mean, I go, look, Jewish supremacy is certainly a thing. There's really no denying. Go listen to some interviews with some settlers in the West Bank and like, yeah, okay. So like, there's no question that's real.
I mean, all religion has an aspect of supremacy to it, does it not? Whether you're Jewish, whether you're a Muslim, whether you're Christian, or whether you're something completely different, there's an aspect of saying, no, I have the right answers.
Look at some of the Epstein emails. You could see he certainly had it. That is a real thing. I'm not denying that at all. Now, every group has some supremacy in it. And then there's kind of like light. I don't know. This is what I kind of meant about like bigotry being a spectrum, and you always have a little bit of it. There's always someone who's just like, you know, my grandma makes the best meatloaf in all of the town or whatever. And obviously, just with any religious view, there's always like a tinge of supremacy to a view, because like if you're a Christian, then you kind of inherently believe that you have it right and other people have it wrong.
I got rid of the button, but you remember the Family Guy episode? What did I tell you? That's what I said. Exactly what I told you. I said that. And what had happened? Exactly what I said. What had happened?
And that they're kind of going to face some consequences for having it wrong. And so like, but there's also like, you could have a healthy amount of it where you're not looking at other people like they're animals, or like they don't have. Now, when it gets to a level like a settler on the West Bank who's going, no, these are animals. And the idea of discussing Palestinians having rights is like if someone were to tell me or you that like this rabbit has rights. Like, what are you talking about? This is like ridiculous. Okay.
And they really do think that way. Let's not forget about taqiyya for the Muslims. There's a similar thing in Judaism and many other cultures and religions. It is okay, according to them, to lie to the outsiders to make your ideology look good. Specifically, taqiyya in Islam. It is totally fine, according to the Quran, to bold-faced lie to somebody about what Islam is, just to make it seem better. I don't know how many of you guys have seen the Religious documentary movie with Bill Maher. I mean, you know, Bill Maher is Bill Maher, but back in 2001, he was a lot more based. But this movie, it mostly goes after Christians, but there is an aspect of Judaism, and it just really fucking cuts to the core of why religion doesn't make any fucking sense. That doesn't mean that there's not good values with the truth claims. Which one? Nick or me? Definitely not me. I'd be down, but I'm not.
Hey, that's a really big problem.
We are also at 1.1 speed, so.
However, to say it's not about Israel or the Israel lobby, it's about Jewish supremacy, feels a lot to me like a like kind of a left winger, like going like, well, no, the problem isn't any of these policies, it's racism. And you're like, yeah, but now you're kind of just fighting like a ghost. Like, you know, like how about it's about the policy? You know, like if we were alive in 1845, we should be against slavery, not against white supremacy or whatever. Like, who cares what thought someone has in their mind? In the same sense, like, who cares if Dan Blazarian just doesn't like Jews? Like, whatever, that's your right to have that. But I do think, and tell me if you think I'm wrong about this, I do think that that level of Jewish supremacy, like that I've seen out of settlers in the West Bank, that you read in the Epstein files,
they're probably already cooking. The new Epstein is already cooking.
This is something.
I mean, okay. Let's make an analogy. For those of you who would do this or that kind of stuff, especially if it's not legal in your state, you got the plug. But you got a backup. Because you never know. Why? Why would we think that the elites are any different? Right? Dilly dilly to fucking religious. Bill Maher is hit or miss, but when he hits, On point.
That I've never encountered amongst Jews, like in my life, like the average Jew that I knew in Brooklyn or whatever growing up, like maybe you would have like a little bit of a tinge of like some pride that Jews did this and Jews did that, but never a like, oh, and this person who's not a Jew is not human, that they are like I don't know. I've just so I actually don't really think that's the main problem. And then also, as we talked about last time, I mean, look, there's obviously lots of, first off, there's lots of Jews who are atheists who are involved in all of this. And there's lots of at least self-identifying Christians who are involved in this too. And it's not because they believe in Jewish supremacy. It's because they believe in a whole lot of other things that we would disagree with. But does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I agree. And what I would say, because I always disagreed with him, he would always say, the fucking problem's Jewish supremacy. And like, you know, they can't even find the words for it. They can't even find like the right, conceptually, they don't fully understand it. And so he would always.
And isn't that such a common problem? Isn't that such a common fucking problem of people who like Dunning-Kruger, people who like just learned a thing and they think, oh, now I know all of the thing. So let me lecture you on the thing. And then the people who are a little bit more intellectually honest are like, I don't know that much. You're telling me that we needed to go into Iran. And you seem pretty confident about it, so I'm okay. But it's just Dunning-Kruger. Guys, let's face it. Donald Trump was in Willy Wonka. That face is so oompa loompa. Oh, come on. Don't do the man like that. But yeah, you're right.
Just go back to, if you watch any interview, it's the same speech. Well, you know, in their fucking Talmud, it says that, you know, fucking blah, blah, blah. And that's why Israel wants to kill everybody and whatever. And
it does say that.
And it's like, yeah, I know that article that you're talking about. And I kind of know the premise. And I would say that, you know, what makes Judaism different is that, one, it's an ethno-religion, you know, because it is based on that maternal lineage. So that's one aspect of it. And the other aspect of it is that it's not universal, it's exclusionary. So Christianity and Islam will both say, if you're a Muslim, all you have to do is say the Shahada, which is, you know, God's the only God, Muhammad's his prophet, you're a Muslim. If you're a Christian, it's baptism, Eucharist, whatever, you know, your sect is. It's one of the sacraments, or it's the baptism, or it's even saying Christ is my Lord and Savior, I'm saved forever.
But Muslims,
so they're universal, and they're not ethnic. So anybody could be Christian, anybody could be Muslim. Jews, however, have that ethnicity, and there's no conversion. And what's more, there's different prescriptions. For Jews, they have to follow the law. For non-Jews, they have the Noahide laws, and the non-Jews don't have the same expectations because Jews don't believe they're capable of agency. Like the religious Jews don't think they really have culpability in the same way, which is, but to your point,
I'm not going to lie. A lot of that went over my head. So if you know what the fuck he just said, let me know. Oh, I definitely need some more hair, less tanning bed. Oh, got him.
Every Jew's religious, and even the religious Zionists, or rather the early Zionists, were not religious Zionists. They were secular Zionists, which is a very important distinction. And so what I would say is the religion is a very important part of Jewish nationalism, Jewish culture, Jewish identity. Even, for example...
Well, that's why even the secular ones used it. Right?
Exactly.
Like,
Well, and Leo Strauss is a perfect example. Strauss was a follower of Baruch Spinoza, who said, you know, the Old Testament's all fake. But Strauss said that, like, in Israel, they should teach the Old Testament because that's like who we are. There was like this deep contradiction that at once.
Did they not do that? I thought that was the whole thing of Judaism.
He was a secular humanist, but also he really believed in the importance of like Jewish tradition and sort of saying that you believe it, even if you don't really. And I would really say,
you know, like a lie.
The real problem, to pinpoint it, it is something to do with Jewish or Jewish nationalism, in the sense that it's this self-advocacy for a separate and distinct tribe. It's this competing identity that, you know, like, let's say, for example, Israel is actually a project of American and European Jewry. It spawned from the organized Jewish groups and money and political influence of Jews in New York and Jews in London and Jews on
no question
Europe.
About that, sure.
And so to me,
and like 6 months ago, I would have been like, yo, what are you saying? What ain't wrong?
There's like a superstructure where Israel is just a part of a larger umbrella that is transnational. And what binds them together is that they have this Jewish identity. And I saw there was something from Bill Maher the other day. Bill Maher.
Oh, yeah, I saw this. This
was
crazy, dude.
We're talking about Bill Maher. They're talking about Bill Maher. It's like we're melding minds. It's like we're on the same page. Sorry to say this, Gail says, but our Prime Minister Starmer is a wanker. Got him.
Good.
But he kind of vindicated me in a certain way, and maybe Dan for that matter. He goes, and he's obviously a liberal, atheist, degenerate, pervert. I mean, he's as progressive as it gets. No, not religious in any way, shape, or form. And I don't even think he's a Jewish supremacist per se. However, he says, Hassan Piker, Nick Fuentes, they're all crazy. Dan Bilzerian's an exterminationist. Tucker and Candace, Nick Fuentes, they're terrible. He goes, the professors at Harvard, they say things that would make Hamas blush. He said, and Israel exists because anti-Semitism will always be around. And you sort of see how like there's a self-reinforcing thing.
Yeah, I'm still like trying to grasp on where this is going. You're talking about the supremacy deal like he wants to excuse it. Seems like it.
Where like Jews feel like they're under attack, so then they become more insular and more tribal. That's why we need Israel. And so that's sort of the tension that's always existed is in an open society, can the Jews really be entrusted with tons of influence? Because they act as this group and they're...
I don't know what the fuck is lagging, but yeah, I agree to a large extent that, Nick blew up when he was young. He's still young, but he blew up when he was even younger. And when you're in the position of, you just turn on your camera and you're going to have hundreds, if not thousands, if not tens of thousands of people being like, yeah, you're right. I love that you're saying that. Whatever you say, that's going to fuck with your head. Even at, my, at my level. Like this is a small channel. And that's why I can be much more interactive with you guys individually. But like, there's still an aspect of, I know that when I come on stream, the majority of the chats are going to be like, "Oh, Lutch, that was a good point. TIJ is awesome," and we get a lot of back and forth and a lot of argument, but most of it is people, agreeing with me. And so even if there's 17 people here now, and that's a decent amount for me, and it's still at that level. I have to be consciously aware of like, all right, don't let this go to my head. Yeah. Clara said Trump broadcasting his plans to take down the deep state would be pretty stupid. Also a little far-fetched to believe that he was allowed to get in if he wasn't placed for this moment. To do what? Placed in this moment to do what? Trying to figure that out. That's where he's talking a lot about. There's a lot of Jewish stuff. I'm trying to see where he's landing the plane. So we will see. Yep. Stalker. Who's a stalker? Lady Luck said, gonna hang out with a green baby. It's been a pleasure. Looking forward to the next one. Thank you so very, very much. You have a good one. Yep. I mean, yeah, like imagine you had, anytime you said something publicly, you had a group of people like, oh yeah, definitely. Now, I feel like the people who are more regulars here, like we go at it, we go back and forth. That's why I want to be engaged with the chat, because I don't want to be just talking shit. And then everybody's like, oh, this is stupid and blah, 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 blah. I want to, if I say something like, no, that's wrong, let's get into it. Like I said, I hate being wrong. That doesn't mean I'm going to pretend to be right. That means I'm going to do what I need to do to be right. That autocorrect. Nick just believes in what he says. Fair play. It's just opinions at the end of the day. True. The question really is, do you guys believe what Nick says? Because a lot of people do, for better or worse. A lot of people have influence. It's not tough to be held accountable. Sorry, but I'm not buying that flimsy exclusive. What are you talking about? Him? Say more. Be more specific. What do you mean? I think he's trying to make sure he proves Dan wrong or convince people Dan doesn't know what he's talking about. That's fair. And Dan definitely doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I barely know anything about Dan Bilzerian, and I know for a fact that everything that I've seen from him has been absolutely retardation. So Clara was saying Trump broadcasting his plans would be pretty stupid. Also a little far-fetched to believe that he was allowed to get in if he wasn't placed for this moment to take our country back to implement a multipolar global realignment. Maybe. I don't see it. But I've been wrong before, and I would likely be wrong again, but I don't see it.
They're never going to see themselves as part of this propositional identity, like, well, I'm just an American, or I'm German, or because they're always going to say, yeah, but my grandma was Jewish and we were persecuted.
So that I agree with everything you said up until that last sentence, up until they're never going to see them, because I actually do think, well, I don't think that's true. And I think actually that it's already drastically changed. I mean, if you just look at like a lot of that stuff, almost like in the same way, like if you saw with Thomas Massey was a good example of the poll where they showed by age. And it was so crazy because like 70 to 80, he's like negative 55, and then like 20 to 30 is plus 55. And just so much of our politics almost breaks down by this age group. And it might even be 50 and under, although like it changes with it. But the young Jews have like totally rejected almost all of this shit. And in the same way as young people around the country have rejected Israel over Gaza and their influence on the US government. I mean, dude, Mamdani won.
I'd be very interested to see, if my friend was alive, if he, like where he would fall on all this. Because I think his parents are, they're just Israeli. His mom is American, but his dad was born in Israel. So I wouldn't see them ever being ever going against Israel. But he wasn't like that. Get where Dan is coming from? I mean, like if we're just talking at the base level that okay, Israel has too much influence on America. Yeah. Agreed. But that doesn't have anything to do with being Jewish. What is the Jewish dentist in New York who's just fucking working? What does that have to do with the issue of the influence in global in governments on each other? And so, like, you could say that, but okay, we all, most of us feel that way. Yeah, we're not all Jews. Big Daddy Pod said, what I want to know about Nick is whether he's even aware that they finally brought fiber internet to my streets yesterday. So I'm now getting 2 gig speeds. I bet he doesn't. Well, now we know more than Nick Fuentes. There we go. And yeah, that's all it is. Let's explain the secret army of 60,000 put into action in 2012. Yeah. I say let people be and do their own thing without judgment, just talking in general. Agreed. All right, let's get back in here. I'm losing steam. I'm getting a little shit-faced. So let's keep it right
here.
That's true.
He took like 40% of the Jewish vote. Like for the I don't know.
It's a lot of Jews.
Last time I know on the war in Iraq, the Jews were one of the leading demographics against it. But that's not really the thing you're talking about here. But I'll say the kind of the connection to the Holocaust, which is just in general kind of true, just gets more and more distant with the years. And there's a huge gap between like even my parents' generation and my generation, and how like kind of emotionally attached to that trauma they are. And then of course from that trauma comes all of the kind of propaganda that's built on like that's why we need Israel, and that's why the lesson forever is World War II.
I don't know why it's doing that, but yeah, you can say the same thing about 9/11. That we're now at a place. I remember I was working at a restaurant the first time that I asked somebody, "Do you remember 9/11?" And I was like, "What the fuck just came out of my mouth? Do you remember 9/11?" Because I was talking to somebody who was, very young when it happened. And of course, that was 8 years ago or something. And so now there's an entire generation of people who don't remember that. So the further away things happen, it's just not gonna matter as much to us. It's like I was in 6th grade, so that was my entire introduction to the real world was 9/11.
No matter what. So I disagree with that. I do think there's like where I guess I would agree with you is that I do think, and I think I call this out pretty regularly on my show and on other very big platforms, that you can't do that, Jews. Like that's kind of my message to you. You can't be 2% of the population and have like hostility against the majority of the population. You can't like have this game where it's like, hey, we got to all like let down our tribalism, but I'm going to keep my tribalism. And so I agree.
You know, there is a degree. You know, like the wokies do.
Of that. But at this point, I guess, like at this point in time, right? Like, and you're absolutely right that like organized Jewish groups were the ones who were pushing Zionism and pushing for the creation of the state of Israel and organized Jewish finance.
Isn't that such a cleaner way to say exactly the same thing? The word Jewry is such a loaded word. Nobody fucking says that word. But Dave just said exactly the same thing. And it's fine. Nick has a lot to learn about. He's a very good orator. He's very articulate. He's very good at being charismatic and entertaining. But he's got a lot to learn about how much you need to appeal to people who want to see you fail. You have to be, you have to appeal to the people who want you to fail. Because the people who are already on your side, they'll get what you're saying, whether you say it in the best way or not. But the people who hate you are going to be looking for any little thing. See, he said Jewry, worldwide Jewry. Oh my God. Versus groups around, groups that are heavily Jewish or whatever the fuck Dave just said. Words matter. Semantics matter.
The ones who were pushing Zionism and pushing for absolutely right that like organized Jewish groups were the.
That is so different. Organized Jewish groups is so different than saying worldwide Jewry.
The ones who were pushing Zionism and pushing for the creation of the state of Israel and organized Jewish finance and things like that. But at this point, we're well beyond that. And at this point, the Israel lobby, it doesn't really matter that Ted Cruz isn't Jewish or isn't a Jewish supremacist. Like, it doesn't matter. He's still perpetuating the whole system. And then you have a lot, there's a lot of Jews who are against that whole system. It just seems to me that like this leads, yes, it's very complicated.
See, my school would fucking just hid everything. I remember I was in Miss Schmidt's social studies class, which was my 6th period class. I live in Jersey. I'm on the East Coast. It was fucking 8, 9 in the morning when this shit happened. Nobody said anything. All day, people were getting called out of class, and we didn't know what was going on. Then in 6th period, they were like, well, there's been an accident. And that's all they fucking told us. That's all they fucking told us. Insane. What did it say?
And there's and obviously, as you said, I remember, speaking of talking past each other, I saw this one clip where you were responding to Tucker Carlson. I want to talk to you a little bit about that because you guys had the show. I thought it was a great show. Full disclosure, I like both of you guys, But so you were basically
all right, here's what I'm going to do, guys. Shut up. Here's what I'm going to do, guys, because I think this is a really interesting conversation, and so I would like to continue this conversation tomorrow, and I am also out of alcohol. And I haven't eaten anything today. So I'm going to close it down, but I want to thank you guys so very, very much for hanging out. Again, I know you guys could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord. If you are new, again, I am Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. We're live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and just like right now, sometimes whenever I feel like it, I like to do my roll up and chill whenever I have, I got to roll up my joints for the night. I'll just pop on my laptop and hang out with you guys. As you can see, I'm very, very much into talking with the chat and engaging with you guys. So I really hope that you've enjoyed this and that you will come back because, like I said, much closer to the beginning than we are to the end. We got a lot of shit going, and I have no plans on stopping down. Stopping down? Slowing down. I have no plans on being a nobody. Big Daddy Pat said, Babylon B reported today that Hunter Biden's reputation will never recover now that he's been on Candace's show. Oh, yeah, that was happening now, right? Good one. All right, guys, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. Remember to follow me on socials, most the Indian Jesus off. And then if you are on TikTok, Indian Jesus official, come on through. And again, I will be live tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern. If you guys are new here, I don't know how else to say it. I love that you guys are here. I appreciate your time so very, very much. Let's give a big shout out to all the donations. Well, that was for Jesse, so fuck Jesse's donations. My donation, yeah. We got Shauna, Real Black Betty, Jaded. We had Jeffrey, Real Black Betty again and again. We had our fucking sugar daddy always coming in, dropping the 10 gifted memberships, and Guile becoming a disciple. Guys, thank you so very, very much. You make this worthwhile, and I really hope that with a bunch of you seeing this channel for the first time, you'll come over and join the Discord, or maybe if you're not ready yet, you check out a few more streams, and then, whatever. We are building something. I cannot promise you that I will succeed. I can promise you that I will not stop until I fail. That's all I got. Thank you so very, very much. Once again, guys, we've got Morty, the Overlord, and I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.